Stand up! New York Giant fans have been holding that one in for a while. We haven't played in 10 or 11 days. Obviously, we took a drubbing last time when we played the 49ers. Now we play another West Coast team, this time back at home. And Bando, we were talking about it before we went live. We said it last week during the 49ers stream. It's a must-win game. You can't drop to 1-3. Got to win tonight.
Got to win. Got to get back to 500. We're also talking about it a little earlier in text messages. Darren Waller's got to get involved. Jalen Hyatt's got to get involved. We've got to open this offense up. This is the second worst passing defense in the league in Seattle. There's no Saquon Barkley. Seattle's 5th against the run. They're 31st against the pass. Daniel Jones needs to have a come-out game tonight, man. Listen, there's a lot of crap being talked about Daniel Jones. We know this. We're used to it. It's been this way for 5 years. There are no excuses. Daniel Jones got paid $160 million for nights like this. He has to start carrying at some point. Can't be like, oh, the offensive line sucks and he's out and he's out. Yeah, I get it. I understand. That's part of it. But when you're getting paid as a starting quarterback in the NFL, sometimes you have got to elevate your own play and the players around you. Daniel Jones has a lot of pressure on him tonight. He's never won a Monday night. He's 1-11 in primetime games. All eyes are on him again. It's his time to shine. I think he's going to have a good game tonight, but he has to come through. We're going to win this game because of Daniel Jones.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I get I don't even know if the excuse is the right word because it is hard with the offensive line that he has. But at the end of the day, like you said, he got paid the money. This is a game where you need him to step up. I watched the game last night with the New York Jets. And listen, we all make fun of Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson hasn't been good since he's been in the NFL. Zach Wilson looked great last night. Zach Wilson looked like a top 10 quarterback in the NFL last night. Going up against Pat Mahomes under the bright lights, and the Jets probably should have won that game without Aaron.
Well, the Zebras helped the Chiefs out a little bit.
Zebras certainly helped the Chiefs out at the end of that game. But I watched that game. I say to myself, that only adds more pressure to Daniel Jones tonight. This is a must-win game. It's prime time where he and the Giants have struggled. It's a game where you've had extra time to prepare. Seattle's traveling across the country. Seattle's defense has not been good this year. They've given up a boatload of points. Their offense is very good, and we'll talk about that because that's a major worry of mine going into this game.
Absolutely.
We've been bad against the run. They've got a plethora of running backs, and you got to worry about their weapons on the outside. So they're a juggernaut on offense. Like, if the Giants are going to win tonight, we're going to have to score points because I'm going to be honest with you, Bad Dog. And maybe they'd start to flip the script tonight. I hope. Because we really had high expectations for this defense going into the year. But I'm going to be honest with you, Bad Dog, and I did see slight signs last week. We got some pressure. We created turnover opportunities last week. But you're going up against a team in the Seattle Seahawks that have committed the fewest turnovers in the NFL. They have a well-balanced offense. We're going to have to score points tonight. I don't see the defense holding Seattle to under 23, 24 points. We're going to have to score points tonight to win this game.
Agreed. And that's why it goes back to me that Daniel Jones is going to have to be the one to win this game. Now, the defense has to step up at some point this year. Yeah, we're not a great pass rushing team, and we all know we don't force any turnovers. So the fact that we don't force any turnovers and they don't turn the ball over doesn't bode well for us, which means they'll probably get 3 tonight because that's usually how the NFL works. But what I would like to see tonight, Chris, is you don't need to get sacks. We get some pressure, but freaking tackle. Tackle the guy when he has the ball. Don't allow him to get 10, 15, 20 yards after contact. Excuse me. And don't give up 3rd and long opportunities. You can't be giving up 3rd and 12, 3rd and 15. You can't let teams extend drives when you have them backed up like that. The Giants have got to do a better job of fundamentally playing football. They can't have these mistakes. They can't have the late substitutions. They can't have the penalties. They cannot beat themselves tonight. And if they do the things that they did last year, which is just executing the small things, I think they're going to win.
I think we got a chance tonight. I saw a lot of people in my chat before the stream saying that they're surprised the line's as low as it is. I think the line's appropriate. I think if the Giants were playing better football, they'd actually be favored in this game. Because
they were at the beginning of the week.
They were, because all the variables going into the game, the fact we have more time to prepare, the fact they're traveling across the country, I do think that plays a factor. So I'm not surprised the line's as close as it is, despite the fact that Andrew Thomas and Saquon Barkley are not in this game. I think we're going to be able to put up points tonight. I really do. I don't know if it'll be enough, but I think the offense will look pretty good tonight. As a matter of fact, I'm going to call it right now, Bad Dog. And I know we have not started out well in these games offensively at all.
Not at all.
I think we're going to score points on our first drive tonight. I think we're going to have a good drive tonight because of I just feel like the extra time to prepare, you're not going up against a great defense. I think they'll start the game off right offensively. But We'll see. I mean, we'll see. We've been
and they have to, Chris. They've scored 6 points in the first half in all 3 games combined. Like that, that's not cutting it. The offense. Listen, the defense isn't good already. But when your offense isn't scoring points in the first half of games, you're putting a ton of pressure on the defense. Maybe the offense takes a little bit of pressure off the defense. They'll play a little bit better. I think they work hand in hand. And I thought that they worked hand in hand last year. The Giants gave up a lot of yards, but they really didn't give up a lot of points. This year, they're giving up a lot of points and a lot of yards. So the offense is going to have to get out to a lead. I'd like to see the defense play with a lead for a change because they haven't really had an opportunity to do that at all. They haven't had an opportunity to do it the entire season except for the last drive in Arizona. They've been behind every single drive except for the 40 seconds that Arizona had or whatever it was. And that don't even really count. This defense has not played with a lead all year.
Yep. That at least partially accounts for the low sack total and the low pressure total and everything else because the offense we've been going up against have been able to run the football because they've had the lead. Bleed Blue says, let's hope the refs don't have the Seahawks tattoos. Go New York Giants. What's going on, Big? I'm not blaming the refs. I mean, there were certain things last week, like the punching to the face. He should have been. We got completely manhandled against the Cowboys. We got completely manhandled against the 49ers. It is what it is. I'm not blaming the refs. This team has to go out there tonight. They have to perform. That's it. No excuses. Got to find a way to win this football game. I don't care how you win it. It's the same exact feeling I had going into the Arizona football game, Bad Dog. And people were saying, oh, you need an impressive win. I don't need an impressive win. I don't need glitz. I don't need glamour. I need to extend the New York Giants season by any means necessary. Because I'm going to be honest and I'm going to be real. If the Giants start out 1-3 and you're looking Miami and Buffalo, we watched that game on Sunday. We see how those teams look. That's not looking pretty. 1-3 going up against those two teams on the road the next 2 weeks. So the schedule starts to look prettier after that, even though the Jets looked pretty good last week.
Washington looked good yesterday too. Yeah.
So, it is what it is. The NFL is a week-by-week league. You never know, but you got to find a way to get a win here to at least give yourself a chance to compete to make the playoffs later into the season. It's put up or shut up time for the New York Giants. They're home. They had extra time to prepare. I know we're without Barkley. I know we're without Thomas, but this coaching staff has to put forth a really good game plan tonight, and the Giants have to execute.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think the coaching staff's had a rough year. I think they've had a rough start to the season. Again, the inability to substitute, the miscommunications on defense, that's coaching. That type of stuff right there is coaching. And, that stuff's got to stop. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't want a repeat of 2020, even though we were 6-10 and almost made the playoffs, but it looked like we were starting to get out of the woods, and then the next year it completely fell apart. I don't want that to happen again, where last year looked like, oh my God, look at this. We're out of the tunnel, man. The light's bright. And then all of a sudden we go straight back and end up 4-13 again. I don't think I can deal with another one of those seasons.
Yeah, you and me both, but it starts tonight. We got to get this win.
Absolutely.
And let's say hello to a couple people in the chat before I get to a few more of these donations. Mike, what's going on, man? Hope you're feeling better. Russ, what's going on? Cold Red, Vienna, Irish Rover, Roman, Mickey X, Omni Nation, the Big Moo. Neil in the chat, in the chat, Coach G in the chat, Landon in the chat, Gung in the chat, Amazing Guy, Michael Hahn, Joseph Q, Terrence Edmonds, John Ferry, McCann, what's going on? Bobby Wells, Joseph Sue, Michael. Hope everybody is excited. What's going on? Bill M, Big Daddy, Lou. Hope everybody's excited for this game tonight. I've been thinking about it all week, trying to get the bad taste out of our mouth against the 49ers. We knew we were going to be up against them, and we knew we were going to need to win this game tonight. So all eyes are on the Giants. Bright lights. We know, historically speaking, even before Daniel Jones, I think I told you this stat on Pat. I was amazed by this stat because I looked it up because the Giants have always done poorly on primetime, even long before Daniel Jones in my lifetime.
Yeah, they have.
The New York Giants have the worst record in the history of the NFL on primetime. That's insane.
Weird. It's weird.
It's insane.
It's weird.
We'll see how we shape out tonight. Obviously, we've struggled under the bright lights in recent history and historically speaking. Not a JTAC says defense needs to step up tonight, create pressure. Let's go. That'd be nice. Like Bad Dog said, though, getting out to a lead is going to help contribute to that. John says, what's good, boys? Let's just simply kick ass tonight. That'd be nice. John, I say it all the time. By the third quarter, fourth quarter, I want to be talking movies with you guys.
Right.
I want the game to be well in hand. I want the Giants to be up by 28 points to be like, oh, yeah, what do you think of that new movie that came out last week? I don't want to be talking about the game. I want the game to be so far out of hand that we're laughing, we're giggling, we're smiling. But that's not the way it is. It never is as a New York Giant fan. So we know it's going to come down to the nitty-gritty, and we'll see if the Giants are able to pull it out in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, let's see.
But John, man, what's going on? And Ayub, he says tonight is a burial or celebration. DJ, step up. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Ayub. It's a big game for Daniel Jones. It's a big game for this Giants football team. Period. But of course, Jones is the quarterback, so he's the guy that's under the bright lights. He's under the spotlight. We understand that. The quarterback gets too much credit, he gets too much blame. That comes with the position. So just that baked in. Yeah, of course. This is a monster game for Daniel Jones. You just got paid a lot of money last year. You're 1-2. You can't get off to a 1-3 start with those two teams we talked about on deck. This is a game like this is, I think, our weight class. We talk about teams that are in the Giants weight class. I think Seattle's a team that you could at least say, yeah, they're kind of in our weight class. See, San Francisco, we were going up against a super heavyweight. Cowboys, super heavyweight. We're like a welterweight, a middleweight. Like this is a team this is in our weight class. This is a team we should be able to compete with. And with the extra time to prepare, if we come out with a good game plan and execute, I think we can win. But we'll see how it plays out tonight, Ayub, man. Thanks for popping in the stream.
I saw someone in the chat say I'm taking shots at Daniel Jones. Yeah, saying that he got paid and that he needs to step up. That's definitely taking a shot at the guy. Yeah, absolutely. Some people, man, I don't know how some people get through a day. I swear to God, I don't know how some people function. Like they must have somebody help them Velcro their shoes in the morning. I honestly don't know. I don't know what's wrong with some people on the internet mentally. Like I'm fucked up. I mean, I know that, but I'm also intelligent, believe it or not. Like I don't understand. That was a pretty cohesive thought. I presumed that saying Daniel Jones needs to step up. He got paid like a starting quarterback, and we can't keep making excuses, and he needs to elevate the team. Is taking a shot at him? I think that's being rational and saying your quarterback needs to make some plays here.
And I think he will. I do. I think he's going to have a good game tonight. FPL says, let's get this win. Is Barkley playing tonight? No, Barkley's out. Thomas is out. Let us pray.
Let us pray.
So somebody in the chat asked me before the stream, and like, I think like naturally you think this way because it's probably our best weapon on the team when Barkley's out is Jones's legs. But what I expect Seattle to do, they're going to take that away like they did last week. Like if you're Seattle, you'd be stupid not to spy Daniel Jones in this game. When Barkley's on the field, it changes everything because the defense has to focus in on him. He's a legitimate weapon at the running back position. I think when Barkley doesn't play, they're going to force Daniel Jones to beat him from the pocket. That's what's going to happen. They're not going to let him run rampant and run all over the football field. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he runs for 130 yards, but I think Seattle's game plan, they'll spy Jones much like our opponent last week, and they'll force him to throw the football.
I think the difference is Seattle's defense is not San Francisco's defense.
It's definitely not.
San Francisco's pass rush, they could get there with 4. I'm not so sure Seattle can get there with 4. And obviously their linebackers aren't nearly as athletic and quick as San Francisco is. So even though if they do spy Daniel Jones, I think that he can still run. I'm not saying they're going to have designed runs for him, but I do think that if they try to do that, he should have time to locate some receivers down the field. But the Giants have got to open this offense up. We can't be having 3-yard outs to Paris Campbell, perpendicular passes along the line of scrimmage to Isaiah Hodgins or whatever. That can't happen. You can't have these high-risk, low-reward plays. You got to take some shots. You got to make the defense think about it at least instead of having them play upside, in a 10-yard box where, we'll let them complete underneath because we know they can't beat us deep. You got to take some shots down there. You got to at least put it in the back of their head that, hey, they're throwing deep here. Hey, he got behind me on that play. Hey, we got to pay attention to this because they're taking shots.
We talked about it through our text today, actually. Even if Hyatt's a decoy in this game, you only throw to him a few times, just his presence on the field is going to help those short and intermediate routes over the middle because they're going to have to have an extra safety back there with a guy like Hyatt with his speed and his ability to take the top off the defense. So Hyatt has to be involved in this game. Even if you don't throw to him a lot, he needs to be out on the football field. You need to give him a couple of looks early, make the defense think about it, and then that opens up the underneath routes for a guy like Wan'Dale Robinson. Darren Waller gets to work the middle of the field a bit more, and then as you start to work that may open up big play opportunities on the outside. But, of course, it's all going to rest on the offensive line. We know that. And I think Dable and Kafka are a major, major key in this game. Like I talked about on Patty's stream earlier this week, we know the offensive line is not going to be perfect tonight. Far from it. They have to come out with a game plan that they are able to move the football despite that. Get the ball out fast. That's what the New York Giants are going to have to do. Hopefully you loosen up the defense. Maybe you get a ground game established in some way, shape, or form. Even if you're not running at 4 yards a clip, make them honor the ground game so it bounces out the offense a bit. We know it's going to be challenging. We're missing our second and third most important player on offense, but I do think we got a good chance tonight if we execute. Lum says, DJ, show us why you got a contract. No BS. We need him tonight, man. And Bill, man, thank you so much, man, for the incredible generosity. He says it's simple. O-line gives DJ a little time to throw, and we win. I don't necessarily disagree with that, Bill. Let's put it this way. I don't know what our defense is going to do because Seattle's got a good offense. But give DJ some time tonight, and I think we're going to put up over 23, 24 points. I'll tell you that right now.
I'll be right back. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I think we can move the ball on the Seattle team. But, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing every week. It's the same thing every year. You got to be able to block, and the Giants haven't been able to do it, and it's certainly going to be a challenge tonight. But hopefully we can create some big play opportunities, be a little bit unpredictable offensively, and we can find a way to put enough points on the board. We'll see how it plays out. But, I mean, I don't disagree with you. If the offensive line has a decent showing, I expect Daniel Jones to have a good game tonight. CZ Max says, let's win. I've just been deflated as a Giants fan. Yeah, it's not really, for me, the only game that really deflated me, and it was a big deflation, was the Cowboys game. The 49ers game I kind of went into expecting exactly how it played out. But the Cowboys game was a major gut punch, and I still haven't gotten that taste out of my mouth. I just haven't. This would at least start to make me believe, okay, we could beat a pretty good team. Maybe this is a team that will get better over the course of the year, but you can't start out 1-3. We need to get the sour taste out of our mouth, and hopefully this team grows. Hopefully it's kind of a reverse of last year where we started out hot. Maybe this team comes out a little cold because of the strength of the schedule we played early on. We're able to get through that and march on late into the season to make the playoffs. But got to win this game tonight because you can't start out 1-5, and that's probably what you're looking at if we lose tonight. So got to win this game tonight, CZ. Grinding with Levy says, got good money on our boys. They are winning tonight. From your lips to the ears of God, my man. From your lips to the ears of God. I think we got a shot. Last week, I didn't think we had any shot outside of a prayer. I think we got a shot tonight. I really do. I think we got a good shot to win this game tonight, but it's going to be close. John Letourneau says, Dable needs to put his team to avoid a huge hole. Yeah, I mean, there's pressure on everybody. Of course, the most pressure is on Jones, but there's pressure on Kayvon. There's pressure on the defense, and, of course, the coaching staff. Wink Martindale, Dable, Kafka, everybody. Yeah, this is the most pressure they've had as a coaching staff since they've been here. I mean, let's be honest. Last year, the Giants coaching staff didn't have any pressure. We went into the year with very limited expectations. A lot of people thought we'd be picking top 5, top 6 at the beginning of the year. Giants ended up making the playoffs. We never spent the day under 500. So it was kind of just a unbelievable feeling all of last year, and it was great, but it's New York. It is what it is. The pressure comes quick. So, yeah, this is a big game, not just for Jones, but for Dable and everybody else. Let's see. Thank you to everybody for being here. If you haven't done so, hit the thumbs up, subscribe, ring the bell. Appreciate everybody for being here. Be live with Bad Dog. I didn't do the show this week because we're on live with Patty, and then I had to help my sister move. She moved to a different apartment. I was there until like 11:30, carrying couches and beds up 3 flights of stairs in a Brooklyn apartment. So I didn't get home till about midnight. Was going to do the show on Saturday, but we're going to do kind of a midweek show on this channel this week, probably Wednesday, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure out a day with Bad Dog to recap this game, talk about, what's ahead. Roman says ref equals ass. Some ref from the 2-point, same ref from the 2-point against the Bucs. I'm not blaming the refs tonight. We got to find a way to overcome whatever it is. We got to execute. We got to find a way to win this game. John says, y'all need this to not be buried in the division. Not just the division, the conference. We're not winning the division. Let's be real, John. Eagles are 4-0. They haven't looked incredible, but they're 4-0. They found ways to win football games, and you got to figure they're only going to get better over the course of the year. I figured they'd get off to a bit of a sluggish start, as funny as that sounds, being that they're 4-0, but they haven't looked great yet with the new offensive and defensive coordinators. We're not catching them. We're not catching the Cowboys. But for us to be able to stay competitive for within the wild card picture, absolutely. If we win tonight, we're still well in the thick of it. So it's a big game, man. It's definitely a big game. Noah says, Waller touchdown, Giants money line, and we're eating steak. Let's do it. Let's rock and roll, Noah. Let's go, man. I like that take. I think Waller scores a touchdown tonight. Matter of fact, if I was taking a long shot bet tonight, I think you could bet like the props for the first touchdown scored in the game. It's probably at least 10 or 11-1. Darren Waller. I think he put some points on the board early on tonight. I think they're going to feature Darren Waller early and often tonight. I think he's going to have a big game. Seattle struggled against tight ends this year too. I think they're giving up about 50 yards a game, which is near worst in the league at the tight end position. We have not really featured Waller as heavily as I thought we would early on this year. I think this is the game where they start to blossom. This is the game where I think Waller has a pretty big game for the New York Giants. Bob says, My guys, how we doing? Both the Seahawks tackles are out, so sack, attack, attack, attack. Yeah, we talked about guys we have out. Listen, we got to get pressure on the quarterback. I don't care who's playing, who's not. This team has gotten little to no pressure all year. But part of me, Bad Dog, after what you said, I think I want to start with the ball. I think I want to start with the ball. All that extra time to prepare this week, I think they should have a well-orchestrated drive to start this game. Get out to the lead. Let your defense play with a lead. I think I want to start with the ball, Bad Dog. I think you talked me into it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the last time we were home, we started with the ball, and we went right down the field until Andrew Thomas had a false start. I could see them having a drive like that again. This time they do it, they got to finish with 7.
Yeah.
I mean, we should be seeing 7s in the chat right now. I mean, that's just the way it goes. You should be seeing 7. But, yeah, I want to see the Giants defense get to play the lead. Like I said, we haven't played the lead all season. I don't count the last 40 seconds against Arizona or however long they had. It wasn't long enough to really have a sustained drive. It'd be nice to take a little bit of pressure off the defense. The defense hasn't played well, and I'm not making excuses for them, but I think that if they got out to a 7-0, 10-0 lead, they might relax a little bit, not be so tense, and they might just, play loose and free, and they might be a lot better if they're like, all right, we got a little bit of a cushion to play with. We don't have to worry about making that gigantic mistake and our offense unable to make it up. So, one hand washes the other here, but I'm with you. I would love them to start with the ball and go down the field. And the first play from scrimmage, I'd like to see them just throw a deep shot. They need to do something different. Okay. This offense has been stagnant outside of 2 quarters. And those 2 quarters, we did throw the ball down the field. Now, people could say Daniel Jones has no time. He's going to have time at some point. He's not consistently under pressure, but if it's 3rd down and 11, he's probably dead because it's an obvious passing situation. And I'm not saying that he needs to throw the ball 50 times, but we have got to make them think about deeper passes as opposed to, they're not going to test us deep. So we're just going to all play close to the line and let them complete underneath. And we're going to play press coverage and they're not going to throw it over our head. Got to make them think about it. Got to flip the script, like you said.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like this. I think they should throw more early downs, loosen up the defense a little bit. Maybe that helps you establish the ground game.
Especially without Barkley and the fact that they're that Seattle's a 5th ranked, rush defense in the league.
Yeah.
You got to play against their weakness.
Zach says, good to see y'all. As always, must-win game, no excuses. It's time for these men to stand up and kick some ass. What's going on, Zach, man? Good to see you. And listen, it is what it is. This is a must-win game. This became a must-win game the second you lost to the Dallas Cowboys week 1. So we got to find a way to win this game.
As bad as we look, guys, if we win tonight, 2-2, not the worst after 4 games. We'd be tied with Washington. And a lot of people had us going 2-2 through these first 4 games. So we'd be right where a lot of people thought we'd be.
Got to win. Tommy B says, let's get high at 5 to 10 targets tonight. I don't know about 10 targets, but yeah, I think you should get at least 4 or 5. Make him be a guy that the opposing defense at least has to think about. I'm with you. Throw to him early and often. At least take a couple of deep shots to loosen up, hopefully, the opposing defense a bit. Russell Reed says, hey, guys, love the stream. Key tonight also are the wide receivers. They better have extra stickum on those gloves tonight. Seattle's pass D is not good. Yeah, I mean, listen, Daniel Jones has 4 interceptions this year. 3 of them have gone off of both hands of his intended receiver. It's become listen, we saw it all the time with Eli Manning too. It was a constant. I think Eli Manning, I forget, somebody told me an insane stat one time. More than half of his interceptions went off both his receivers' hands or something ridiculous like that. It just seems like the Giants have always had horrible luck with that. But listen, we got to hold on to the football. We got to make plays. When there's plays to be had, Russell, we need guys to step up and make them. That's how you win football games. Let's see. Not says we are gonna need a magnum opus from DJ and Wink. I'm gonna throw Kafka and Dable in there too. I mean, I think they're gonna have to come up with an incredible offensive game plan because of the fact that we're gonna be missing Andrew Thomas and Saquon Barkley. I think they're just as important, if not more important, tonight than Wink. I don't expect us to shut this offense out. I'm hoping we do, obviously, but I think we're gonna need to put up some points. GMAT26 says, I think we don't get better until the O-line gets better. What do you think? Here's what I'll say, G-Man 26. I don't think this team, without getting bounces, are going to be able to beat very good teams until such time the offensive line gets significantly better. I don't necessarily think Seattle is a very good team. I think they're a good team. I think they're a team we can beat.
Offensively, they're a good team.
Yeah, very good team. But to beat the teams like the Eagles and the Cowboys and the Niners and the Bills and yes, and we're not beating those teams until the offensive line gets significantly. Of course,
the D-line has to get better too to beat those teams. The D-line's got to do their job too.
Yeah. And what's going on, Joey G says, where you been, Chris? Missed you. Yeah, no, I was going to do the show with Bad Dog this week, but I talked about it earlier. We're going to just do it. I don't know. We'll pick a day. Maybe we'll do a double dip this week. We'll go maybe, I don't know what day he's free, but maybe we'll do a Wednesday on mine, Friday on his. I meant to do a show on Saturday because I was on Friday with Patty, but I was helping my sister move to Brooklyn, went from one apartment to another. So that's why we couldn't do the show Saturday. But just took the week off because there's not a whole lot to talk about. I mean, we just got a drubbing against San Francisco and was kind of just waiting for this game and wanted to do at least one live stream before it, but just was kind of really busy this week. But we'll be live. I'll be live at least once or twice, at least twice this week, and hopefully more than that. Hopefully we're partying tonight until 1 a.m. and I got to go out for work. Noah says, hope we win. So we see you before next week. Yeah, you and me both. It's tough, man. This team is tough to talk about when they're playing as bad as they did week 1. MY Giants 26 says this team needs to wake up tonight. It's week 4. Let's go, MY Giants 26. Nelson. Good to see Nelson, man. Thanks for popping in.
I was agreeing with you, though, Chris. We had 11 days between games, and there really wasn't much to talk about. Like, there's no news. There's no, like, when there's nothing really to talk about, you just, I see some content creators. Like, they make the same video. They make the same video every day. Like, I don't want to do that.
You could have talked about, like, I guess what the 49ers said about Daniel Jones, but, like, what do I care? I mean, it is what it is. So, to me,
I can literally make a Daniel Jones video every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could.
Yeah. And JC, what's going on? Adoree back on the outside. Darnay in the slot. Kayvon rushed the passer with the hand on the dirt, not standing. I saw a tape. He's faster with the hand on the dirt. Here's what
I just wish they would just let Kayvon rush the passer.
That's what I was just going to say. That what we did with Dex, where I felt like they said to Dex, this is what you're really good at. We're going to keep you here. This is what we want you to do. And I get in Wink's scheme, they want you to do multiple things. I understand all that. But for me, let Kayvon do what he does best. Let Kayvon do why you drafted this guy. Let him try to get after the passer. I watch Aiden Hutchinson, and yes, the Lions line him up all over. They move him to the inside. They move him to the outside. Actually plays a lot more on the inside than I thought. But that guy is constantly rushing the passer. Let Kayvon do what he does best. Let him hopefully get in a groove. I'm with you, JC. Get his hand in the dirt. Get him after the quarterback. I'm sick of seeing him dropping back at coverage as much as he's been doing. Get him after the quarterback. Hopefully he gets a rhythm. Trace, what's going on? Thank you for being a member. He says, I expect to win tonight, boys. Keep the heads up and the shades on. Shades will be coming on halftime. And Bob Wells, he says, love seeing Bad Dog drink the soda on a somber note. Rest in peace. Oh, I didn't even know that. Tim Wakefield passed away? Oh, that was a while ago.
Wakefield, yeah. The other day he did.
Oh, it was that recent? Okay.
Yeah.
There was another knuckleballer that passed away about a year ago. Was it Necro?
It probably was Necro. Yeah, the water's gone, Bob. The water. I'm out of the.
Oh, I didn't even know about Wakefield passing away.
Yeah, he passed away. He had cancer, which I didn't realize. I didn't know how he passed away. He was only 57. So, yep.
I used to love watching him pitch. David, he says,
hey, guys.
Well, you're a Yankee fan.
Yeah.
David says, hey, guys, keep up the great work. Need a win tonight. Go Giants. Thank you for popping in, David. And Mike Nixon, he says, what's up, Tane Bad Dog? I think we will win 24-21. Going to be tough. All right, real quick, my score prediction. This is a shocker, Bad Dog. 31-27. I think it's a really high-scoring game. I think the Giants win 31-27.
26-23 was my prediction. Sticking with it. Giants by a field goal. Graham Gano. End of the game. Game winner. We walk off with the dub. We're 2-2.
Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. Giants are going to start with the ball. It's what we wanted.
Yep.
John says
Danny.
Was very optimistic heading into the season. Now I will believe it when I see it. Show me something tonight. Looking for Robinson to have a good game. We need it, John.
John, I'm right there with you, buddy. I mean, I was extremely optimistic. I'm not giving up on the season. We're only 1-2. But I want to see this team play better. And you're right. Show me you can win a game on prime time.
Andrew, maybe I'll show you if you hang out after the game. If we win, maybe I'll show you my team. I'm undefeated in both my leagues, actually, and it depends on what happens tonight if I stay undefeated. I got Jones and Darren Waller. Kicks away. Giants are going to call for the fair catch at the 1, which I like. There's too much risk that comes with returning the ball, whether it be penalties, turnovers. Just take the ball at the 25.
I am struggling in my fantasy because I have Joe Burrow.
Oh, God, he's been garbage.
That's the end of the discussion.
Yeah, and Noah says, already bet Waller first touchdown. Maybe I'll be right. I called that. I said if I was going to take a long shot bet tonight, that would be the one. Hopefully somebody was listening to me if it pays off. If it doesn't, you didn't hear it from me. Here we go.
What did Chef Oz say? Does he have a cager for like 10,000 plus 10,000?
Yeah, Giants going to start with it at the 25 here to start the game in the first quarter. They're going to motion left to right is Slayton. They'll take the snap. They're going to hand, and they start with a good run play. Breida picks up almost 5. I like it. Okay.
Yeah, that's what you want, man. You don't need to have these big holes
on the ground.
I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Fritz got up a little bit gingerly. But yeah, 2nd and 5, 3rd and 2, that's where you want to play ahead of the sticks. If the Giants can get 4 or 5 yards of rip on the ground, it's going to open up the passing game. So they definitely have to try to establish the run, but you got to take some shots too. But that's a good start.
And Thomas says it's game time. We know what that means. We're going bird hunting. Let's go bird hunting, Thomas. Let's get some birds. 14:25 to go. It'll be 2nd and 5. Jones takes the snap out of the gun. They're going to run it again. This time it's Wandell. And Wandell scoots for about 7 on the right side for a first down.
Something a little different there. Yep, something a little different. Get Wandell involved early. You can do a plethora of things there, and Giants get a first down. So that's a good start for this offense.
I'm telling you, I expected a good drive with 11 days to prepare coming out. I think the Giants are going to have a nice drive here to start this game. 14 minutes to go here in the first. Giants huddled up. First down to start the drive. Giants will break the huddle. Daniel Jones coming out. They're showing Wandell and nobody else. Jones takes the snap, and he's dead. Oh, somehow he escapes the pressure, looks, cooks, he checks it down to Bellinger, and Bellinger gets – that is great pocket awareness by Daniel Jones.
That was an amazing Houdini. He just pulled a Houdini because he was dead and he got out of it. So good elusiveness there by Daniel Jones, able to find Bellinger for that could have been an 8-yard loss. Instead, he gets a 5-yard gain. So great job there by Daniel Jones, eluding the rush. 2nd
and 4 as the Giants get Bellinger involved there on the play action bootleg. 13-19 to go here in the first. We'll see what the Giants do here on 2nd and medium. Jamal Adams' first game in 385 days. We all have memories of what he did against Daniel Jones.
Yeah, we were there.
Jones out of the gun. He's going to turn. He's going to give. And Breida gets broken off left guard. Giants look like they want to eat early on in this game.
Yeah, the Giants' offensive line pushing, bullying a little bit up front. Good running so far for the Giants. About 3 carries, 16 yards. You love to see these guys, getting a push up front, getting 4 or 5 yards a carry. You're going to win a lot of football games. You're 2nd down and 5 in the run.
So first drive of the game, Giants already at midfield, and KP says, my guys, hope all is well, still supporting you all when I can. All these years, even been a month in college now. Time flies, Can't wait for the NBA. Hope you're doing well, KP. Thanks for popping
Crazy that KP's been following since he was like 14.
Play action, Jones drops back. He's looking deep. He thinks twice. Nobody open. He'll check it down. He hits Campbell, and Campbell gets leveled by Adams. They got 2.
Yeah, now he was looking downfield that time, and he had time to throw it. And he just had to take the check down. Now, I know a lot of people are going, oh, that's Danny dump-offs and Danny check down, but he looked. If it ain't there, he's not going to force it. But I would like to see them stretch the field a little bit with Paris Campbell, who ran a 4.31 coming out of college. He's averaging 4 yards a catch because it seems like all of his routes are like this.
Yeah.
There's nothing there. You can see there's nothing there. Jones took what the defense gave him.
2nd and 8. Jones out of the gun. Breida to his left. Takes the snap. They're going to try a run again. And Breida stumbles forward for about 2. So this will be the first 3rd and longish, 3rd and 6.
Yeah, it's still 3rd and mediocre, so not too bad. But it looked like there was a better hole there. It looked like he got tripped up, but there was a pretty good push on the right side of the line.
Yeah, I agree. It looked like that was going to go for at least 4 or 5 yards.
Yeah.
3rd and 6. Might get to you next, man. 11:29 to go. Jones takes the snap, and they get pressure off the edge, but Jones able to get it off to Wandell, who's been heavily featured early on, out of bounds at the 35.
He's fired up, too. Daniel Jones getting rid of the ball quickly, saw the rush coming, found his hey, I was saying yesterday, how come on 3rd down everybody else's team has a wide-open receiver? Well, there it is. We had a wide-open receiver and got a first down. How about that?
Good first drive here for the Giants, coming out prepared. Mike says, hopefully it's just getting me effed up tonight and not the Giants. Cheers, everybody. Let's drink. Let's go, Mike. Hopefully you're celebrating by drinking at the end of the game. He takes some victory shots. Here we go. Waller has not been featured yet. He's in motion here. They got Brightwell in the game. Bellinger in motion. Jones takes the snap. They'll fake it to Brightwell. Jones has time. Scanning, planning. Now he's going to take off, looking to run. Nothing there. He'll lose a yard. He's pushed out of bounds.
Yeah, he probably should have thrown that one away, but obviously Seattle's doing a good job of coverage on the field because Daniel Jones had a couple times to scan the field. He's just finding nothing out there. So good job by the pocket. Good job, I should say, good job by the offensive line, giving him a good pocket to throw from, but Seattle's done a good job of taking away those. At least he's looking downfield. I mean, there's no question about that.
10:29 to go, and secondary change. Hawkins could be I heard that before the game. Yeah, I think they made a change in the secondary, which I'm not surprised. He's a 6th-round rookie. 2nd and 11. 10:19 to go. Man in motion is Campbell. Jones takes the snap.
Oh, he had him.
5-step drop. Rolls out. Looking. Take off and run with it. There he goes with the legs. Jones dives forward. There's a tough run. He gets 9.
It is. I like him. He did have a guy. I didn't see who that was on the left side of the field right away. Jamal Adams is hurt. Daniel Jones taking out Jamal Adams.
Adams, I think he's concussed.
You don't run into Danny Dimes. He's jacked. He's been hitting the Iron Paradise, and me and Danny been working.
Hopefully Adams is okay, but I think Daniel Jones remembered what Adams did to him early on in his career.
He is definitely concussed. I think his knee, that's exactly what it was. Daniel Jones with a big iron knee to the head.
Ooh.
Yeah, that'll definitely. Well, Jamal, I mean, you can't tackle like that. I mean, he's a veteran. He should know better. That's a quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd surprise a safety would lower his head to tackle the quarterback like that. He is really He's done. He's done. He looked like he got hit by Mike Tyson.
I was going to say the same exact thing. It looks like he got hit by a Mike Tyson right hook.
Is this 4-down territory, Chris?
Depends if they get a yard or two here. If they do, yeah, I think you go for it. Jones takes the snap. They give it to Brightwell, and I think they're going for it. They got 1.5 yards. I think they ran knowing that they were going to go for it.
Yeah, that's a good call. I think the same thing. I think they ran the ball knowing they could go for it. I wish they would have got a little bit more. Then you could do the tush push like everybody else does. They are going for it. No hesitation by Dable.
9:23 to go. Huge play here for the Giants. As Chris says, when paying a quarterback $40 million, don't expect the offense to be so conservative.
I don't think it's been conservative tonight. I think he just hasn't been able to locate receivers downfield, but he has looked down there.
4th and 1, where it's been a nice drive for the Giants. 6 minutes. So
yeah, we got to convert here, guys. We got to convert here.
Huge play. They tried.
He didn't get it.
They didn't get it. Seattle holds strong. Depends on the spot, but he didn't get it.
He didn't get it. That is too far to do that. Normally that's a 4th and inches thing, but there was no push up front, and they did not get it, so they're going to be turned away on downs.
And now Schmitz is down on the ground again.
I don't know what happened here. Jones didn't get low enough. I don't know. He had to get to the 31 and a half, and he did not get there.
He didn't get it. He came up a half yard short.
Yep. So a good drive ends in nothing.
Mike says wide receivers need to separate. Yep.
Yes, they do.
Good drive, but no points, so not good enough. Morty says, been watching the streams for a couple years. Chris, let's go Giants. Stand up, New York Giants fans. What's going on, Morty? So a huge stop there for Seattle, and all the momentum that we were starting to gain is sucked right out of the stadium, and now the defense has to answer the call.
The biggest difference with us in Philadelphia, we don't have Philadelphia's offensive line, man. We can't run that play.
Yeah.
We should have just ran it normally. If it's a couple inches or an inch, a foot, I get it, but that was a full yard.
Yeah.
I think you're just better off. I think you're better off from a full yard just lining up and doing a regular quarterback sneak where they might not be expecting it. You just find like a soft spot and you fall forward, as opposed to that where everybody knows what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that was like a yard. That's a long ways to do that with our offensive line.
And Nico says Peyton and Eli Giants game on ESPN too. Yeah, man, they always call Monday Night Football. But Nico, man, thanks so much for being here, buddy. And
one day Chris and I are going to be on that.
And Nico says, I said Peyton and Eli have a bad dog contain on top. We appreciate it, Nico. Allison says, do you watch the Peyton and Eli version? Yeah, obviously I'm not watching it. Well, I'm calling the game, I don't, because it's partially cut off. So I'd rather see the bigger TV since I'm not listening to them anyway. But when I watch like a traditional Monday night game, yeah, Allison, I watch Eli and Peyton every time, whenever they're on. Let's see. Unless when the only time I'll switch from Peyton and Eli when I'm watching them is when they have an annoying guest. Then I'll swap it to the regular version because I don't want to hear them talk to this guy for 20 minutes. But outside of that, yeah, I usually listen to Peyton.
Like if they ever get Taylor Swift, we'll turn it off. Yeah. Can't hear enough of that.
My God, man. And Blueberry says, good luck tonight, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here, man. We're going to need it after that first drive. We come up short. Seattle's got an explosive offense, so we'll see if this Giants defense could hold them. Oh my God, it is hot down here. I got the Giants hoodie on. I'm trying to bring some good luck. We'll see if it brings it out. We'll bring out the shades. We'll do whatever we got to do to get this win tonight.
Yeah, it's something, man. Shade didn't work last week, and I don't really know it works anymore. They just got to work.
Got to try something.
Defense needs to stand up now, man.
I see DKB say respecting aggressiveness. I agree. I would have went for it there too. I think it was the right call.
I don't think it was the wrong call to go for it at all. Yeah. I'm just saying with the full yard, though, like I don't like that because our offensive line is not Phillies. Like they don't maul people. Yeah. I think it would have. It's just that's a predictable. You know what's going on there. If he just lines up under center in a normal, 2 tight ends, fullback, running back, whatever, a 3 tight, a goal line kind of thing. You don't know if he's going to hand it off or he's going to sneak it. It's not as predictable. So. No, hopefully we can get the momentum back.
Man in motion. I think it's Lockett. He'll take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to pitch it. There's Walker. And there you go, Okereke. Like a heat-seeking. Was he down? They're going to say he wasn't. The referee has not pulled him dead yet, I don't think.
No, he did.
Oh, he did. Okay. The referee. Okay. I got nervous there.
What the hell's going on?
Down. I told you. Oh, my God.
But why did everybody stop? What the hell's going on here?
I'm looking at the referee the whole time, Bad Dog. He's not blowing the whistle.
But like everybody stopped, he stopped.
You got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. This is Michael Mooch says how the Dallas game just started. If he's not ruled down, this is identical to the Dallas game. He never touched the ground. He's not down.
Nope.
He's not down. You got to be kidding me. That is such a Giants thing. That is such a Giants thing.
Yeah, I have no idea.
He's not on the ground. Unless they say that maybe the hip. It's close. Let's see if the hip touches. This is the angle. No, it's not because you can't see it. It's close, but I don't know if there's going to be enough evidence. Here we go.
I don't think his elbow hits. I don't think anything hits.
His elbow definitely didn't hit. It's the hip or it's nothing.
I don't think it hit.
I don't think he hit. Maybe they snuck the butt cheek on the ground. It's close.
Oh.
He's down. He's down. I think he's down, Bad Dog. He's got a butt cheek on the ground.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. His ass is on the ground.
That is a full right butt cheek touching grass.
Yeah. Half moon on the ground.
They better overturn this.
They better overturn it.
And, that's identical to the Dallas game if this call stands, Michael Mooch. Oh, my God.
That can't stand.
God. That is a full right butt cheek.
Yep.
Oh, my God. Not a J-Track.
Yeah, they got to overturn that, man.
I think they will. I think I might have missed a couple, so I'm just going to scroll up in the chat. Not a J-Track says shit like that in primetime is why everyone laughs at us, embarrassing every prime. Hopefully this gets overturned. I think it's going to, but I don't know because it's one of those situations, Bad Dog, where it's got to be absolutely conclusive.
Yeah, well, they review all scoring plays and they called it a touchdown, so it's not even like it's a challenge.
Yeah. Let me get back to these. I was just getting caught up with the game. Bill, man, thank you so much, man. He says, pleased with the O-line so far. DJ had time on multiple plays. He did. Yeah,
the O-line played well the first drive, without question.
We were able to run the ball effectively. I agree. It was a good start for the offensive line first drive. I agree. Will Conley says, Troy Aikman is pissing me off already, criticizing Daniel Jones every 5 seconds. If it was Prescott, he wouldn't say anything. It is what it is, man.
Troy Aikman is one of the most overrated quarterbacks in the history of football, man. What do you expect? He's going to do more than 20 touchdowns once in his career.
He's going to get criticized until he starts winning, games this year. It's the way it works. So he's got to find a way to get this win tonight.
Yep.
Oh, my God. You think they overturn it?
Yeah, I think that angle showed that his ass was down. A half moon on the ground. Yeah, I definitely think his right butt cheek was on the ground.
Shit, that's a full right butt cheek.
Yeah, it's a booty cheek. And if it ain't a booty cheek, our defense is really booty. I mean, that'd be totally embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, that'd be really embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. But I after second look, I think they're gonna rule him down. It was way too close though. Here we go. Let's see it again. I don't know, man. Yeah.
He said he was down.
Yeah, that's a cheek. That's a cheek. All right, 2nd and 12.
Get him.
Smith takes the snap, play action, rollout. He's going to dump it out in the flat.
There you go.
Nowhere to go. It'll be 3rd and 12. There you go, McKinney. Come on.
McKinney, good job by Kayvon Thibodeau as well, getting the pressure and forcing Geno out of the pocket. Jamal Adams is done.
Jamal Adams didn't know where he was.
Jamal has already got CTE, dude. What's he screaming at?
He's probably mad he can't go back in the game, but he didn't know where he was.
No, dude, like, that was a real concussion. Come on, defense, get off the field.
3rd and 12. Geno out of the gun from the 25. Pressure off the edge from Ojulari. And Kayvon gets home with the sack.
There we go, KT. KT and Aziz.
Let's go. Aziz brought the off the edge. And
that's what we needed.
Look at that. Look at the bend off the edge by Aziz. And Kayvon said, come here, Geno.
Yes, that's right.
Come here, little Geno. Oh, nice move by Kayvon on the inside, too. I like that. That's the Kayvon I like. 4th and 18. Seahawks set the punt. Oh, we almost got a piece of that. Giants set the field the punt. Oh, they fumbled it. They fumbled it. Did they recover it? I think they did. We got lucky. Yeah, we did. Oh, my God.
What are they doing, man?
So much stupidity. So much stupidity to start this game, man.
It is, man. It's ridiculous.
They're already calling it Giants.
Jesus. Yeah, the Giants got it back.
All right. I don't want to see Gray fielding any more punts. Take him out. Don't need to see that. We remember what happened to us last year with 2 fumbled punts. My God. Jin says, time to bring out the Jin. How you guys doing?
Yeah.
So far, I mean, we've had a couple of heart attacks, but the Giants are hanging around. We've had a couple of heart attacks.
Without question.
My God. I'm done with Gray. I don't need him fielding punts anymore. I saw enough right there. Get Sterling Shepard back there or something. Somebody with sure hands. Jesus.
Horrible, man. That's craziness. 2 breaks. I mean, listen, I talked about this. I put this on Twitter last night that I felt like the Jets and Giants offense were mirror images of one another because the Jets have a bad line. We have a bad line. You see the Jets have 3rd and 7. They get 4 yards. Bad penalties against them. Bad breaks go against them. And last night, the Jets had some good breaks to go their way until the officials decided to give the Chiefs the game. But maybe that's a sign of things to come. We've got 2 huge breaks in this game. Maybe that's a sign things are starting to turn in our direction.
We'll see. And Thomas says Tibbs is better with his hand in the dirt. They said they are planning to have him do more. They have to, Thomas. We said that right before the game started. Let him do what he does best. Let him get after the quarterback. Let him build some confidence. That was great by both of them. Aziz had great bend off the edge. That was a really nice play to see early on in this game. Aziz great pressure off the edge. It came on with a nice move to the inside, so that was great. But the fumble almost made me die. So hopefully the first play, Ben, I'm gonna say it right now. I don't care if it's double coverage. First play of this drive,
whip it deep.
Take a shot. Loosen up the Seahawks defense a bit. Take a shot. Just throw it deep. Give Hyder Slate a chance to come down with the ball. I that's what I'd like to see with the first play. Play action, throw it deep.
Yes. Listen, he's had a couple. I mean, he's had time so far. Like the first drive, they gave him a lot of time to throw. So maybe there is a shot to be had.
And now they took.
That's terrible to see that.
We saw him twice go down to the ground on the first drive, so they're probably checking him out potentially.
Oh, God, not Shane Lemieux.
And not says how long ago special teams court. He's got to be gone. The special team's been awful. Jones under center takes the snap, play action, throw it deep. First play. Jones steps up. He was thinking about it. Now he's going to run. He's got room. I'm not mad at that. And he's going to go all the way to the 50. I'm okay with that. I think the plan was to throw deep there, but he saw it late and he took off and he ran with it.
I love seeing Danny run out of the pocket. Get those guys, but please slide. Please slide. Please slide. Please slide. I think Evan Neal got beat immediately.
Look at it. They only got
that's what it was. Evan Neal got beat again.
They got a single safety over the top. They're not even respecting the deep ball.
No.
Independence has just got here. We see Simmons, not yet, hasn't been involved. I mean, he might be on the field, but there's been limited offensive snaps for Seattle. He hasn't made any plays yet. 6:32 to go. Jones getting the legs going. Jones out of the gun. He's got Waller lined up as the H-back. Jones drops back, looking, cooking. He's going to throw to Waller. Waller makes his first catch of the game, makes a bad miss, lowers the shoulder. He'll get 5.
We'll take it, man. Again, I'd like to see some deep shots, but I will take 2nd and 5, 3rd and 2 all night. Play ahead of those sticks. Keep that defense guessing. What are they going to do? Are they going to run? Are they going to pass? Like you mentioned earlier, Chris, too, they wanted to take their Danny's legs away.
Yeah.
So far, they haven't been able to do it because, like I mentioned, I don't think Seattle's as athletic on defense as San Francisco is.
Jones out of the gun. Seattle comes with a blitz.
Oh, my God.
Blindside blitz. Didn't see it coming. And it'll be 3rd and long.
Nobody blocked him.
That's the rookie.
Nobody blocked him.
5:40 to go. And Jones gets up after a daze. It'll be 3rd and 11. Big play here. Giants got to pick it up. Jones out of the gun. Breida to his right. Takes the snap. Drops back. He's going to be short. Incomplete. And
I was going nowhere anyway.
5
fans trying to get on him now. Jeez, man. I mean, come on.
Now the Seahawks will get the ball back. Huge play here as we play the field position game. One thing I will say, I'll give him credit. Thus far, we talked about on Patty Stream. He's been good this year. Hopefully he could do it again. We need to pin him inside the 10. Punts away by Gillen. And it will bounce. Yeah. Bad coverage, man. It bounced at the 10. You got to find a way to down that ball. So Seattle will start with it at the 20. We can't get any flow, man.
Oh my God.
Can't get any flow.
Nope. I'm gonna have to drink a beer.
You might have to drink a whole bottle of Kahlua.
I need a bottle of bleach again at the end of this one, man. It's just terrible.
Get the Clorox out.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
Come on, man. Freaking, well, Troy Aikman, I mean, I can vaguely hear the TV said Daniel Jones needs to check that. He needs to check where that blitz is coming from. And maybe he does. I mean, listen, I'm not a big Troy Aikman fan, but the man knows the position better than I do. And perhaps Daniel Jones is supposed to check that and call a blocking audible. He came completely untouched.
Sunglasses come out at halftime, Mario. The Ace Avenue, thank you, says, great time for the turnover. Come on, D. We need it. We need something. We need a spark. We need a spark. I don't care how you get it. Got to win. I don't care how sloppy the win is. Got to get the win.
Agreed.
Oh. So far, encouraging sign. It looks like the pass rush is having success early on. But offense, good first drive, and then it stalled. The second drive looked pathetic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was bad outside of the run. The blitz killed them. I mean, you have 2nd down and 5, and you get sacked, and then it's 3rd and 11, and then you throw another 4-yard pass.
Yeah.
I
don't get that. I didn't get that.
I don't get it either. It just doesn't work. And like I said, that's stuff that the Jets do. That's why I said they're mirror images, because 3rd down and 7, 4 yards. Like, I don't get it. Like I said yesterday, I see so many teams have their guys wide open on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. They're wide open. I'm like, how come we don't ever have anybody wide open?
Yeah, JMS is out. We know. Hopefully
Yep,
it's not.
Surgeon
Hopefully it's
Morehead.
not. Hopefully he's just getting checked out. But yeah, he's out for now. And Allison says, "Is Azudu left tackle for tonight? Lewinsky or Lemieux?" Lewinsky
Who is he
and
on?
Lemieux are both in the game right now because of the JMS injury. That's a good question. I didn't make note of the offensive line when the game started. I'll let you know on the next drive. Play action for Gino. Gino's going to check it down. There's a catch by Noah Fant, the former Denver Bronco. He picks up 12.
Yeah. See, I don't know why we don't get things like that. Like I watch other teams do this on a consistent basis, and we just don't.
I think Azudu started, though, Allison, but I'll let you know for sure on the next drive.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah, I think he did. 4:50 to go here in the first. First and 10 for the Seahawks here at the 33. Three-back set. Gino out of the gun. Takes the snap. Three-step drop. Drops back. He heaves it deep. That's
Pass
underthrown. That's
interference.
going to be a pass interference on a Dory.
Without question.
You got to turn your head. You can make contact if you're making a play on the ball, but you got to turn your head.
Yep, he didn't turn his head at all. Well, I said two separate fouls, so maybe they'll offset. Maybe there's holding on Seattle. I mean, I think Dexter Lawrence did get tackled right up the middle. He had good pressure up the middle, so it might be a holding on Seattle.
Oh, there was a hold on Seattle.
Yeah.
So offsetting penalties to the Giants catch a break. That would have been like
they do.
Penalty.
They do catch a big break because Dexter Lawrence, it was either him or Leo, got a really good push up in the middle, and they got tackled before Gino threw that ball.
And Jin says it's a left shoulder injury for JMS. That's not good. And now another injury for Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle's already out without their two tackles. And right here, watch. You're going to see the pull right there. That is Dexter Lawrence. He pulled him right down to the ground. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Adore did turn his head. I mean, he grabbed him a bit, but he did turn his head.
Yeah, but you know, it's the Giants, baby. He grabbed him right there.
He held him right there. He held him right there.
I mean, yeah, that second one's weak. I mean, he is turning his head there.
He's making a play on the ball.
But he's grabbing him. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, he's got his hand around the shoulder. Yeah,
you can't put your hand there. You don't need to either.
So
I like when they do this. It's incomplete. I think the officials know that it's incomplete. It hit the ground. You don't need to give him the signal. We know. So
1st and 10. Seattle make another line changes. They have another injury. 4:35 to go, so we'll redo first down. Anthony Bradford. I remember I liked him in the draft this year. He was like a late round day 3 guy. I thought the Giants should look at. So he's going to come in here for the Seahawks. 4:35 to go. Seattle's got it here at their own 33. Gino out of the gun takes the snap. They're going to turn. They're going to hand. Kenneth Walker tries to pop it to the outside, and he's going to turn the corner. He'll get 5. There is a flag. Might get a hold here.
Yeah, Adore's got to do a better job of cutting that angle off too, man. It is a hold on Seattle.
So back him up.
That's big. It'll be 1st and 20. But Adore's got to do a better job. You can't let him get the corner there. You got to take that angle and push him out of bounds.
And it's on Bradford, the guard who just came into the game.
Yep.
Sports bias, thank you very much, man. That shouldn't be offsetting if the hold is before the throw. That's the way it works.
Same play, though.
Yeah, that's the way. I mean, I get what you're saying, sports bias.
The hold right there, too. There's the hold right there on Aziz.
Yeah, it's easy.
Aziz made an impact early on. Be nice if he could just stay on the field.
And Allison says, JMS got hurt on the tush push. Hate that play as a whole. Oh, God. He was hurt before that, too. He was on the ground. I don't know if it's the same injury, but he was on the ground earlier on that drive, too. Gino out of the gun from the 23 after the penalty. And he didn't get it off. He didn't get it off. That should be a surprise. The play clock expired.
They didn't get it off because that whistle stopped before the play. Be 1st and 25. I thought the Giants jumped, but they blew that play dead.
They jumped because they saw the play clock went to 0.
Right. So if they jumped, the play would continue. Obviously, that's going to be a delay. Oh, full start. Okay.
Full start.
Same thing.
So now it'll be 1st and 25 as they hit Evan Brown for a penalty for the Seahawks. Come on. Let's go. First and 25. What are you looking for here, Bear Dog? You can't let him.
If you're Seattle, you're just trying to get half of it back here. But if you're the Giants, you can't let them get a big chunk of this back. You got to keep them in front of you.
Smith will take the snap, drops back. Good interior pressure. Aziz gets there too.
Held again.
Looking down the field, throws, and they're going to get a chunk here. Lockett catches it over the middle. He's going to turn to the outside. There's going to be a hold.
Dude, there's holding everywhere. Aziz Ojulari got held at the beginning of that damn play.
My God, it's going to be up the field, though, so they're probably going to have it right where they had it. And LA Lou says, hey, guys, I'm here. What's going on, man? I haven't been as present as usual. I'm dealing with some stuff. Well, I hope everything's okay, man. But I'll still be here as much as possible to fulfill my mind. Dude, you don't have to do that, man. I hope everything's okay with you, man. But thanks for popping in. And CBT says, man, I'm from Seattle, but I love the Giants. This game is like a war between my family right now. I'm loving this. What's going on, CPT, man? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I mean, we always seem to – the Seattle games always seem to be pretty close. I mean, last year, I don't think the score was that close, but the game was close. And Andrew Marchese says, where are the likes at? Yeah, spike the like, Andrew says. What's going on, Andrew, man? Good to see you, buddy. And Thomas says, Giants are not very imaginative on offense. Roll out Jones like Gino just did. Zero imagination. Dumb as doorknobs on. It's been very elementary so far. So now it'll be first and 20, so they actually gain 5. Giants show blitz. And
tackle. There you go.
Ankle tackle. There's Cordell Flott.
Very nice, man. That's what you got to do. When these guys make these little perpendicular, catch us perpendicular line of scrimmage, make a tackle.
There you go, Cordell. He's getting a little bit of an opportunity tonight. 2:55 to go here in the first. Pinnock with the blitz. And Flott cleans up with the short gain. It'll be 2nd and 18 from the 24. That would have been a big gain if he missed that tackle. Good to see him.
Yeah, big tackle.
Gino out of the gun, empty backfield. Takes the snap. Giants come with 4. He throws, caught. And that'll bring up 3rd and 9 as McKinney pushes him out of bounds.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're Seattle, you're kind of where you want to be. You have to be in first 25. You're the Giants. It's 3rd down and 9. Got to get them off the field.
Yep.
You know, you can't let them. You can't let. Yeah, the pass rush has actually been pretty decent so far tonight.
Yeah, even if you don't get a sack here, you gotta make Gino throw this ball before he wants to. You got to get quick pressure.
Yeah, and if he completes underneath, you've got to make the tackle. Got to make the tackle.
And Fabian says going to be calling holding all night because of KC. I hope so. I mean, hopefully it's against Seattle when they call it.
Right.
Gino out of the gun from the 33. Man in motion is Lockett. Giants crowd the line. Gino drops back. They get pressure, but Gino's able to buy time as he steps up in the pocket and he delivers a bullet to Metcalf on the sideline. He gets 15 and a first down.
Giants brought a lot of pressure, and again, the inability to get to the quarterback costs them big time.
Yeah. And the reason says Seattle must be in love with us because they're doing a lot of holding. That's true.
Oh, wait a minute. He stepped out of bounds, man. He can't catch that.
Challenge that. Metcalf's foot was out of bounds.
He can't catch that. That's a penalty.
Challenge that. His foot's out of bounds.
Yeah, that's illegal touching. Can't catch that ball.
Dable's got to challenge that.
That's a penalty.
Dable, if you listen to the stream, throw the flag.
Throw the flag, Daddy. He can't catch that.
Dable, throw the flag.
And he's not established.
Dable, I know you're listening. Dable,
they can't.
It doesn't matter. They don't have to challenge it. 4th and 8. Closed captioning, bad though.
I guess so. What did they call there? I missed it.
They must have said he was out of bounds.
Yeah, but wouldn't that just be a penalty? He caught it, right?
Giants decline, obviously.
Yeah, okay. That was confusing, but yeah, okay. They did get the call right, which is good.
Yeah. Seattle set to punt it away.
Ooh.
Oh, God. I feel like they've gotten close like 4 times this year to blocking a punt. And they did switch the punt returner. Oh, God, I don't like seeing Adoree Jackson.
I don't like Adoree back there either. He probably told Adoree, you go in there and catch it and don't run.
Come on, Dable. I know. I told you were listening to the stream to challenge that. Do not, Dable, I know you're listening. Do not put Adoree back there to field punts. We know what happened last year. There's got to be somebody else with sure hands, please. Is Saquon healthy? No, he's not playing. All right, let's see what we got going on here.
We don't need to lose him again.
Is JMS back? No, JMS is not.
Well, we don't know. This first time they've had the ball since, but I don't think.
Yeah, well, hopefully
he's going to be back.
Yeah. But as of now, he hasn't come back yet, at least.
No.
Oh, but thank you guys for being here. I've almost 26, a little over 2,600 people in here. Appreciate it. Hit that like, subscribe, ring the bell. Going over to Bad Dogs. We'll be doing the game over there next week when the Giants are 2-2. Going up against that high-flying Miami offense.
Miami.
We could all pray together, but we got to win this game first. I'm not looking
I wish
forward
I could just take a few days off of work and fly down to Miami and catch that one.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong going to Miami. Nothing wrong going to Miami.
Oh, man. Yeah, I agree. That's who I would put it back there, Scott. Put Shep back there.
Somebody. But maybe they did. Maybe he told Adoree, just fair catch it. Because I think Adoree could have actually won. But I said, dude, just go catch the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't ever remember Eric Gray returning punts at Oklahoma. Maybe he did, but I don't remember him returning punts there. I don't remember.
Giants will start with it deep in their own territory. Not what I expected early on. I thought there'd be more points, but it's early. It's the first quarter, but
yeah,
the defense has shown up for both sides thus far. Can we get a big play here? Thomas says, I might die of a heart attack before the end of the half. You and me both, Thomas, man. It's been stressful, dude.
It certainly has.
It's been stressful. I see a lot of sevens in the chat.
Sevens are good. Want seven.
Sevens are great.
Sevens are great.
As Mark Sullivan says, Nick Gates would sure look good now. That's for damn sure, Mark.
Yep.
That Washington
they didn't go that route for some reason.
That Washington team put up a fight, man. I was very surprised against Philadelphia.
Yep. Yeah, they did.
I
actually called that game yesterday because I wanted to, I was going to watch a game, and it was a really good game because most games sucked yesterday.
Jones coming out in the gun. He's got Brightwell to his right from the 14. Jones will take the snap. It's a screen pass to Wandell. Wandell with some lead blockers. Wandell's been heavily featured. He gets 11 in the first down.
Yeah, good job by Wandell Robinson avoiding a tackle, breaking a tackle, getting the first down. They're definitely using him hot and heavy early on here. The rookie, obviously, second-round pick last season, had a 9-catch, 100-yard day in 2.5 quarters before he tore his ACL. So good to have him back.
Minute 19 to go here in the first. Bob says, hey, guys, I think offsetting penalties is ridiculous. Why should a 5-yarder offset a PI? If I owe you 15 and you owe me 5, I get the point, but yeah, I mean, that's just the
but
rule.
Would he have been able to get the throw off if Dex wasn't held? I mean,
that's true. Minute to go here in the first. Giants have it from the 25 after the first down. They're going to motion Wandell again.
Oh, God.
Jones is dead. Jones steps up. He's dead. Fumbles, dead. Seattle picks it up. They're going to run it to the 13, breaks a tackle to the 10, down to the 7 as Matt Parrott makes a tackle.
Yep.
That security guard looks miserable, as he should.
Yep.
Seattle have it at the 7.
What a joke. Yeah, I mean, when you see this pressure coming off the edge here, I don't know who's supposed to pick him up, and Wandale's picking him up. You got to throw the ball right there. You got to get rid of the ball right now. He just doesn't feel that. But this is the way he played a couple of years ago. There's no feel. He didn't feel that blindside pressure at all.
And Big Moose says, I saw JMS Neck get whiplash with the tush push. Yeah. Seattle's got it at the 7. Gino under center. Kenneth Walker in the backfield. He'll take the snap. Gino's going to give to Walker. Walker, see if the Giants defense could hold him to 3.
Got to hold him to 3. It'd be a major victory if they could hold him to 3 points. But this is about 3 or 4 times now we have seen a corner come off the edge unblocked without a problem. And Jones needs to figure that out. He needs to see that because the guy should not come untouched like that. 3 times in the first quarter that's happened. He got away from it once. He got sacked twice, and he lost the ball once.
We'll see if Seattle runs a play here. They don't have to. Second and goal from the 6. And they will. Gino takes the snap, drops back, pressure. Kayvon gets a hand on him, but Gino buys time as he rolls out of the pocket, throws it to the... Oh, my God, what a catch by Metcalf. Touchdown, Seattle, extra point pending. So they end the quarter with a touchdown.
Yep. Giants have had good pressure on. The Giants gotten good pressure, but they can't get there.
Gino's done a really good job tonight. Avoiding the pressure at times.
Yep.
So Seattle's setting up for the extra point from the left hash. Snap, hold, kick is good. 7-0 Seattle. Not where you wanted to be. Need a much better second quarter. Let's see. Nod says, in 40 years, there will be fans saying Jones never got a shot. 5 years, 5, unacceptable. He's getting a shot now. I mean, that's it, man. He got paid. He's getting a shot. So there's no more. He didn't get a shot. He got a shot. He got paid.
Yeah, exactly. 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 It's just.
Oh, God. Giants got to respond here, man. Giants got to respond.
Again, they have a good first drive. They don't get no points out of it, and then it just completely falls apart again. We'll see, but just a joke. Typical Giants bullshit as usual.
This is a huge drive. This is such a big drive. Still early, but obviously not good. Yeah, man, just let it rip now. I mean, I know the offensive line stinks, but just let it rip. If they lose by 30, they lose by 30. Just throw the football. Throw the football down the field.
I agree.
It rip, man. Let it rip. Let's see. The A says we got to switch up our play calling or something. That's 2 times they've had a blitzer on our face on a bootleg rollout. We got to respond.
3?
Yeah.
Because the one time, like the very first play of the game, he got away from it.
And Allison says, where is the line? Jesus, put Bobby Skinner in. I don't even, you mentioned Jesus or Bobby Skinner might not get the job done with this offensive line. And H. Durham says Seattle was giving us possession and we give it right back. Yep. And we give them 7 points. And LA Lou says Giants can't go east and west with this line. They have to go north, south, and don't hold the ball. Gotta have a good drive here.
Yeah, they got to respond with something. They got to get some kind of freaking points.
Will says, at what point is DJ? Of course, he's a part of the problem. He's not, he's the quarterback.
Yeah, of course he is. He's not exempt from the reason they're not playing well.
There's other variables, of course. The surrounding talent around him, especially the line with these guys out, is horrible, but he's the quarterback. Mark says, join late. What stopped the first drive? We went for it on 4th and 1 at the 23 or the 24 of Seattle, and we tried to do what the Eagles do with that, the tush push or whatever it's called. And we came up short.
I'm so sick and tired of this same old bull. I'm just so sick and tired of watching the same crap every week.
They're going to return this. I don't like this by Gray. Just get him out. Get him out. Oh, I like it. Good move by Gray. He gets to the 20. He gets to
I don't think you can do anything though, Chris. The ball bounced. I don't.
Flag. This is why, if this is on the Giants, this is why I don't. There's the risk is so much higher than the reward. I hope it's on Seattle, but
yeah, I gotta imagine it's on the Giants. Usually, it's always on the return team. So that'll put it back at about their own 10.
And So Active says this is sickening. Danny needs to shape up. Yeah, we need a drive here. Chris says let it rip. We'll be all right. Let's do it. Manny says Giants been bailed out all night. And it's on the Giants.
Oh, so personal foul after the play. Again, it's just undisciplined bullshit.
Manny says Giants been bailed out all night, and none of this is Jones' fault. How do you expect him to play loose and confident when he's running for his life?
Dude, again, I get it, but he's part of it, and he has to see those free rushers coming off the edge. He has to audible the play, or he has to at least see that and get rid of the ball.
Man in motion is Wandell. Jones takes the snap. They're going to keep it on the RPO. They were spying him. Jones gets 2. Gets up to the 12. It'll be 2nd and 8.
This guy.
Yeah, get him off the team.
Yeah, he needs to go.
Keep the same energy, chat room. When the Giants win this game, see you next Tuesday. Hey, Maddie, I'm with you, man. Let's win this game. Come on. NY Giants 26 says offense is pathetic. Our line is bad, but we paid Daniel $40 million. It can't be this bad. This is extremely unacceptable. Barkley elevates the offense. He's our best weapon. And Talking Eco says CJ Stroud has a bad line too and bad receivers. CJ Stroud played great, has played great. There's a handoff to Breida up the middle. He gets 4 up to the 16. It'll be 3rd and 4 from the 16.
Same old crap, week in and week out.
Big play.
I like when people say keep the same energy. Obviously, your energy is going to change when you're winning and when you're losing.
Jones takes the snap, tries to buy time. Nice play by Jones as he hits Breida down the sideline with a floater up to the 38-39. There's a good improvisation play by Daniel Jones.
That's a big play, man. The Giants needed something to get him out of these doldrums.
There we go.
Too bad Breida fell down. He could have kept running, but I swear to God, this is the type of shit that happens to bad teams. Wide open, 34-yard line, made a great tackle. Because other receivers catch that and take it to the house. Our guys catch it and trip.
Giants got it here at the 38. We'll see if they can keep cooking. Wandell in motion. They're going to give to Breida. Breida up the middle. Runs hard. I like Breida, man. He runs hard. Gets 5.
Yeah, yep. It was a good run there by Breida. 6 yards. I mean, this is what they did the first drive. But still, Chris, outside of that, now is improvisation. We really haven't seen them trying to throw the ball deep. They're hurrying up here, which I like to see this.
Giants in the hurry up from the 42. Jones takes the snap. They're going to try and run this time, and they're dead this time. And who is that? That is Bredesen, who got swallowed up. So now it'll be 3rd and long. Just drive killers. Plays like that are just drive. That's
absolutely. It's the equivalent of a penalty, but worse because you lose it down.
It's a sack. That's what that is. That's a sack.
Yep.
And Rogati says this blocking scheme is not what's up.
Shane Lemieux is just absolute junk. Hey, the guy just went right between him and Bredesen, like they weren't even there.
3rd and 11. See if Jones can make magic out of this from the 37. He's got Breida to his left. 3 wide. Seahawks show blitz. They're going to motion Waller. 2 on the clock. They got to snap it. They get it off. Jones takes the snap. Seahawks come with 4. Jones rolls out, tries to buy his time. There's pressure.
Away.
Looking, throws, and it's dropped by an offensive lineman on the sideline. So Giants will have to punt. 12:01 to go. Jay says, I'm a Jones defender tonight. I don't want excuses. Yeah, I mean, they got to win this game. I mean, there's no excuses tonight. Thomas says this offense can't do anything until Thomas and Barkley get back. Got to make it happen.
Well, then they're not good enough. I don't know what to say.
Punts away by Gillen. Seahawks are going to field this at the 17, and Gino will set up shop there as Seattle looks to open up this lead.
This offense has scored freaking 6 points in 7 quarters in the first halves of football games this year.
And who's the flag on? Hopefully it's on Seattle.
Ineligible downfield in the Giants. My God.
How is
that even possible?
2 special teams penalties. This guy needs to lose his job.
Yeah, without question.
Their special teams has been horrible.
It's a joke.
And Yanks fan says Breida fell because you guys don't have real grass.
I don't see other players falling.
Yeah.
I didn't see any of the Chiefs falling last night. They played on the same grass.
And Talk with Zoe says this team has no star power, especially with Barkley out. Yeah. Alex says, funny how Rock Nation athletes are injured. Well, I know that Barkley's Rock Nation. Who else? I'm assuming Jamal Adams maybe is Rock Nation based off that. But yeah, I know Barkley's Rock Nation. Jay says we have the worst special teams and offensive line coach in the league. No arguments for me, especially with the special teams coach. Our special teams have been awful the last 4 years. Bob, what's going on? He says, what the fuck? What the blank? I have not seen Hyatt. Yeah, good point. I don't know if Hyatt's been on the field. If he has, he hasn't been thrown to.
Right.
Unless I missed him. If not, unacceptable. Get him in the game. Cliffside says the offense simply can't function with this O-line. I can't argue it. The offensive line is pathetic. And Will J says 10 days to prepare, and this is what they do. The last box says this is a sorry, pathetic team.
It's horrible.
It's pathetic. And Andrew Marchese says, fire this special teams coach. Bum. Yeah.
It's just crazy to me. I can't do this. I can't do it, man. I just it's the same every week. You try to be optimistic and what for?
What do the Giants do well on offense? This year, not much.
They don't score points well.
Last year they had an identity early. Last year they were pretty solid on offense, but this year not much. Yeah. The RZN says, "Is it me or is nobody getting open?" I mean, it's hard to tell. We don't have the old 22s, but the first drive it didn't seem that way. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a lot of again, when you're watching the game, it's different than when you have time to watch film after the fact, and people break down the game for you. But a lot of the times the Giants need extra blockers to stay in, which limits guys that go out for routes. So that's one or two less guys that can get open because the offensive line sucks and they need as much help as they could get. So, it's just a mess, man. It's a mess. Seahawks will have it at their own 22. Wow, that was an interesting formation. They had two guys to the right. Geno takes the snap, throws, and DK Metcalf holds it into the 38. And the Big Moose says, this is mentally exhausting, tough to take, and hard to watch.
Damn right about that. Damn right about that, Moo. It is extremely exhausting.
I've never seen a special teams coordinator get as much camera time as
because they're horrible. I mean, we've already seen a drop punt, an unnecessary roughness, and then an illegal man downfield in one quarter.
Yeah,
3 penalties on the special teams.
Geno out of the gun from the 38. He's going to turn. He's going to hand, and he was able to squirt through to get. There's a flag. This is going to be a hold, I think.
Yeah, Seattle's been called for holding about 5 times tonight.
Yeah, they have. As Thomas says, our long snapper is telling our coordinator how to do his job. Is he? I mean, somebody's got to.
It's terrible.
11-12 to go here in the second. Giants got to get something cooking here on offense. Olsen says they have been building the O-line for 10 years. Crazy. They've been trying to build for 10 years. They haven't built nothing.
They haven't built it well.
Tackle. That's about it. And Jay says, pull up Connor Hughes' tweet about Jones and Robinson. I'll try to do it at halftime. It's hard for me to do it when I'm calling the game.
Whose tweet?
Connor Hughes. Robert says, what happened to our head coach? 5 wins, tops, can't take it. Everything's a mess right now. Geno out of the gun from the 28. 1st and 20 after the penalty. He'll take the snap. He's going to throw out in the flat.
Tackle him.
And they'll get the penalty yardage back. I think they got maybe 8, so to bring up 2nd and maybe 12. That's the rookie running back, I think. He's a good player. A couple of Seahawks games I've watched.
Oh, it says Wandale was wide open. He was literally jumping up and down in the secondary trying to get Daniel Jones' attention. Granted, Robinson is 5'8", so even while jumping, he's not the easiest guy to see. Jones didn't held it until throwing away.
10-17 to go here in the second. 2nd and 11.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows what he's doing at that point? You're just looking at a schematic drawing there.
2nd and 11. Geno out of the gun, takes the snap, drops back, throws, batted at the line of scrimmage. He grabs the ball back. He can't throw it again. He's got to run with it. And he'll go out of bounds.
Call penalty on that. Isaiah Simmons with a tackle.
Simmons with the tackle. It'll be 3rd and 13. And that was DJ Davidson with the batted ball.
It would have been nice if we would have batted up and picked one off ourselves.
You could tell the last 2 weeks the Giants have made a concerted effort on defense to get their hands up to crowd the throwing lanes. They did that well with the 49ers.
They've gotten back there. They're just, and they finished it once, but they're not quite there.
They're on their feet here at the stadium. 3rd and 13, and it looks like Seattle's going to call a timeout and talk things over. Marcus says Kafka and McGahee need to fill out job apps soon. I'm not arguing with you on that, my man.
I don't know. I don't understand what.
Well, it's McGahee specifically.
I don't understand what McGahee teaches these guys. I don't. It's terrible, and it started with the first play of the first special teams play of the year when we had a field goal blocked. I wonder if Geno got shaken up on that one, Chris.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Simmons with the tackle.
I wonder. They said he kind of limped back on the field. They're showing a backup quarterback.
Oh, that's what's his name? The guy that was drafted, Drew Lock, right?
Oh no, Gino's back out there. Oh, Gino and McKinney getting
Oh,
into
we
it.
got a little extracurricular here. Gino and McKinney going at it. 9:32 to go here in the second. Sports Bites says,
Listen,
guys,
I'm going to give the Giants defense some credit tonight. They've tackled better. They've gotten pressure. Yeah, they gave up 7 points because Seattle took it over at the 7-yard line.
They didn't give up 7 points.
But that's what we need. That's what we need for our offense is getting it at the 7-yard line.
And Carvin says, thank you for the stream. You guys have made me into a Giants fan. Oh, I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. Apologies.
But no, I appreciate you for being here. I'm kidding with you. But I am.
Why is Geno Smith talking to McKinney? What McKinney do?
And Sports Bias says that's why they showed our special teams coach. Oh, is that why? Okay. We don't have the volume on, man.
Yeah, why were they showing the special teams coach?
Something to do with cancer or something.
Oh.
I mean, they've done a horrible job on special. No! Thibodeau! Oh, what an athletic play by Thibodeau to read that. That would have been a touchdown.
Dude, that would have that guy's got a kick-ass stash. That would have gotten KT. God, what a great play. It kind of reminds me, JPP did that to Rim, picked it off. It's so close. And that's something the Giants just desperately need. What a great job by Thibodeau to recognize and to come under control and knock it away and almost get a pick six.
9:28 to go. He read that like a book, that wide receiver screen. He was juggling that ball. Chucky Sims says, where are the gloves? At halftime. They come on at halftime. You know that, Chuck. Punts away. Ball's going to bounce at the 21. It's going to roll down all the way. Look at
that. Why would you catch it?
All the way to the 3. Our special teams is awful.
It is awful. I don't know why he was getting into it with McKinney, though. McKinney had nothing to do with that.
I don't know. Don't care what Gino has to say. Let's win this football game. Come on.
I hear you.
Obviously not a good start here, though. Backed up on our own.
No.
Like you said, man, you got to catch that ball.
You got to get 3. If worst case, you got to flip the field position here.
Yeah.
We still have a touchdown in this first. I mean, offense is gonna seriously, man. I'm gonna have a beer. I swear to God.
You're gonna need more than a beer. Alex says, "Saw Gene's mouth. You playing dirty." Oh, is that what he said?
But how's McKinney? McKinney didn't do that.
Yeah.
And I don't think Simmons did anything dirty. He was trying to tackle him. What do you want him to do? He didn't hit him late. He didn't go at his knees. He just tackled him. He didn't horse collar. What do you want him to do?
Well, if you're a quarterback and you decide to turn into a running back, you're going to get treated like one. That's
exactly.
It. You know, like you don't slide, you're going to get hit.
Exactly. It's crazy.
And Secret Agent says, is it just me or is something just off with the Giants this season? It's like last year was an anomaly, and we are back to the Dave Gettleman judge. It feels, man, I don't want to get depressed, but it something's definitely off early on.
Yeah, I agree, Randy. The energy is way different this year than it was last year. It is strange. Now, we talked about last year, you had the hashtag WBC, winning builds culture, and they've lost a couple of bad games this year, but even in the losses, like they're not competitive like last year. I think maybe the Lions game and obviously the 2 Eagle games, we got blown out. Like Dallas definitely outplayed us, but we were in both of those games. We were never in the Eagles game. Like the first one we played in the playoffs, they mopped the floor. And the Lions game, I felt like the Lions pretty much dominated. Other than that, I felt like we were in like every game, even the ones that we lost. But this year, man, it is way different. Like the honeymoon phase is over.
Yeah.
God, dude, like that's what I mean. Like I said that about the Jets too. Like they're this close to making a big play, and we are this close to making it. Like that could have been 6, and instead it's a great play by Thibodeau, but it could have been 6, and now we have it at the 3.
2, not even
2.
Jones under center. Breed in the backfield. Seahawks looking for a safety. Jones will take the snap. They'll give to Breida. Breida, good run there as he's able to pick up valuable yardage, being that they're
Dude,
back.
if he could have just stayed on his feet, he was gone. There's nobody back there. They had like one high safety, and that was it. They had everybody up there. If he just stays on his feet, he did a good job just to plunge and get forward to get out of his own end zone.
Exactly. I think his head is let me at least get the 3 or 4 yards so he pushed forward so he could control his body. But you're right. There was nobody there. Jones out of the gun. 2nd and 7 here from the 5. 3 wide set.
Jones.
Need a play here. Jones takes the snap, throws. That's caught. That's a play. First down up to the 16. Hodgins finally involved. He's been silent this year.
He has been pretty quiet this year, which is amazing because he and Daniel Jones had such a good rapport in year one, and Hodgins got here late last year. He wasn't with the team the whole year.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has been. Well, then again, Chris, a lot of our receivers have been invisible this year.
All of them have been silent. As Sonny says, this team is broken. Clean house again. Let's see how this game plays out, but I don't blame you for feeling that way right now. Jones out of the gun. A little orbit motion with Paris Campbell. Jones will take the snap. They're going to throw to Campbell. And they're going to call a hold here on Slayton.
And Slayton knows it. Holding on Slayton, they'll be 10 yards. And again, Paris Campbell with a 3-yard catch. I don't understand. I'm having a hard time understanding what you brought Paris Campbell in here for. I thought that was Wan'Dale Robinson's role.
Feels like
and it said Paris Campbell's running 3-yard outs and orbit parallel line of scrimmage throws.
Yeah.
Can we use our speed?
I'm
please?
With you. I think I don't mind them using him like that periodically, but I want to see him use different ways.
Averaging like 4
He's
yards
got
a
speed.
catch.
Throw it down the field, man. 8:03 to go. They're talking this. Maybe they'll pick up the flag. And Bob, man, thank you again, man. Thank you so much. Soft. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to describe this team. That's a very good way.
Oh, you know what? They picked it up. They said they were gonna. I guess the original flag was ineligible downfield, so they picked that up. I thought they were gonna call a Slade for holding because he went like this.
Yeah, it just seemed like a hold, right? Where the ball was thrown, the flag
so
was thrown.
So they picked it up. So it's 2nd and
5, manageable here for Jones out of the gun. They got 2 wide to the right in a stack formation. He'll take the snap. They'll give to Breida. They try to keep the ground attack going. He'll get a yard as he falls forward. It'll be 2nd and 9.
I feel like the Giants have run better on the right side of the line tonight than the left side.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 3rd down. I thought he got a first down on that play. He didn't. So it's 3rd down.
Yep. 3rd and about 4.
And Christian says, batted, so he had no choice. That's why he's pissed. What is he talking about? I'm trying to remember. Batted, so he had no choice. Sorry, Christian. Jones out of the gun. Man in motion is Breida. From the 22. 3 to the right. He'll take the snap. Jones drops back. Has time. There's a good play there. They get Breida out in space. Waller with a good lead block.
Yes.
The corner. There's a good design play. Those are the types of plays we need.
I like seeing Darren Waller out there blocking, because when you're going to get a big play in the receiving game, it usually is because of blocking downfield by your wide receivers at tight end. Nice block there by Waller to get, and the Giants are hurrying up to the line of scrimmage again.
Giants here at the 44 after the big gain to Breida. They got Brightwell to his left. They're going to motion Campbell. A lot of motion early on in this game. Jones takes the snap. He's going to give it to Brightwell. Brightwell gets blocked.
Jesus.
Somehow got a yard out of that. My God. This guy Witherspoon is a player, man.
He is.
He's had 2 hard hits in this game.
Yes. I like that because these guys don't even look that bad. I mean, they're huge compared to the normal human being, but compared to the rest of the guys in the field, the safeties that are 6 foot 195 look tiny.
2nd and oh God, blindside pressure, but Jones gets it off in time. He hits Hodgins again. They get about 6. It'll bring up 3rd and manageable.
Yeah.
And Not a J-Tech says Shane has a ton of work to do. Trade 26 and 22. I mean, I don't think. Well, maybe you could trade 22, 26 if we're out of it. Obviously, you're not doing it now, but if we're
I
out
don't know
of
if he's picking up a Dory's contract, but I mean, I know he's done at the end of the year.
Yeah, so. But he's not. I don't know. Is he a guy that's going to really? I don't know. We'll see. Saquon definitely will have value, but we'll worry about that at the deadline. Let's win this game. So
I'm taking a shot right here. Screw this. Play action pass. Throw the ball deep. Is Hyde even been on the field tonight?
3rd and 2, low snap. Jones fields it. He throws. He gets rid of it. He's got Wan'Dale. Wan'Dale steps out of bounds at the 40. Giants get a first down. 5:42
so what we need, Chris. I want to see those 7s in the chat, guys. Actually, I don't have YouTube's chat up. I got to put that up. But I want to see those 7s in the chat.
Roy Gotti says, I seriously think Dable should be calling the plays. Who knows? He might be. I mean, I know he says he's not, but he might be. That was a
Yeah, who
horrible
knows?
snap by Bredesen. Good job there by Jones to field it.
Without question.
And Thomas says, Breida always getting tripped up. Breida's played well tonight, though. But, yeah, he's gotten tripped up a few times. Man in motion is Campbell. They're going to do the orbit motion again. Jones takes the snap. It's going to be the same play. Seattle's ready for it this time. They did the same exact play. I don't know. I don't remember it was with Campbell last time, but they did a similar play. So
I think Paris Campbell was supposed to throw that ball, Chris, but he had no chance because Seattle was all over it.
Yeah.
But there's another terrible play. It's a 6-yard loss, and now it's 2nd down and 16. It's a drive killer.
I think you're right. Yeah, you're right. The way
I think he was going to throw the pass.
When he first turned, I agree. I think it was a design pass, and then it just went to hell. So now it'll be 2nd and 18. So that's a sack, basically.
Yep.
Just like we said earlier, where there was a big loss on the run. Jones out of the gun now from the 48 of Seattle. He's got Breida to his right. Man in motion is Waller. Jones drops back, throws. That's caught. That was Hyatt. That's his first action. He got 3. It'll be 3rd and 15.
3rd and forever. Now, if you're the Giants, you're just trying to get maybe 8-9 yards for a field goal attempt.
Yeah.
If you get the first down, great. But I don't think you can try with you don't try with the first down here.
Michael says Jones is working with 4 backups or out.
I shouldn't say don't try with the first down, but you know what I'm saying. You don't need it for you. You want to get at least in a field goal range. If you can get a first down, awesome.
Jones doesn't have much to work with. We all know that, Michael. It's a disaster. Jones out of the gun. He'll take the snap, drops back, throws. That's caught, and that's what they're trying to get into range for Gano, and they will. It's going to be a long attempt, but it'll be – it depends where it's spotted. It depends on how confident they feel, based off of pregame warmups. It's a 55-yarder. This is either you go for it on like a 4th and 7. Yeah, they're going to attempt the field goal because it was no man's land.
Yep.
So it's a long field goal. Big play here because if you don't get this, you give Seattle the ball at midfield.
Yep.
This is a big field goal by Gano.
Yeah, this is big.
55-yard attempt here for Graham Gano. 3:11 to go. Snap. Hold. Kick. Is good. He just got it. He sneaks it in through the right goal post, and the Giants get some points on the board. 3:05 to go. My God, is Graham Gano so good.
Yeah, he is.
7-3. We got some points at least.
Yep.
Now we need to stop going into the half.
Yeah, listen, like I said, if nothing else, the defensive unit has looked very good tonight. They've gotten pressured. They've been making tackles. Obviously, the offense put them in a really bad spot when they gave up the 7. But I gotta go to hit the bathroom, and I'll be right back. I will not flush my head down the toilet. Gotta get this W.
And Marcus says Kafka's got to go. A lot of people got to go. You play like this, the way the Giants have been playing, they keep this up, there will be people going. Pencilman says, why did we sign Hyatt if he isn't on the field? Well, he finally was. Well, we didn't sign Hyatt. We drafted him, but I know what you mean. But he finally was, and it was a 3-yard gain. Disaster. Still haven't taken any shots down the field. Because we can't block, and we can't get guys open. Devin says, Gino in the tent. Oh, was that Gino in the tent? Yeah, he was dinged up, so we'll see if he comes back. If not, you'll see Drew Lock take over. Backup quarterback. And Jay says, no shots downfield, hate this offense. It's bad, man. It's bad. It could be 7-6, yeah, if we would have kicked the field goal earlier, but I would have went for it there. It's easy to
I would have, too. I didn't like the play call, per se, but yeah, listen, if Gino's banged up, obviously that's pretty big.
Yeah, we'll see. And Independent says, I'm doubting we win without a defense. We almost had one. We almost had it.
Well, listen, Seattle's lines, when you mentioned, they're all offensive lines dinged up. They came out here without their 2 tackles, and then they just lost another lineman. So we'll see, but.
Oh, here we go. As the Ace Avenue says, the offense is frustrating. It is. It's had one incredible half. Outside of that, it's been stagnant.
Somebody said that Jones doesn't look deep. I mean, at the beginning of the game, he looked deep a few times. Just nobody was there. But, yeah, I agree. A lot of times I think that he doesn't look downfield because He's just like, I got to get rid of the ball because his offensive line's so bad. But that's on him. Like, he has to. Daniel Jones did a really good job, I thought, last year of feeling pressure, stepping up in the pocket, moving away. And this year, it's like he regressed again, and you don't feel it at all. And he didn't feel the blindside pressure, which caused a fumble. So, I don't know. They're saying fix the score.
Oh, my bad, guys. I got you. You guys don't want to see that 0. I don't blame you.
We got 3 points. Listen, man, we finally scored in the first half again.
3:05 here in the second quarter. Giants set to kick it away. It'll be Gano. And this ball will go into the end zone. Seattle start with it. Giants have all 3 timeouts. So if they could get a quick 3 and out, they might be able to get some points before the half.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if the defense could step up. Rob says, I don't care what the O-line looks like.
Smith is out, Chris.
Yeah, Drew Lock is in the game. So Geno Smith is out, guys.
For now.
I don't care what the O-line looks like. Jones makes no tight window throws. Have to do that in the NFL. Guy's not going. I mean, listen, he's got to make plays. I'm not going to fight it anymore. He's got to make plays.
Listen, we have no excuse now. You got to kill this guy.
Drew Lock in the game. We'll see if the Giants can bring some heat. Lock out of the gun. Giants with a 4-man.
That's a hold.
Clear hold against Kayvon. Drop ball there. Kayvon got hell.
Yeah, they threw the flag. They didn't throw a flag.
There's no flag.
They didn't.
Kayvon got hell.
Holy shit.
2nd and 10. Roar Gotti says, I think we leave Seattle.
Is it more blatant than that?
Roar Gotti says the Giants are going to win 31 sets. Geno's still limping. He might not come back in this
Good game. Lord. I mean, come on, man. They almost undressed him.
Drew Lock out of the gun, takes the snap. Giants come with 4. Lock's going to take off. He's going to run with it as he slides down. And a first down. He gets 12. That's a big play. The RZN says, looks like they have them running 3-step drops to get. That's 100% what they're doing because they don't trust the line. That's definitely a big part of it. Lock out of the gun. Giants in a deep zone. 1st and 10. Lock takes the snap, throws. That's caught. Metcalf lowers the shoulder. I don't like that. I don't like the deep zone against Drew Lock.
No, what are you doing right now?
I don't like.
Why are you giving Drew Lock a cushion to throw?
I don't like that. 2:22 to go here. You got to be aggressive here and try to get the ball back before the half. Send some pressure at Lock, man.
I don't understand how they missed the clear hold, which would have put him at 1st and 20, and it's very different.
2-minute warning.
Unreal.
And Mark says Gano and Gillen distort special team stats deceptively better. Gano's the real lone bright spot he's been the lone bright spot on our special teams for years. He's incredible. David says the defense is doing a solid job. They're doing a great job thus far. I didn't like that call, but we're only down because of the turnover. I'm good with the 3. Got to pop that cherry. No, they needed 3 there for sure. Had no choice. 4th and 7. You got to kick it.
Just so bad. So bad. I mean, it's a clear hold. I mean, he's clearly held. How do you not call that?
Oh, the Kayvon play? Yeah, that was bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
1st and 20 is a world of difference outside of 2nd and 10.
That was bad.
Come on. It's damn frustrating.
I don't like the zone there though, man. You can't be giving up yards. You can't let them get in the field goal range.
No, why are you playing soft against a backup quarterback? Like you said, you should be bringing heat to this guy.
Yeah, play some man press, man.
Guys coming in off the bench, cold. You've been getting pressure on Geno. Bring the same freaking heat. Make that guy make a throw. Don't give him 8-yard cushion. Oh, here you go, DK. Wide open.
And Roy Gotti says, pick 6 incoming from your lips to the ears of God, my man. Let's go, G-Man. What's going on, Sean?
Freaking that no call really pisses me off. I mean, that is as blatant of a hold as it gets. The guard fell down, pulled his jersey, pulled him right down to the ground by his jersey, and it's no call.
Yeah. No, that was bad.
Thibodeau's playing well tonight.
Kayvon's playing his ass off.
You need to see that from Kayvon every game.
I think Kayvon's going to get a strip sack tonight. I think it's coming. I think he's going to get one. He's feeling it tonight.
God almighty. Still don't understand how you don't make that call. It's so obvious. So obvious.
Here we go. Seattle's got it around midfield.
Stupid.
And Gino's getting carted off.
Somebody said Gino was back. Gino's not back. Gino's going back to the locker room. No, that's what they meant.
He may play in the second half. They may give him a shot.
They're going to look at his knees, they said.
So Seahawks have it around midfield. Now the Giants play up at the line. Walker to the right of Locke.
Freaking get his ass.
Giants showing blitz. And they bring 5 off the edge. Aziz, he has to get rid. That's what you should do against the quarterback.
Right, make the throw.
2nd and 10. Incomplete. He had to get rid of it. Thomas says they did the soft zone in important situations all last year. Sometimes Wink just doesn't seem like he knows what he's doing. I mean, I understand soft zone a lot of times, but in this situation, no. Not when you got Drew Lock in the game. You be aggressive. Try to create a play. Try to get the ball back before the half.
Right. You got all 3 of your timeouts.
Minute 57 to go. 2nd and 10 for Locke. Giants bring 5. Locke rolls out, throws on the run. Oh, my God. He had him open. He missed him by 5 yards. 3rd and 10.
He did. And again, Thibodeau had great pressure again.
My God, what an awful throw there by Drew Lock. 3rd and 10.
I got to be honest. I don't know how old Pete Carroll is, but when I'm that old, this is why I go to the gym the way I do. I want to be as spry as that dude. I can't have the hair, though. He's got good hair. But he's like 75. I want to be like Pete Carroll.
He's incredible.
Let's kick his ass right now.
3rd and 10. Giants showing blitz.
Get him.
Locke takes the snap. They get good pressure. Locke rolls out. Aziz coming at him, but he gets it off, and they're going to get the first down and more. It's Font still on his feet. Horrible tackling. Oh, my God.
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, my God. Noah Fant tiptoes his way to the end zone.
You step out of bounds?
Nope.
He's down there, though.
He's down at the half-yard line, but he didn't step out of bounds. Which is better for Seattle because now they could take more time off the clock before the half.
Who just shoved him like a little bitch and didn't get him out of bounds?
That was Okereke there, but there was another missed tackle earlier on. I don't think he's out.
No, he was now. His elbow's down.
No, yeah, he's down at the 1.
And there it is again, Chris. 3rd down and 10. They gave up 45 yards. Nobody covers him. Nobody covers him out there. They don't tackle him. He breaks about 4 tackles, gets down to the half-yard line.
That was awful. That was disgusting. Maybe we'll get lucky and they say he was out of bounds. Nope. Just down at the 1. So now Seattle milk the clock. They'll probably run it twice, and we'll go into the half down 14-3. Ralph, he says, Jalen Hyatt on the field gives a more open field for the other receivers because they must have someone over the top. Superior speed makes defenses adjust. Love for my dogs entertaining. I agree. He needs to be on the field. He's our best weapon, or at least our most explosive weapon. And Waller has not been featured at all. I mean, what is going on? He had 1 catch for 5 yards. So Jay says, let's be honest, Adoree has been awful this season. The entire team has been awful this season. It's
facts.
The entire team has been awful.
Facts.
And Knott says, I'm tired of being embarrassed on primetime. I think we all are.
Yep. Well, don't worry. In a couple more weeks, we got another embarrassing game coming up when we play Buffalo.
Oh, my God. Minute 42 to go. Giants with 2 timeouts. So I guess they used a timeout there to stop the clock.
What a
Lock coming out of the gun. He's got Walker to his right, 2 to the left. Man in motion. He'll take the snap. He gives to Walker. Walker up the middle, and he'll walk in. Seattle up 13-3 extra point pending.
Leonard, get off of him. You're getting your ass kicked. Just shut up and go back to the freaking.
There's a flag on Leonard Williams. Now he's choking a guy by the neck. That'll be 15 yards enforced on the kickoff.
Yep.
Actually, Seattle might go for 2 now.
Yep.
Because they'll have it at the 1 if they take it. I think they could elect to do that, right?
Yes.
They might go for 2 now instead. I've seen teams do that. Have you noticed Hawkins has not played? Yeah. He didn't start the game. Everybody was talking about that before the game. He says bench Adoree Jackson. I can't say that. I wouldn't do that. Maybe if the season's over, you look to do stuff like that. Oh, it's offsetting penalties. Personal foul on both teams. Fabian says, guess DJ didn't make that tackle. Yeah, that was oh, you're saying everybody blames DJ for everything? No, that one's not on DJ. Oh, God. And Dan says, kill the whole team, start again.
Yep.
I don't blame you for feeling that way. It's a disaster. Thomas says, what happened to the team? I thought we were supposed to be well coached.
Yeah.
It's coming unraveled. Minute 39 to go. Giants will have some time, hopefully, to get a field goal before the half. Snap, hold, kick is good. 14-3. And I have to change the score, guys. I don't want to, but I got to. Giants trail by 11. Seattle starts with the ball, too. So this is crucial to get some points before the half. You gotta at least believe that we're still in this game with if Drew Lock's going to remain a quarterback with the way our defense is played. They got to get some points here, though.
I'm just so sick of it, man.
You and me both, man.
I really am. I'm sick of the bullshit. I'm sick of the weakness. This team is physically weak. They get pushed around, and then they're mentally weak because they're undisciplined. They unravel, and you're getting your ass kicked. Instead of getting aggravated after the play, how about you make a freaking play? How about you make a tackle? How about somebody make a damn play anywhere?
John says, what the hell is going on with this team? I can't take this anymore.
Yeah, I can't stand this anymore. Oh, the post game is going to be a freaking good one. I can tell you that.
Let's hope not. Let's hope they win. But it's not trending that way, Bad Dog. I'm trying to calm Bad Dog down. I'm trying to pull a Usa, but I can't.
It's so
I can't blame you. I can't blame you. It's time. It's time to start the panic here. Minute 39 to go here in the second. Seattle set to kick it away. And the kick's away. Giants will start with it at the 25. Got to get 3 here. Got to get some points before the half. No offense, man.
Sick and tired. I'm just.
Wow. What
no offense. 52 of it on that one catch where he should have was wide open. 3rd and 10, leave him wide open, and then don't bother to make a tackle. Don't bother. It's like they played 2-hand touch. You're down.
And Ralph says Giants draft Caleb Williams with the number 1. I don't think we're going to have the number 1 pick. But, hey, you never know the way this team's playing. Jones takes the snap out of the gun. He's going to throw. He's going to hit Breida. Breida gets tackled, and he stays inbounds. So the clock will keep ticking. They lose 3.
The best thing that happened on that play was he stayed in bounds.
Yeah. And Bleed Blue says every team we play.
You just down it and go into the locker room, guys, please.
Every team we play put Vaseline on their jersey. It feels that way. Jones takes the snap, play action, throw it. And
oh, my God.
Just kneel it. Just kneel it. Almost a pick. Minute 14 to go. This is bad. This is bad. Seattle's going to get the ball to put up more points.
They are.
They still got 3 timeouts. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I can't do this, man. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore.
3rd and 11 from the 24. Let us pray. Jones takes that they're going to run. On 3rd and 11, they run to Breida. And the
Listen to that crowd, dude.
And Seattle's going to call a timeout.
Unbelievable.
You're playing for, I mean, I get it. It's probably the high percentage play in this situation because you don't want to turn the ball over. But this is your season. This is your season. You can't lose this game. And you surrender possession and give the ball back to Seattle with a minute to play?
What a joke.
Thomas says Kayvon and Aziz have been getting there consistently, and what does he do? He drops Kayvon at the coverage for almost every.
Yep.
That I didn't like that whole. I mean, I'm not going to blame the missed tackle on Wink, but I definitely didn't like that zone call.
No.
Punts away. That's going to bounce at the 20. It'll go down. So good job by Gillen. That'll go down to the 11. And Seattle will have 53 seconds before the half. If there's
like I said, back in 1996, me and my buddy Frank used to talk about how our best player was Brad Maynard on offense. Jamie Gillen's our best player on that side of the ball.
He gets the most touches.
Definitely.
And Tommy says Dable needs to answer some tough questions and stop acting holier than thou at the press conferences. Oh, they're coming. If they lose tonight, they're coming. JV says, tell me again, what is the difference between Paris Campbell and Kenny Golladay? Nothing.
Size. That's about it.
Nothing. So Locke coming out under center from the 11. I think Seattle's probably just going to go into the half up 14-3, but we'll see. Yep, they're going to run it. And Walker gets destroyed by Okereke, and now they'll probably just kneel it out.
Yep. The Giants probably took a timeout, and why they would bother, I have no idea.
Yeah,
you can't stop the damn clock.
It's not like they have 3 timeouts.
They did. Why you?
I guess they could force a punt with like 4 seconds.
I guess you can't take the timeouts with you.
I don't blame them. Because if you could stop them here and they have to punt, who knows? Maybe a fluke thing happens. You block a punt. I don't blame them. Maybe they throw stupidly and it's incomplete. But we'll see.
Not us. It's something we would do.
Yeah. And Anthony says, Wink on Friday, all of a sudden there was a wildfire that we can't tackle. Martin just said, come out Monday night, chart them. This team, yeah, I saw that they were like doing tackle drills at practice. I saw that.
Yeah, no, I responded to that little thing and said, actions speak louder than words. We don't want to hear it. We want to see results.
2nd and 11, Lock under center. He'll take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to hand to Walker.
Push him out of bounds.
Push him out of bounds. Push him out of bounds. And they do.
They did.
Wow. So that was a good time.
Bad job by Walker.
Yeah. So now the Giants will get an opportunity. 43 seconds. They have a timeout. So you figure if they run again, they may throw here now. We'll see.
I don't think you throw. You're up 14-3. You don't want to turn over here.
Yeah, make them.
And you get the ball. You're Seattle. You get the ball to start the second half. So there's no way they run it here.
I would.
There's no way they're throwing it. You make the Giants use their last timeout. I'll be shocked if they throw here.
We'll see. 3rd and 8. Giants showing blitz. Locke takes the snap. They're going to run a draw. And they'll go down with 37 seconds. Giants will use their last timeout. So you figure maybe you could get the ball at the 35 with about 30 seconds. So you got to go, 30 yards to get a reasonable field goal range?
Mm-hmm.
You could do it. I mean, not tonight we can't, but realistic, most teams could. Not us, but most teams would have a shot at doing it. And Anthony, man, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And Jay says, just jump these dink and dunk routes. Oh, you're talking about the last throw by Jones? Yeah, that was scary.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. I mean, like I said, you've got to try. You got to throw the ball down the field. You got to make them think about it.
There's a big punt here by Dixon. He's got to get a good punt off here. Can we get lucky for once and block a punt? That'd be nice. Come close a couple of times.
Probably get roughing the kicker. They'll get a first down.
Oh, God.
Oh, there it is. He ran into the kicker.
And yep. And it's gonna be a 5-yarder, but that doesn't matter. That's gonna give him the first down because it was 4th and 4.
I called it.
I don't mind that though. You're trying to make a play. I don't mind that at the end of the half.
But I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, it's holding. Oh, it wasn't even roughing the kicker. That's it. The Giants keep the ball then.
No.
Oh, nope. Then they called. No, they called it roughing the kicker. Yeah, they called it running into the kicker. I saw him do like the kick motion after. I think there were two.
Yeah, no, he did. But what is he? Dude, somebody chopped that and put it somewhere. I called that. I called it was going to happen. I called that.
Oh. Seattle just kneel it, I would think.
Yep.
Cost us 3 points, or a shot at 3 points at least. I'm surprised Seattle's even going to run it.
I can't wait to hear the crowd. Just let these guys have it.
Man in motion left to right. Locke takes the snap. They're going to run it. Walker pops it to the outside. Get out of bounds. Will stop the clock. He got 5. Is Joe Judge back 3rd and 11? Are you kidding me? It felt like it the last couple of weeks. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And Young Promise says, I'm dumbfounded how we can have so much more talent, but we're even worse than last year's team.
I mean, I don't even know what I have no explanation.
2nd and 6 from the 27.
I have no explanation for this. I have no clue what the hell is going on.
Snap. They're going to run it again. And that should take us to the end of the half. Seattle does have a timeout, but I don't think they're going to use it. They did.
I don't either.
They did. Unless the Giants did. But why would the Giants?
The Giants don't have any timeouts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So Seattle does use it. 19 seconds to go. It'll be 3rd and 1. You got to throw. If you call the timeout here, they got to throw on this play, right?
You would think.
Yeah.
You got nothing to lose.
Yeah. How about the strip sack right now? Inexperienced quarterback back there. Maybe does something stupid. Vicente says, just go ahead and start playing the clown music. We're not quite there yet, but it's on the playlist.
Yeah, definitely is. The toilet paper roll is about to come out again.
And
you're going to get a paper bag ready, too.
And Brody Bozer says it's the 3-yard hitches that just don't work. It's
so stupid. I mean, I don't know what I
3rd and 1. Why would they call a timeout to run? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Why would Carroll do that? Well, I mean, they go to the half, but was he trying to get his running back a couple more rushing yards?
Maybe he's got him on his fantasy team.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's halftime. It's 14-3. Seattle by 11 as we go to the half. And the Ace Avenue says, to beat the Giants, just play cover 2 because we throw no shots down the field at all. This shit is pathetic right now. Unbelievable.
It is.
You're not lying. Jay says, Jones and the coach don't even know the call. I hate when it gets like this. CJ says, Giants need to fire Don Martindale. I mean, I don't think the defense was bad. I mean, outside of that one horrible play, I don't think the defense was the problem in that half. I think the special teams and the offense was. Fly Park says, G-Men need to win this game then at the Dolphins, then the Bills after. I agree. We all know, we knew that coming in, Fly Parks. This is a must-win game. They better play the half of their lives. Mark says, difference between Campbell and Golladay, $20 million. Yeah, financially. As players, not much of a difference, but yes, money, a major difference. Thomas says, Tyrod Taylor, luck is better than Jones. F. Dabes. I'm not going to say that, but we better get our head out of our ass at halftime. H. Sturm says it's week 4 and no touchdowns in the first half. Terrible. Awful. Marcus says Magahi cannot be employed tomorrow. He shouldn't be. The special teams is awful. He's talking to Eli. Eli must be thrilled watching this game.
Maybe Eli can suit up.
Yeah. Larry J says, well, I hope they have fun playing ping pong, cornhole, or whatever they got in the locker room, like Patty said.
Yeah.
Yeah. They should throw those tables out right now. Anthony says, this Giants team is an embarrassment. You're not lying.
Oh, well, that's an understatement.
And Sports Fan says, and already mock draft season. Oh, God. I hate talking about the draft.
I do too, but we lose this one and we end up going 1-5, 1-6. I mean, it's
unfortunately, then it becomes a topic. The Imp says, can I be the special teams coach? I usually get my comedy on YouTube. I mean, you couldn't do a worse job.
No.
Sonny Carroll says, time to play the circus music. It's getting there. Curse of the second-year coach, McAdoo, Shermer, Judge, now Dable. God.
Seems that way, doesn't it?
Lou says, I'm 7 seconds ahead of you. I started laughing when you called it. Just wait for it. Oh, the running into the punter? Yeah, it's typical Giants fashion.
Yeah.
What can go wrong will go wrong. True Rapper says, dark liquor type of shit. So done with this. You're going to need your darkest liquor and your most potent blunt. That's what you're going to need tonight, man, to get over this game. And Fabian says it's lack of discipline. It's lack of brains. It's lack of discipline. It's lack of talent. I don't know. Gotti says this Goomba looking special team coach is ass juice. He's not good.
Oh, terrible.
Big Blue Sack Attack says coaching sucks. Brightwell doesn't deserve to be on the team. Pre-snap movement. Yeah, I think Brightwell had at least two penalties on special teams, if I'm not mistaken. Not good. Seems to mess us up more than defense. We can't tackle or stop. Not good.
Terrible, man.
And KN says no Geno, no Adams, and we're down 11.
And they have like 3/5 of their offensive line is out of the game. On top of it,
if we lose, Dable has lost the locker room. Either you gut the whole roster A to Z, or we look for a new coach. God Almighty.
Can't keep firing the coach.
Are we going to get to that now? Are we already going to talk about firing another coach after 2 years? Is that what we're doing?
Can't do it.
Spud says I'm over Kafka and this offense. It's been bad. Bleed Blue says my Giants knew Michael's secret juice from Space Jam. Yeah, we need something. We need to get the Monstars out. That's for sure. And LA Lou says I'm 7. Oh, I already read that one. Unless he did it twice by accident. Oh, God. Spike Siegel says, stop giving us primetime games. Please, I can't. They should give us blind time games. You shouldn't be able to watch these games with your eyes. Mike says, if
they flex us out of a primetime game.
My God, man. Mike says, if we had Phillies Brown, Daves would put him in the mix. Nobody special. If we had Phillies Brown, Dave would put him in the mix. Nobody special. Oh, you're talking about, I don't know what you mean. If we had A.J. Brown, would put him in the mix? Well, I mean, he would be our best receiver by a mile. If that's what you mean. Anthony, what's going on? This second half is our season. If we are being, I agree. It's the same way we felt about the Cardinals game at halftime. Rightfully so. We were all down in the dumps. Nobody saw that. That was the biggest comeback the Giants have ever had, or at least in a really long time. We thought the season was over then. They needed to come back to prolong the season. I feel the same way now. I mean, if we're being honest, how could you expect to beat Miami or Buffalo on the road? So the way this team has looked. So they better find a way to win this game. And Thomas says, if this game keeps up like this, I want our special teams coordinator gone tomorrow. And if it doesn't improve and fast, Dable is on the hot seat. Jeez. Wow. Wow. I cannot believe we've gotten to this point 4 weeks in with Dable. Is Bad Dog frozen? I think Bad Dog got frozen. Am I? Oh, no, you're not. Oh, okay.
No, I'm not frozen. I'm going back in the stream and clipping where I said we're going to run into the kicker. So I'm muting my mic just so you don't hear the stream. That's what I'm doing.
I saw Bad Dog just looking like this. I'm like, wow.
No, I'm trying to find the time frame. That's all.
You looked like our offensive lineman there for a minute. You were a statue. Sancho, thank you for the $2 donation, Sancho. I appreciate it, man. And John says, to all the DJ haters, shut the blank up already. Peyton has been screaming for the wide receivers to get open all game. It's not all on DJ. Winks needs to call better, and special team is trash. Overall, I don't think the defense had a bad half. I know you see 14 points, but the first 7 is on the offense. They fumbled at the 7, and then there was one bad missed tackle, but I don't think the defense played bad in that half. Ethan says, Jones was yelling at Dable, there's no one open. He's not wrong. We're familiar with that. And Egyptian says, I don't know how I've watched this trash for a decade. Fire all these coordinators and give Dable one more year. I can't take this garbage anymore. It's bad. It's bad. Zacharias says, Daniel Jones is a system quarterback where everything needs to be perfect. Eli was an elite quarterback. Does DJ even have an audible? Does DJ even call an audible? I don't know, man. This team's a mess. You want to be hopeful going into the year off last year, and they slap you in the friggin' face, man. I just hope they come out of the half looking a lot better because we need it. Mark says, don't need to worry about coordinators leaving now. No, they may be leaving, but they won't be leaving to get other jobs. Matt says, I would say this is where Dable needs to rerun the speech he used after the Cardinals win. Piece of cake. We got this. Matt thinks we got it. We're good to go. They're showing the Toy Story thing. I watched this for about 2 minutes just because I was curious. Sunday morning, it was awful. I couldn't do it. It was awful. And David says, this team reminds me of the Lions from last year. Detroit fans wanted Campbell fired last year. Can't keep firing the coach after 2 years. Got to keep fighting. I'm not getting behind that. I'm not getting behind that. MY Giants 26 says we don't have special teams players. We don't have special players, rather, outside of Saquon Barkley and Andrew Thomas. Yeah. I mean, Darren Waller hasn't proven to be special. Thibodeau has potential to be special, but JV says Dex is special. Dex is really good. He's played good tonight. He hasn't gotten a sack, but every game you could see he gets good interior pressure. JV says, what happened to all the offseason hype about Darren Waller? It went in the shitter. JC says, is it me or did Zach Wilson look great last night? I'm not even going to lie, JC. He looked great last night. Zach Wilson looked like a top 10 quarterback last night. He played great. DJ looks scared. Can we stop passing to Paris? I love DJ, but damn, even Washington is more competitive. It's been bad, man. The Cardinals were pretty competitive against the 49ers. Got to move the ball, man. Got to move the ball here second half. Hopefully we get something done. Brandon says, for Buffalo game, can we implement a mercy rule? We might have to. You might have to do it for the Miami game first. Sitbone, thank you for
I don't even want to think about.
Sitbone says it's 3 a.m. here in the UK. This is the 3rd week out of 4 that I've stayed up to watch a gutless performance.
Don't stay up the 4th week out of 6 to watch them play Buffalo. Just get some sleep. Wake up in the morning, see 34-3, and go out and miss anything. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with the optimism, man. I try my best. I try to find some silver lining. There isn't one to be had.
There's nothing to be optimistic about.
Just reverted back to the same old shit that they normally do.
Not a J-Tech says Giants fans need to stop with the trade talk. We need to sell, not buy. I don't think anybody's talking about acquiring via trade right now. We are a million pieces away from competing. If this keeps up, we will not be buyers. I promise you that. Jay says, I'm embarrassed to be a Giants fan. Can't wait for Miami Heat season after Pat Riley messed up our offseason again. Miami Heat's always competitive because you got maybe the best head coach in the NBA. NMY Radio says there's been zero improvement since the Dallas game.
Yep.
No lies there. Outside of one great half, it's been non-existent. AJ says they need to stop throwing behind the line of scrimmage. They need to do whatever they're doing. They need to do the opposite for the next 2 quarters. Cafe Cone Leche says you can moan about DJ, Kopka, Dable, whatever. Fact is, this all comes back to our O-line. The units that, you want the core problem? Yeah. That's been the core problem for over a decade.
The offensive line isn't missing tackles.
No. There's other problems for sure. But the core problem, yeah, that's been the main problem. It was the main problem under every coach, though. Thomas Panicola says, all right, guys, I'm about to jump off a bridge. Who's with me? Please don't.
Ain't worth it, man.
Please don't do that. Cressley says, trade McKinney and Bork, make a package to get another first, draft Penix and an O-lineman, use DJ as a bridge next year, then get out of his contract.
It's possible.
Anything's
possible that DJ is a bridge next year.
Be Nice says, we got them where we want them. Arizona game. I love it. I love it. I hope you're right, Be Nice.
God, I hope you're right, but
I ain't giving up yet.
I'm not either, but they are pissing me off. I mean, they really are pissing me off.
Oh, by the way, Bad Dog, let's do it. It's worth a shot. It didn't work last week. I'm putting them on.
You know what? Screw it. Going against my damn diet. I'm getting a beer. I don't care. I'm getting the beer.
You know, if the Giants come back and win this game, you're going to have to drink a beer at halftime for every game now.
I'll do it.
That's the way it works.
If it helps, I'll do it.
Stormtrooper says there's no heart or guts. What the blank is going on? It's a mess. It's a mess. And Pavilion says, Hyatt in 2 seconds. Horrible. Have to watch the tape. They gotta watch more than the tape. They gotta watch the whole reel. Pirate King says, I love Jones. He has elite moments, but watching him, he misses receivers and doesn't act on the defensive mistakes. How it's looking, we might pick top 3. We could draft Caleb. Well, we better be picking top 1 if we want Caleb. Unless a team's trading out, but I don't think they would. Tommy B says, NFL moved Giants Jets to Home Shopping Network. No, I don't even think they'd be on the Home Shopping Network. They'd be on like, you know, like, I don't even know. They don't even deserve a channel. Independent says, here's to you guys watching this and keep going. What's going on, Independent Man? Thanks for popping into the stream. Oh, and the Imp says 1978 Giants fans hired a plane to fly over Giants Stadium with the banner in 15 years of lousy football. We've had enough. It's getting close to 15.
I'll tell you what, even if the glasses don't work, at least I can't see the game as good, so that'll help.
There you go. Gino's back to the game, by the way. I think I saw somebody say that in the chat. Not that it matters.
We go, Giants fans.
They're only touchdown.
We'll never drink on Monday night, but this team drove me to it.
Kicks away. Seahawks will field it 3 yards deep. And they're going to take it out because the Giants special team sucks, and they get it back to the 28. So Geno Smith will start there. 14:55 to go here in the third. Oh, that's the only time you should take a 3-yard deep kick out of the end zone in the NFL, when the Giants are covering the kick.
Correct.
And easy with the $2 donation, man. Thank you very much, man, for the $2 donation. I appreciate it. 14:55 to go here in the third. Let me change the quarter. Geno coming out for Seattle.
Well, one cool thing is, I'm just looking at my Twitter. I'm close to 8,000 followers, and that's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Not where you are, but it's not bad.
Seattle coming out under center. It's Geno from the 28. He'll take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give. Walker pushes forward for 4. It'll be 2nd and 6. And Thunder says, can Bad Dog manifest my bank account to like that play?
What play?
I'm not sure what he means.
Are you talking about when I called the roughing the kicker?
Oh, because you called the play.
I just knew. I knew it. When you watch the shitty Giants for as long as we have, you feel it. You know something that dumb is going to happen to this team.
What can go wrong will go wrong. 14:22 to go. Pistol formation for the Seahawks at the 33. Geno takes the snap, throws. He's got a man. It's Lockett. Lockett tumbles forward for an extra. There is a flag. Hopefully it's a hold. Seattle's been. That's the one saving grace. I mean, they've been called for.
They've held. Yeah. And the one that they scored the touchdown on, they should have been 1st and 20 because Kayvon had his jersey torn off.
And
they're talking. They'll pick it up.
Yeah. Thomas says after this year, the Giants and Jets are going to be demoted to the channel guy. Yeah, they might. Although I will say the Jets played tough last night. Cliffside says Manningcast as Sky came in 0-22. Peyton screaming that nobody is getting open. I mean, their receivers stink. Mm-hmm. Summit Hockey says Clown Show all 3 phases. A legal man downfield. So 5-yard penalty. Larry J says, me and you both, Bad Dog. I got a 9% Voodoo Range. That's a great beer. I love that beer.
Yeah, I don't usually drink on my non-cheat days because it's empty carbs, but I need one. I don't know what else to do. I'm gonna explode here.
That's one of my favorite beers. Good call with the Voodoo Ranger. So here we go. It'll be 2nd and 10 after the 5-yard penalty from their own 28. We'll do it again. Geno coming out in the gun. He's going to motion Walker to his right. They got 2 in the backfield, 1 on each side of Geno. Giants crowd the line. They show blitz. Geno calls out an audible. takes the snap with 1 on the play clock. Good interior pressure, but Geno gets it off, hits his man. It depends on the spot. They're going to mark him about a half yard short. It was a lock. It'll bring up 3rd and half a yard.
So it'll be an easy first down conversion.
And Senor says Brian Dable is on drugs. I think the whole state of New York's on drugs after tonight.
I'll tell you what. I think that they should ban all primetime games from MetLife Stadium until one of these teams wins something.
Man in motion left to right. Geno takes the snap. They're going to throw. He's looking deep. He's got a man, and it's caught down to the 40, and that should be a flag on top of it on Adoree', but they're not going to call it. 13:02 to go here in the 3rd. And Abdullah says Jones sucks. Hal is better than Jones. You got to apologize to Louis Bedog. We got our quarterback.
I don't have to apologize for shit. I don't have to apologize for shit. The guys played 5 games. You lost. And win a playoff game sometime this millennium.
And Mark says,
you don't get apologies from me.
Mark says play actually bombed the DK. Oh, there's a flag. The Giants are getting so lucky with these penalties, man.
They really are. Oh, Jones not being good has nothing to do with Howell at all. He played well yesterday, but Jones has had good games too.
It's after the play. It's after the play, so it'll be a 1st and 10, but they'll back him up 15 yards. Geno Smith gets caught for uncalled for an unsportsmanlike penalty. And imagine if we had a quarterback like Geno, J-Track says. Adoree's the whole team's getting cooked. We're like a barbecue. So now from their own 45, Geno under center. He's got Walker in the backfield. Giants crowd the line. 12:39 to go here in the 3rd. Man in motion. Geno takes the snap. They're going to pitch it up the middle. Big hole. Running, gunning. Walker still on his feet. Up to the 40. So they get the 15 yards right back. 12:23 to go.
Why do I even bother? Why do I waste my life watching this team? Why do I waste 4 months of my life putting my heart and soul into this shit every year?
Do you want honest? Do you want my honest take? Because we're stupid people.
That's a good call.
That's all there is to it. We know what's coming deep down, and we still put ourselves through it. Abdullah says it's okay. You can keep Jones. Hal is a beast. Oh, okay. 1st and 10. 11:53 to go here in the 3rd. Under center, Geno's going to turn. He's going to pitch. And there's a big hole off the right side. And suddenly the Seahawks are averaging 98 yards a carry as he gets 16. 11:38 to go.
I give up.
11:28 to go here in the 3rd.
I give up. I give up. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done with this team. I can't take this shit anymore. They're so bad. I just can't. This is just so useless.
And Independence says to the Geno comment guy, we had Geno. We did.
Geno would suck here, though, man. Geno would have nobody to throw it. No line.
Geno's going to turn. He's going to pitch. That's Charbonnet. And this time the Giants hold strong. Okereke tackles him for a 1.
There you go. Celebrate. You're getting your ass kicked. Get up and get him off the field.
Ian says,
I hate that shit.
I'm with you.
You make one freaking play and you celebrate like you won the damn Super Bowl. Get him off the field. Make a tackle when it actually matters. And how about trying to win a fucking football game? This team just drives me insane, man.
10:43 to go. And Abdullah says, become a Commanders fan, bad dog. 2nd and 11. You couldn't pay me.
Not this lifetime.
Shotgun formation. Geno takes the snap. 4-man. And there's a nice dart there to lock it. They get 9. It'll be 3rd and 2. Oh, 10:07 to go here in the 3rd. 14-3 Seahawks. They already got at least another 3 on the board, unless the Giants could create a turnover. From the 16, Geno out of the gun. Giants trying to hold him to 3 to keep it to a 2-possession game. 2 wide to the left, 1 to the right. Geno takes the snap. They're going to turn. They're going to hand. Walker that gets stood up.
Hey!
Now, they may go for it. We'll see, because it's about 4th and 1. They might go for it. They shouldn't. The way the Giants offense is played, they should take the points, but we'll see. I think they're going to leave the offense on the field. I would take the 3 here if I was Seattle. Giants offense has shown you nothing.
Why? The Giants are also showing you they can't stop anything.
That's true. But you run a little risk here if you're Seattle of giving the Giants some momentum if they could get this stop. 9:12 to go. Geno under center. Man in motion is Lockett. They'll take the snap. They're going to go for it. Geno rolls out on the play action, throws, dropped, and the Giants get off the field. I would have taken the 3 there. I think that's a bad job by Carr. And there's a flag. We can't even celebrate for 2 seconds.
No, we can't.
You can't even celebrate. You can't even give us that.
No, we can't.
No foul. Giants ball. Giants ball. Giants ball. Come on. There's some momentum, please. This is do or die. This team better start acting like it.
This team is going to put me in an early grave, dude. It really is. It really is.
David White said, I'm sick and tired of the flexing on a play. They should have made congratulations. Yeah, they do it all the time.
I know. I hear you. Listen, man. If it's 3rd and 5 and you get a sack, I get it. Then, yeah. But you make a tackle on 1st down, get up and make another tackle. Because what the hell? We had 3rd and 10, and Noah Fant runs down the sideline for 52 yards, and we missed 16 tackles. Like, come on.
I mean, it probably won't matter because our offense sucks, but I don't like that call there by Carroll if I'm a Seahawks fan.
Nah, I don't. You could really put him away. I don't mind it because, like you just said, our offense ain't scaring you.
That's true.
So, who cares? Make him go 74 yards or whatever the hell it is, 76 yards and score a touchdown.
Well,
because Pete Carroll's sitting there telling you, your offense blows. Our passing defense is terrible, and you can't do shit.
And she's not lying. Bob says, how disgusted are you guys respectively by the New York Giants tackling and the NFL slobbering conspicuous obsession with Taylor Swift appearing? That's just a publicity stunt. It was a great idea by Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce because she's selling records. Kelsey's selling jerseys. They might be dating, but it was brilliant. They're getting so much exposure out of it, but I can't stand it. I want to watch a football game. I don't want to watch. What's that dating show on Netflix? Love Is Blind. I don't want to watch that. I want to watch a football game. So
yeah, I tell you, it's more sickening than the whole Tony Romo, Jessica Simpson thing from years ago. That was sickening. I have no problem with Travis Kelce or Taylor Swift, but I'm sick and tired of it being shoved down my throat. I don't give a damn that she's at a game. I don't care. Show the game. It's about football.
Yeah.
What the NFL is going to do, it's going to drive its hardcore fans out. It's eventually going to happen.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it won't. If you ever took betting away from football, ratings would collapse. That's the only reason the NFL has the ratings it does is because of gambling and fantasy football.
Here we go. And you're right.
Like Chris said, we're too damn stupid to turn the thing off.
Jones takes the snap out of the gun, throws, that's caught. And Wandell.
A 3-yard pass. Sweet.
8:55 to go.
Who didn't see that coming, Giants fans?
We do lead the league in 3-yard attempts. JT Carroll.
Who didn't see that one coming? Stevie
said,
Wonder saw that one coming.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, the Pete Carroll smoke fake. Jones escapes pressure. Jones tries to spin out of it. Jones got touched by every member of the Seattle defense, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 7.
Jones hit the circle button 4 times. They got no gain.
Jones, my God, dude. 3rd and 7. Let's see. 1 guy touches him. 2 guy touches him. 3 guy touches him. Jones coming out of the shotgun here. 3rd and 7 from his own 19. Seahawks show blitz. Jones takes the snap, drops back. He's dead. Giants a punt.
6th sack of the night.
Just how Kafka drew it up, the old 3 and out. 8 minutes to go here in the 3rd. And Giants lose yards. Thomas says, guys, my hair is going to be gray by the end of the year because of this team, and I'm 23. Well, your choice is gray or bold. Bad Dog's bold. I'm gray. So take your choice.
Correct. Of course, it took me to be in my middle 30s before I started losing my hair. But when I was in my middle 30s, the Giants are good. Because 2012 I was in my middle 30s. And not anymore. And that's the last time they were good.
Kicks away. There's a flag on the play. It won't matter because he's going to run it back to the 50 because the Giants special team sucks. 7:25 to go here in the third. As Finopoulos says, that was a great play. It was a good play by Micah McFadden. He's actually played well the last couple of weeks. And Michael Mooch says, this is the sign of a really bad team. Seattle is doing everything to leave the Giants in the game, and the Giants get called for a hold.
How do you get holding on the kicking team, dude? How do you get holding on the kicking team? How bad is this special teams? Oh, this post game is going to be good.
14-3, Seattle driving and thriving. They'll have it now at the 40 after the holding penalty. This team stinks.
That's horrible.
Oh, this team stinks. David White says, I guess running the ball is out of the game. Yeah, at this point, down 11, soon to be 18. Yeah, I think they got to throw the rest of the way. And Larry J says, teams must be excited to play the Giants.
Yeah.
Because it will improve their defensive special team stats. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Giants offensive line makes pass rushers millionaires.
Yes, it does.
And the Evan Neal experiment is over, in my opinion. That's pathetic that we're even calling the 7th overall pick an experiment. But you're not wrong for calling it that. It's just pathetic. And JT Carroll's special teams coach was taken out of Bishop Sycamore. He was that's the fake football school. He was their assistant PE teacher, yeah. And Abdella says Giants are pooty. Go Commanders.
Cooked.
I mean, the Commanders lost this. They played a great game, but they lost.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's where Commanders fans are. I mean, you don't win a playoff game in 18 years. You get double-digit wins 3 times in 31 years. Having a close loss against Philly's a win. That's where that fan base is.
Not a J-Tech says it's not the glasses. Bad Dog needs to get his hair. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Bad Dog needs to wear a wig and we'll start winning. I don't know. He'd do it if it would.
I wish I could. Even if I could grow my hair back, the Giants make me tear it all out anyway. What the hell's the difference?
That's true. Save yourself some time. Sean says, guys loved that $40 million contract. It is what it is, man.
Daniel Jones loves it.
None of it matters. Lamar says next year they need to move Neal to right guard. They will. They'll give him the rest of the year, but if he doesn't improve, they probably will do that. So here we go. Geno takes the snap. Under center, they give to Charbonnet, the rookie. He'll get 5 as Seattle's really trying to establish this ground game here in the second half. 7:17 to go. Seattle should be up by 30 points tonight. Like they're not playing good. They should have put us away by now. I just hope that somehow the Giants can take advantage of it, but they haven't been able to. John R. says, how can we fix the O-line? How could it be? I mean, I've been asking that question for 12 years. So if I had the answer, I'd tell you, but
they don't have the answer.
I don't know. Sheriff says the refs kept us in the game good. Yeah, you're right. A lot of holds. 2nd and 5. Geno takes the snap, drops back. Okereke bats the ball. Incomplete. 3rd and 5. Can we get our first turnover? That'd be nice.
Need something, man.
We've almost gone a quarter of the season and we haven't created a turnover. Morty says, not going to like, I'm at this point where I'm conflicted because I don't want to lose out. Where I want Caleb Williams, I'm conflicted because I don't want to lose out, but blow it up. I mean, I don't think we're going to be that bad. I can't see us losing every game. That's what it's going to take to get the first pick. 3rd and 5.
I don't know. I don't know.
Geno coming out in the gun. From the 35, Giants crowd the line. Smith and Jigba in motion. He drops back. Kayvon gets there first. And Dexter cleans up. He has to get rid of it, and they'll force a punt. Actually,
no, they'll
field goal. Field goal attempt, 52-yarder.
17-3 incoming.
Good pressure there by Kayvon again. He showed up tonight.
He did.
What was that work? Haven't been watching. What did I miss? You missed, I don't know, about 6 3-and-outs. A fumble that was picked up for a touchdown. A 4th and 1 where we came up short on a QB sneak.
Getting him off the field on a punt. We run into the punter, give them a first down, and it's a half.
4 special teams penalties. Poor tackle. A missed tackle that should have been a 6-yard gain that turned into a 50-yard touchdown.
Yep.
Snap, hold, kick is no good.
He missed it.
So now the Giants get the ball near midfield, and they'll hopefully not go 3 and out, but we'll see. They're doing everything in their power, Seattle,
they really are,
to keep the Giants in this game. They really are. Like, it's amazing.
They are. Yep.
We still have a chance. And John says, what did John say? What have we done as fans to deserve this? The nightmare you can't. I think we used up all of our luck on the helmet catch. And since then, the football gods have just, well, we won a Super Bowl after that, so I shouldn't say that. But after our second Super Bowl, the football guys just said, all right, enough's enough. MY Giants 26 says, 5 years with Jones, see the same habits. We haven't went anywhere with him. I think the experiment is over. He's just not going to do it here. This sucks. It does suck.
Yeah, I tried to be positive. I've done this a couple times with Jones, and each time I've gotten optimistic about him, he regresses. And I just don't understand it. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know what the hell goes on. I don't know.
And Abdullah says, bad, though. You mad, bro? You mad, bro?
No, not really. Frustrated, but not mad. My life is good. I mean, the Giants are a football game.
Ernie Bitt says, we are the smelly kid that doesn't know he stinks. That's a great way to describe. Well, I think we do know we stink, but it's still a great way to describe the Giants.
Yeah.
How can we not know?
Well, we as fans, we know we stink. I don't think the
should.
The ownership knows. The players know. I don't think the players know they suck.
They should. And Zach says, this is an ugly, boring game. Both teams are awful. Welcome to Giants football.
Welcome to Giants prime time football.
No, it's any football with the Giants. But yes, on prime time,
True.
it's just more. It's just more embarrassing. It's more embarrassing because it's for the whole world to see.
The NFL ought to sign a petition that says no more football games in prime time for the Giants.
Demon Slayer says, bad. I'm a fellow upstate New Yorker. I live in Saratoga. Daniel Jones has to have 2 spin moves to try and avoid sacks. No wonder Jones can't look downfield. The offensive line is trash.
Yeah, I live in that area myself. But yeah, it's it doesn't matter. I mean, it's look downfield, not look downfield. It's the same shit every week. It really doesn't matter. We never even try. He doesn't even throw the ball down the field. I mean, throw the ball down the field. Throw it out of bounds down the field. I don't care. Throw something more than 4 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. I mean, he's been sacked 6 times tonight. So, we all know the
look at the replay. Look at this. This is ridiculous.
I know. More holes in a pasta strainer.
Jones takes the snap, rolls out to the right, looking down the field, and he'll get rid of it. That's not a fumble, guys.
I'll be honest, Chris. I thought that was a replay.
It seems that way. Tommy B says McGahee gets more TV time than Taylor Swift. He should, the way the special teams.
It's really bad.
And Devin says 3 yards to 0 sack punt, baby. Let's go. That's pretty much the way it works. We'll see if it's not. Let's see if Jones could do something here. If he doesn't get devoured by 9 guys when he drops back. 2nd and 10. 6:22 to go. Weatherspoon's had a night. 2 sacks for the rookie corner. Jones takes the stab out of the gun. They'll hand off. That should have been a face mask. There it is. Thank you. The only way the Giants
best play for the offense tonight, Chris. A face mask. All right. We're moving and grooving now.
Giants get their most explosive play of the night on offense with a 15-yard gain on a face mask penalty. That's the way the Kafka drew it up.
That's exactly it. Put the mitten right in the mush.
Great call, Kafka. Devon says 3. Oh, I already read that. It's a big game.
Yep.
And Ethan says Giants need to put Dexter Lawrence at center. My God, couldn't hurt. 1st and 10, 6.
Throw it into the end zone, dude. Just launch one to Hyatt. Throw it in the end zone from here.
Another face mask, please.
Where's Hyatt? Just throw it deep to him.
Give me a defensive pass interference.
Throw it deep.
Jones drops back, steps up. He's dead again. He gets 1 yard. He drops back, and they are there within a second. 4 Seahawks. But they didn't even blitz, I don't think, on that play. I think there was 4 rushers. 2nd and 9. Maybe there was 5. No, I lied. They blitzed. They sent 5.
Jeez. Yep. I'll be honest. I might be able to get to Daniel Jones if I was pass rushing.
I think you would.
Even at all 169 pounds of me, I might be able to get there.
Jones takes the snap, throws. That's caught. Hyatt.
Hey, Jalen Hyatt. Hey, he exists.
Gain is 7. It'll be 3rd and 2.
Sports 4-down territory.
Sports Bias says, show some faith, fans. Believe. Don't slander. I mean, I hope.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, if you kick a field goal, it's a 1-possession game.
I'm going for it. I mean, it depends what they do on this play, but I'm going for it. Jones takes. There's a good fake by Jones. He'll keep it on the RPO. He dives down to the 24. 4:58 to go. Got to get a touchdown. Got to get a touchdown. Got to get a touchdown here, DJ. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. 4:49 to go here in the 3rd. It'll be a 1st and 10. Let's go. Hurry up. Pick up the pace. We're better in a hurry up. We're better in a hurry up.
I don't know what the hell, Chris. I don't know what can we put 14 guys in the field for offense?
That'd be nice.
Ever heard of a 9-man offensive line? Maybe we could run one of those.
Take a shot at the end zone from here, please. I mean, if you have time, which you won't. Jones takes the snap, gives to Breida, he gets a yard. 2nd and 9, 4:20 to go. 3rd quarter.
You got to keep doing that, though. I mean, you have to try to run the ball.
You got to keep them honest. Yeah. And East Avenue says the Seahawks are trying hard to give us this game, and the Giants just give it right back. All the flags. Yeah, hopefully we can capitalize right now. We're driving. We're near the red zone.
As dumb as it is, if the Giants score a touchdown, 2-point conversion, or field goal down, that's how stupid this is. Put the ball in the end zone. Where's the 7s in the chat? I don't have the chat up. 7s in the chat. 8s in the chat. 8s in the chat.
Jones out of the gun, takes the snap. Seahawks come with 5. Jones steps up, hit as he throws. Caught on the sideline by Hodge. It's his 3rd grab of the night. He picks up 6.
8s in the chat. We need 8s because they would go for 2, I would think. 8s in the chat. Let's go, baby.
I'm not sure if they'd go for 2. I mean,
They'll make it 14-11.
No, I know. I get the theory, but they might go for 1 because then a field goal still keeps it at 7. But
no, it'd be 14-10.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying if the Seahawks scored a field goal, it would keep it at 7.
All right.
Yeah, a handoff up the middle, and they're short.
But even if you kick a field goal and it's 17-9, you're still just down by 1 possession. I think you have to go for. Well, we got to get this 4th down first. Otherwise, none of it matters. It's all academic if we don't get a. Look at Darren Waller, Chris. You're not winning your fantasy league tonight.
No, he's got 1 catch for 5 yards.
Yeah,
he had 1 nice.
Yeah, the Seahawks defense you won.
Yeah, I wish I had them.
If we play defense in my fantasy football league, I would pick the defense that plays the Giants every week.
4th and 1, 2:49 to go here in the 3rd. Play the game here. It's 1.5 yards.
Why didn't take a timeout of the Seahawks?
I think the Giants did because there was only 1 on the play clock.
Again, the small details. Because you know that freaking timeout's going to come back to get them. I mean, it's obviously this is a gigantic situation, so you want to make sure you got the right play called.
Yeah. God almighty, bad dog.
You ain't lying, buddy.
Bro, why doesn't Jones just throw the ball away? He doesn't even have time to do that half the time.
No.
Here we go. 4th and 1, 2:46 to go. I don't know what you even call here. I have no idea. Giants had an interesting formation. They had 3 in the backfield before they called the timeout. We'll see if they come with the same formation here. You figure if they're doing that, they're probably going to run and use 2 of them as lead blockers. 2:46 to go here in the 3rd. 4th and 1.
Gotta get this. Gotta get this first down.
And they're going to cut. Nope, they changed the formation. Breedel, the lone back in the backfield.
They moved the ball back.
Wandell in motion. Play action.
Oh,
Jones
God.
rolls out. Buys time. He's going to run. He's going to gun. He's going to go to the 10.
Go out of bounds, Danny.
Daniel Jones picks up a mega first down. He spikes the ball like he scored a touchdown. You got 5 more yards to go. 2:32 to go here in the third. David White says, looks like coach is calling the plays again.
I don't care if you're calling the plays. Actually, I would take my chances with anybody in this chat over Kafka. Kafka turned into Jason Garrett. I don't know what happened. Dr. Kafka.
2:15 to go here in the third as Jones able to make a play with his legs to get the Giants to the 5.
All right, Waller. Where you at, buddy? That's where you pay you for.
Man in motion's Wandell. Jones takes the snap, keeps it on the RPO, gets a yard. It'll be 2nd and goal at the 4.5. Minute 52 to go here in the third.
I will say this. This is really where we missed Saquon Barkley.
Yeah. Need a touchdown here.
I just heard Troy even say this is where you really like Darren Waller. I mean, this is what we got Waller for.
Yeah, get Waller involved here. Get Hodgins involved here. Get one of those guys. Get Bellinger involved here.
Right.
2nd and goal. They got Hodgins to the right. They got Waller in the slot. Man in motion, Wandell. Takes the snap. Jones looks left, throws left, and it's picked, and it's going to go for 6. Jones misses the tackle, and Seattle's running all the way back to Washington for this one. Seattle 20-3, extra point pending. Jones' longest completion of the year. Goes for 98 yards.
Holy shit. What an absolute joke. So, I mean, it's so predictable, Chris. It's so predictable. It is. Our offense is so fucking predictable, dude. It is not even funny. That was so obvious what was coming there.
A pick 6.
I don't know. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, you stared him down, and it's a 2-yard out again.
This guy says, classic Daniel Jones. I'm so done. This team's done, man.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm so done. So done. No more of this shit. All year I'll be ragging on this team again. This is 2021 all over again. See what this is.
21-3. Garbage.
Yep.
Space Oddity says, right about the 7s, just the wrong team. It's true.
The whole reason, not the whole reason, but a major reason you go out and you trade for a guy like Darren Waller are for those situations. And you don't even look at him. You don't even drop a play for him. You don't try to drop a play for him. You're on an RPO down there in between the tackles, which is obviously going nowhere. And then again, you throw a 2-yard out to Paris Campbell at the 2. You stare him down. He drops back. He looks right at him the whole time. Witherspoon almost did that earlier in the freaking game.
What a game that was.
He ran it the whole way because it's all the Giants do is little check down dumb bullshit. Oh, this coach game's going to be good. I'm blowing up because I've so had it with this team. I've had it. I have freaking had it. I've had it with this team. I can't do it anymore. I can't take this shit anymore.
I can't blame you.
Can't.
I can't blame you.
I can't do it. I can't. I cannot. I cannot put. I cannot. I have too many more important things in my life. I cannot raise my stress like this watching this shit week in and week. I can't do it. It's not worth it to me anymore. It just isn't.
By the way, let me rewind this. I think he had Waller wide open.
Maybe that's what.
Let me see. Hold on. He had Waller wide open. Look at this. Oh my! I wish I could show you my screen. He had Waller wide open.
That's why Dabo probably screamed at him.
Oh my God!
I'm not defending him anymore. Fuck him. I'm done. I tried. I defended him for a year. I'm done. I'm done with it. I defend nobody on this team anymore.
Pirate King says nobody's worth defending right now. Oh, Stormtrooper says, how soon can we trade? You're not getting anything for Jones, not with his contract. Hasman says $40 million for what? Who are we drafting? Well, depends what we're picking.
And yet be right back here next week where I can't wait to see what happens against the Dolphins. It becomes a point now where you're just like, I can't wait to see how we lose this week.
There's a handoff up the middle, nowhere to go for Breida. It'll be 2nd and 9 at the 26. Luke says, Caleb Williams, you're a giant. If we have the first pick, he will be. Yanks fan says, Bad Dog, we need you for the Lakers.
Yes, the October 7th. We'll be ready for that.
Jones takes the snap, drops back, throws, caught. Slayton, that's his first catch. It feels like all year. Up to the 37.
No, he had a good half against Arizona when we came back and won.
Oh, that's right. Just this offense has been so bad.
She's pissed. I don't blame you, lady. I don't blame you.
23 seconds to go. That's his first catch of the night. Up to the 37, 17 seconds. Jones takes the snap, drops back, looks, throws, caught, diving grab by Breida. He gets 3 to the 40.
A 3-yard pass is so difficult. Complete. Oh my God, it's just hilarious.
Space says this team against the Bills D-line, woof. This
team against Georgia.
I can't even keep up, guys. I'm sorry, but this team against any D-line is not good.
It's so bad, dude.
Why do we do this? Why do we watch these games?
I honestly don't know.
Frank says take a Xanax and we have an out after next year. Yeah, no. If the team fails, Jones ain't seeing more than 2 years. They'll draft a quarterback. Hopefully they turn it around. But let's just be real. Jake says DJ single-handedly lost this game. I won't say single-handedly, but he played horrible.
Horrible.
Yeah.
They all get crushed in a post game tonight. All of them.
Yeah, the special teams was awful. The defense with the horrible missed tackle on that one play. Like, there's blame to go around, but DJ's definitely a big part of it. Mark says, Bad Dog, your anger is showing your guns. Good work, bro. Keep pumping.
Let's go, baby. There's one thing we do well. Get in the gym. Keep my ass in shape because Lord knows if I didn't, I'd drop dead of a heart attack in the freaking. I can't do it. I just can't do it, man.
Not a J-Tex.
I try so hard. I try so hard this year to be optimistic. I tried. And why? Why? What for? I should know by now that there's no reason to be. I should know. I should know better. Why are they fooled me a bunch of times?
Because we're stupid. Alex says
I'm an idiot. I'm a damn clown.
I'm as dumb as they come. Alex says I got to take back that Daniel Jones apology for him. He always proves the media right. No confidence. Couldn't be Eli. I don't know, man.
I just can't.
Andrew, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate it.
I can't, man.
John R. says every yard we get is a battle. Why can't every other team move the ball and every year we should? Because we suck. Or everything sucks. Everything.
It's so bad. It's 2021 all over again. I know we didn't make the playoffs in 2020, but you had a glimmer of hope. They were improving. second year in a system. They went out and they had a Kenny Galladay. They had a Kyle Rudolph. Like they made moves.
Second and 7 at their own 40. Man in motion is Wandell.
Throw another interception.
Oh my God. Witherspoon got there quick. He was able to get it off to Breida. Breida fight
Good
forward.
job by Evan Neal tackling his own guy. Hey, all right, maybe we should switch Evan Neal and put him on the defensive line. Great tackle by Evan Neal.
He's getting in the box score. Dable's showing Jones the last play, and then he throws the. Oh my God, Dable's pissed. Dable's pissed.
Good.
3rd and 5.
Wonder who's more pissed off, me or him.
Jones takes the snap, drops back. I think it was batted. I couldn't see. Yeah, it was batted. The offensive linemen are getting in the box score. Bredesen makes a catch.
Evan Neal makes a tackle.
Evan Neal makes a tackle. 14-14 to go. Good catch by Bredesen. Good hand and eye coordination.
Hell yeah.
Maybe he should be a receiver.
It's one of our largest plays of the night.
He's a better receiver than a lineman.
Already?
Yeah, 4th down. 4th and 5 might as well be 4th and 50. Jones drops back, throws. Oh, they pick it up. Wandell gets 6. 13:53 to go. The Giants think it's college football and the clock stops. They don't hurry up. 13:49 to go here in the
Actually, the clock doesn't stop anymore unless it's inside of 2 minutes.
Inside the 2 minutes.
It's a new rule.
Robinson, 5 catches, 40 yards. Giants trail by 18. Feels like 1,800.
So bad.
Jones out of the gun. 4 wide. Takes the snap. Drops back. Interior pressure. Jones dead, but he avoids it. There's going to be a hold.
And there's a penalty.
He's going to take this hit for nothing. And he'll slide down at the 40. This will come back. Oh, I'm trying to keep up with you guys, but I know I'm missing a bunch, but I'm trying to keep up. Robert says signing Jones is like the Yankees signing Stanton.
Yeah, it is.
Ricardo says missed my first super chat. I'm going to miss a bunch, man. I'm sorry. It's the chat's flooded. Jimmy says, who do you guys think this why do you guys think this team is so much? Well, we're playing a tougher schedule. We're missing Thomas. We're missing Barkley, but the team just does not have an identity. The team sucks. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We're not good. Maybe it was fool's gold last year because we played a softer schedule.
I guess so.
The guy says, don't worry, guys. Jones will have a great 4th quarter against the Raiders, and everyone will say, nah, dude.
Nah.
I don't. Michael Mooch says, I went upstairs and saw my kid playing alone, my wife in the living room, and realized this team isn't worth a hair on my ass anymore. Life's too short.
It's the truth.
You think they'll give us medium Pepsis this year?
No, I think they're gonna have to give us medium Dr. Peppers, because I don't know who you call. I don't know if you call a proctologist or a podiatrist to remove a foot from your ass, but either way, we need a doctor.
Yeah,
because that's exactly what's going on with the Giants.
Yeah, we just saw it, Will J. They showed the replay. He threw the tablet. He was not happy.
Nope. Nope.
And Giovanni says, forget this team. They don't deserve a fan base. It's disgusting. Oh. I tried to leave, but I had to come back.
Yep. Yep.
I left for a second, and I said, I got to come back. No, I clicked the exit by accident. Giovanni says, forget this team. They don't deserve a fan base. Let's see. Dragon says, terrible day for New York sports. Giants stink, and the Yankees are retaining this bum Aaron. But I didn't even hear about that. They kept booing.
Of course they are.
You must be thrilled about that. Ethan says, why the blank can CJ Stroud go out there and play like he's Tom Brady with less? DJ can't do a single thing.
Because Stroud's better. There's your answer.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, Stroud's played great. Chizolo says, F it. Throw Tommy DeVito and sit. Let's see what he could do. Chris says, Cowboys fan here, please fix your O-line first. I mean, I agree that that's the primary problem, but that's not. They're going to get a quarterback if this keeps up. Jones drops back. He gets this is pathetic. I mean, I think how many did they bring that time? 3?
I don't know.
7 sacks. It's the beginning of the fourth quarter. 12:56 to go. Let me see. Then maybe they brought more. They brought 4. It felt like they brought 30. Jones drops back, 2nd and 28.
I'll get it done.
There you go. That'll bring up 3rd and manageable. 3rd and 22. This would be manageable for the Seahawks. Drew Apple says 2021 was so fun. Used up all the good mojo. And Luke says the only thing stopping us is the Bears and the Panthers.
Is there a reason the Giants stopped running the ball after the first drive again? When they can't protect him?
3rd and 22. Seahawks send 4.
He's dead again.
Jones dies again. The Seahawks have 8 sacks, and every one of them feels like they happen within 1 second. Jones has got to come out. He's got to
get him out of the game.
He just fell to the floor. Eight sacks. Look at this. This is a good job by Azudu. Good job.
It's fantastic.
That was great. That's textbook blocking there by Joshua Azudu.
Boy, this post-game video. Oh, boy. You're going to let it fly like Mussolini from the bell tower.
Punts away by Gillen. Fair catch. Seahawks will start with it at the 25. Drew Apples is 20. Oh, I already read that. And Greg says the Giants suck. Giants nuts. They suck a lot. I don't know. They suck everything. And a flag on.
Another penalty on the special teams.
That's like 5.
Another penalty on the special teams.
And Mike says trade Jones out for his own safety. Jones shouldn't go back into this game. I mean, he's literally going to die the way this offensive line's starting to block.
I got to be honest. 4 weeks into the season, this team beat it out of me. That might be a record. That might be a record.
It's bad.
Might be a record. This could be the first year in my 40 years of watching Giants football, depending on how the next few weeks go, where I actually root for them to tank. That is how bad this has become. That is how bad this has become here.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do. Like rooting for this team and thinking they have a chance. It's an exercise in futility.
Yeah.
And it's just dumb as shit. I'm so pissed off at myself for allowing myself to have a slight glimmer of hope that this franchise might have figured something out.
Pathetic.
Why I do it to myself, I have no idea.
Rogue
no clue.
This is heartbreaking. Dable needs to take control of the offense. We need a second running back. Breida is too light in the end. I'm not even thinking about Breida right now. I'm literally ready to fight someone. This line is giving blood to the vampires. I'm not even. That's the last thing on my mind, the second running back. We got to fix 38 things before we worry about the second running back. The line's pathetic. It's all bad, man. It's all bad.
It's just dumb. Like with the Yankees, like that team went to the ALCS last year. And going into this year, I had no confidence that they were getting back there.
Yeah.
The Giants win a playoff game and they're gonna be even better. They're gonna have the same record probably, but they play a much tougher schedule. They did this, they did that. Second year in a system, we're going in the right direction.
Yeah. Big Hev says worst game I've ever seen. It's not the worst I've seen, but it's up there.
I'll tell you what, Big Hep, just wait till next week and play Miami. That could be even worse.
It will be worse. Nameless Grifter says line can't protect the quarterback. Take Jones out. I mean, I agree. Tyrod Taylor will probably die, but Alex says this all shows how good Andrew Thomas is. He's the only one in 10 years to put on a Giants uniform and not completely forget how to block. Yeah. Maybe Andrew Thomas is just pretty good, and he looks like the greatest lineman of all time because we're so used to trash.
Yeah.
Thomas says twice in 4 games we were calling for Jones to be sat in the fourth because there was no hope. I've never seen anything close to this bad. 2021 was probably worse, but this is very bad. Geno takes the snap, play action, rolls out to the right, throws, caught.
Chris, this isn't worse than 2021. 2021, there wasn't a lot here. I mean, they had Galladay, but Jones missed a lot of time that year.
That's true. That's true.
And we were 4-7 this year for the most part. Well, I guess Barkley and Thomas being hurt. I'm not using this as a damn excuse, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this prime time again. Daniel Jones just sucked. You are literally 4 yards from making it a 3-point game, and you throw a pick 6 because you just stare the receiver down.
Geno throws bootleg, incomplete. I don't know why they're throwing. 3rd and 8. The Seahawks really are just trying to make the Giants stay in this game.
Not now. We couldn't score freaking 18 points if there was 7 defenders on the field.
I agree. Dragon Claw says, do you guys think the Giants should consider trading for a quarterback? No. Pencilman says, draft a quarterback and 6 new linemen. No, I don't even know what the answer is anymore. For 6 years, I've been on YouTube, and the discussion has been why the team sucks. That's been the topic of conversation for 6 years. 10:41 to go.
Yep, it has been.
Geno out of the gun, empty backfield, takes the snap, drops back. Giants send 5. Geno throws, incomplete. And the Seahawks will have to punt. 10:36 to go. And Devon says, someone get in the line's face. Jones may not be good, but he's getting killed. He doesn't deserve that as a person, period. Pure abuse every week. The line's horrible. I mean, the line is
so bad.
And Ayub says, rest DJ for the season and tank for May and William. They're not going to do that, but
you don't want Drake May. Caleb Williams, yeah. Michael Penix, yeah.
Caleb Williams is going to be one of the top 5.
Cam Ward, Cam Ward.
Until we fix the line, it's not going to matter much, but Caleb Williams is going to be great. 10:32 to go, punts away. That'll bounce. Look, our special teams are horrible.
It's the worst. I don't know if there's ever been a worse special teams in the history of football.
I mean, Adoree shouldn't be back there to begin with, but they get an extra 15 yards of bounces. 10:23 to go here in the 4th. Stanley says, hey, Chris and Bad Dog, the offense is stagnant because they don't have Saquon Barkley and Andrew Thomas. Without them, they struggle to find the. I think that's definitely a part of it, but the offense was bad with them in there.
Yeah.
Andrew says, wonder why they're not playing hard for Dable this year. I don't know if it's that they're not playing hard. They just stink. Amelia says, no quarterback, Caleb or not, could function with I agree with that. If you put Caleb behind this line, he's going to struggle. But if we're picking early, you're going to take if we're picking first, you're taking a quarterback, especially if there's one as talented as Caleb. Rich Rodriguez says, man, I'm depressed. Season is over. Hate primetime. Yeah, it's bad. Yep.
I hate primetime too because I get no sleep. And I got another one of these bullshit games in 2 weeks in prime time.
Juan, thank you for the $7 donation. I appreciate it.
I hate this
freaking I want to make sure I didn't miss. I don't think I did, Perry, but I will get to you guys. If I don't pull it up, I'll read it up here. KN says, bad dog, call those mofos out post game. Take no prisoners. Effing embarrassing. High school players have been hard.
Trust me.
It's been bad.
Trust me.
Perry, man, thank you very much, man. He says, love you guys. Can't take this anymore. Too old for this crap. A fan since the early 70s. I'm having chest pains. Still bleed blue, but I guess I'll see you next year. Yeah, I love you too, Perry, man. Thank you for being here. I love all you guys. But I don't blame anybody for checking out. It's been pathetic, man. I mean, it's been pathetic. And you figured there'd be a better effort tonight. We knew how big this game was with the two teams we have coming on deck, and we can't move the football. And we had 5 extra days to prepare for the game. Yep. Jimmy says, cannot draft offensive linemen even remotely as bad as his team. Been working on this O-line since 2011. What are we doing? Outside of Andrew Thomas, we've got 4 backups. I mean, hopefully Schmitz becomes a starter. He's a rookie, but and hopefully Evan Neal becomes a starter, whether it's at the tackle or the guard. But right now, he ain't out starting caliber lineman. It's bad, man. It's bad. It's missed pick after missed pick. It's undeveloped player after undeveloped player. JJ says, first time in my 20 years watching, turned off the game.
You're not missing anything.
And Cushman says, no one has it worse than New York fans. It's ironic, and you're right. But it's just funny. Like last year, it felt like everything was turning right for New York fans.
It's true.
The Giants make the playoffs for the first time in forever. They win a playoff game since their last Super Bowl. The Jets get Aaron Rodgers. The Knicks.
Yankees make the LCS. Knicks in the playoffs. Rangers in the playoffs.
Mets have their second most wins in team history.
Sacked again.
9 sacks. And these aren't even like coverage sacks, Bad Dog. These are sacks that are happening within like a second. Like there's nothing Daniel Jones could do about that.
Nope.
He's getting destroyed.
Yep.
Second and 17. They're going to get a safety. Jones drops back. They're going to throw a screen pass out to Brightwell. Brightwell breaks a tackle to the 10, spins forward to the 16. 9:49 to go here in the fourth.
Yeah, you're not going to show that guy anytime the rest of the year. I could be a damn defensive coordinator against the Giants. I don't even need to call a play. I'm just going to rush 4 every time.
10. Oh, he somehow escaped that one. To the 30. Jones goes all the way down to the 33. 9:23 to go. Jones trying to rush him to the line for a prayer. If they could score maybe at the 7-minute mark and you go for 2, you could cut it to 10. But it just feels like it's impossible at this point. 9:11 to go. Jones out of the gun. 4 wide, takes the snap, drops back, caught. Slayton spins to the sideline. He's pushed out of bounds. He gets a first down. That'll stop the clock for about 6 seconds before they spot it. 9:01 to go. Juana says, is there any good player on this team? There's not many. Mark says, would you think a 300-pound dudes could create more time by standing in the way? Nope, not our 300-pound dudes.
That's all they do. They just stand there, but they don't get in the way of anything.
They're statues. 8:45 to go. First and 10 from the 44. Jones drops back. Jones under pressure and batted in the air and nearly picked off. It'll be second and 10. Chisolo says, Miami going to kill us and the Bills going to massacre us.
Yeah, can't wait to call those games.
Nico says, seniors not trolling, but how? How can this team be this bad? It's the Giants. What can go wrong will go wrong. Jones out of the gun.
If we're going to go to a game this year, tickets will be cheap.
Jones drops back, wobbly throw.
Oh my freaking God, man.
Run it back. Why'd you tackle him? Seahawks will have it at the 45. This team sucks. Devontae Jones says, Philly 500 enjoying this. He just played his Ignorance is Bliss commercial with both you in it. We suck. MD says, I was so pumped for this season. How is the O-line so bad?
What was the last one?
He played some kind of video. I don't know.
Who did?
Philly 500 enjoying this. He just played the
You know what? Philly 500 can suck my dick. How about that? How about that? You fat fuck. You watching? Lose some fucking weight. Maybe you could see your own dick. How about that?
Uh-oh.
How about that? Lose a little weight.
MD
Stop worrying about what I do or what Chris does, sitting there all like the fucking Jabba the Hutt, and do something productive with yourself.
8:26 to go. Gino takes the snap. He's going to pitch it to Walker. Walker gets 4. MD, thank you for being a member. He says, I was so pumped for this season. How is this O-line so bad? I don't know. Jones ain't off the hook with me. Jones sucked tonight. I mean, that last pick's whatever, but he saw he was awful with this
shit.
Cole says, what happened to just got up where there's no game summary, Cole. I mean, think about the worst possible game summary there is and times it by 2. I mean, nothing positive, really. I mean, Kayvon was good. Yeah, Kayvon had a really good game. Seahawks have it at the 40. Gino takes the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give. Walker.
There you go. Run it in.
Walker to the 25. Walker to the 15. Tackled at the 10. And there's Pete Carroll laughing it up as he should be. 7:32 to go. First and goal. I mean, there's nothing really good to report. I mean, everything.
Fucking guys come on here after the Eagles win a Super Bowl and act like they're the shit. Would not be around if they had to deal with this. Wouldn't be around. It's easy. Oh, it's the Eagles win the Super Bowl. I'm going to start making videos.
Zoe Life says O-line broke DJ. Same thing happened to Wentz. I mean, yeah. It's been that way since he came into the league. There's a false start. 7 minutes to go in the fourth. Once actually had a good offensive line, though, at least. Well, they had
You're
injuries.
right. I am a loser. You're right. I am. Absolutely. My sock drawer is worth more than your bank account, but I'm a loser. You're right. You're right.
Don't get Park says Neal cannot play tackle at this level. Move his ass to guard. They will next year if this keeps up. Seattle with it at the 14 after the 5-yard penalty. 7 minutes to go here in the fourth. Geno under center, man in motion. Geno takes the snap, gives to Walker. Walker nowhere to go. McFadden in on the tackle. 6:53 to go. Amelia says DJ picked 6 because he has no time to look around. I'm just whatever. This team stinks. Jatone says Caleb first rounder, let him sit behind Jones, fix the line, and get rid of Jones. He's a bum. Alice says fire Bobby Johnson, fire T-Mac, and draft all linemen. I mean, I agree. It just doesn't seem to fix the problem, but I agree. But we spent premium picks on the line.
Fucking thing.
6:15 to go. Handoff. Walker. He'll spin forward to the 8, down to the 7. 3rd and goal. Ramon says maybe they could trade for Kyler Murray. I don't want Kyler Murray.
I don't want Kyler Murray.
And MetLife says Giants have won one primetime game in 9 years. That's one win. Awful. Kevin Morales says, are we so bad the Buffalo game gets flexed?
That's what I said. Can we get flexed
I hope
out
so.
of a primetime game?
I hope so. I think that's why they put our primetime games early in the year, because they knew that they could try to capitalize on the New York market off of a playoff berth last year, and they said, let's get it over with early. Kayvon gets another sack. He's the lone bright spot tonight. So that's his second sack. 4th and goal. Seahawks will have to kick.
I don't know how this game has taken so long, man. It feels like it's just been dragged around the ring for freaking 12 rounds.
Flags, a lot of flags. Joe says 14-9 if this Joe kicks field goals. Oh, you mean that's what the score would have been? Well, we would have lost anyway, but I don't blame them for going for it, especially the first time. I don't blame them at all. Rich Rodriguez says 4 LOs if we steal next week. Start of a win streak. I mean, I don't know how we're going to steal next week. I hope we do, but I don't know how we're going to do that.
We can steal if Miami forfeits, maybe.
Yeah. Thomas says the only reason I still watch is because you guys, so thank you. If I didn't get to share my pain with you all season, I wouldn't be watching this team anymore. Hey, man. I thank you, I guess. I thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. It's not easy. Kick is good for any of us.
It's absolutely pathetic.
24-3. I don't even know why we do it to ourselves. 5:26.
I don't either. Seriously, I mean, I'm so close to being done. I really am.
And Blue Collar says the Giants O-line is worse than security cards at CVS. The Giants offensive line is this might be the worst Giants offensive line in the last 10 years, and that's saying something. I think it is, and that's saying something.
Yeah.
I mean, every game it's like this. Kenneth says at some point you have to change the O-line coach. Yeah, I don't know if that'll fix anything, but I'm not against it. Egyptian says every year is the worst O-line of all time. F this, pretty much. And Larry J says, I was concerned about deploying for the Army in November and missing the second half of the season. Now it seems like a godsend. Yeah, get your mind off this team. And thank you for your service. And Tim, man, thank you for the
look at this. Unbelievable.
16 sacks in 2 games. 16. Oh my! We're gonna break the record this year for most sacks allowed.
I wonder what it is.
It's probably Carr that rookie year, right? Like, wasn't it some obscene? He was like in the 70s or 80s. I think it's that Carr team.
Now we have an extra game, so
I think we're gonna break that record. And No Seer says we deserve better all the time. And
1986 Eagles allowed 104 sacks.
We might break that. We actually have a legitimate chance to break that.
I think Lawrence Taylor had half of them.
1st and 10. Jones out of the gun from the 25. Breida to his left. 4 wide. Why is Jones still in? Jones takes the snap, throws, that's caught. Waller down. I guess.
Now he gets you some fantasy points, I guess.
Yeah. I guess there's still, there's not, but I guess he's saying technically there's a prayer, but there's not. 5:11 to go. Giants down 21 with the ball here. 5:08 to go. Jones takes the snap. They're going to run on a draw play. It'll pick up the first to the 36. We definitely deserve better. Natron says, wow. Yeah, wow. Wow is a good word to sum this team up. And Luke says, I'm only 17, so I've never seen anything good.
You know what the amazing thing is?
What? 10
Besides
sacks?
the fact that Daniel Jones just got sacked again.
10 sacks? That's pretty amazing.
It's amazing that he's only had 7 incompletions.
And 2 of them were picks.
Yeah.
And another one was almost a pick. Oh, second. Yeah, because everything's check downs because they got to get the ball out so fast because the line is so bad. 4:14 to go, 2nd and 16. I can't even blame him for not taking shots. He literally has 1 second. Jones drops back, throws. That's caught by Waller up to the 39. Luke's, and it's been bad, Luke. Nico says, I know we want to say it's just the line, but even plays with... No, he played bad. Jones played really bad. But the line is also awful. Jones takes the snap, drops back, rolls out. He's going to try to run with it. And he'll be pushed out of bounds. They'll go for it, I guess. 4th and 4. And John says, thank you guys for fighting the good fight. I feel like such an ass for having DJ's back.
Yeah, me too.
We all, I definitely do.
I just like I said,
not just him, the team in general. Jones takes the snap.
Yet again.
11 sack, and it's a fumble. Azudu falls on top of it. So Azudu got Daniel Jones killed, and then he picked up the fumble, so he got on the stat sheet. So it'll be Seahawks ball. 11 sacks?
Yep.
We might not have 11 sacks all year. We just gave up 11 sacks tonight.
There you go. There's my paper bag. There it is. He found it. He found my paper bag.
Seahawks have it at the 35. Drew Lock in the game. They'll pitch it. And they'll lose 5. Good night, fellas. Good game, fellas. Brandon, have a good congratulations on the win tonight. Big win for the Seahawks. Dan says get rid of Kafka. Get rid of everybody. I'm not blaming someone.
I don't even know what to. There's no answers anymore.
I don't know. It's so bad. I can't even blame one person. It's just everything. Evolution says that pick on Jones got to anticipate the wide receiver being there. Yeah, that was a horrible throw in the red zone. That was awful.
He stared him down the whole way. Just Darren Waller was wide open.
2nd and 14.
One read.
He's going to pitch to Charbonnet. He'll go to the 31. 3rd and 6. And Dan says, still hurts my heart. I can't with this team anymore. I don't blame you, man. I'll hang out with you guys for a little bit after the game just to talk it out, but there's not a whole lot to talk about other than just how pathetic this team is. Q Spade says, I guess Zach Wilson isn't the worst quarterback in New York. Zach Wilson played great last night. I'm not going to lie, man. He made some incredible throws. He played great last night.
He did.
Big Hep says, oi, dog, don't let the haters in. Love you, brother.
They don't, man. You get sick and tired of some clown just poking at you for 5 years. It's like, Enough is enough. Enough is enough. I can only take so much.
And Marco says a dead body smells better than this team. I'm done. Yeah. And Macamillion says Giants 3 points at home until October 22nd, 2023. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. It's true. I didn't even think about that. We haven't scored a touchdown at home.
We got shut out against Dallas.
Yep.
We scored 3 points in our 2 home games.
Mm-hmm. I'm tweeting that right now.
Oh, we're averaging one. What is that? That's
1.5 points a game.
1.5 points a game at home. We're averaging 0.35 points a quarter at home, or whatever the math says. Holy crap, man. And we've given up 40 and 24. And that's just because Seattle they're just going to run out the clock. They could put up 40 if they wanted to. Giants Chronicles podcast, chug a chug, choo choo, 1-5, chug a chug, choo choo. Hop on, headed towards the 1-5 train.
Go on and drink, please.
It might be worse. It might be worse than 1-5. Washington looks better than us. The Jets look better than us. MI Giants 26 says, get better on paper after a successful season like 2021. Oh, man. Argena says, the offensive line has given me 2013 vibes. Poor Eli felt this pain for years. This offensive line might be worse. I think it is. I mean, especially when Andrew Thomas doesn't play. This offensive line might be worse. And the Quadratic King says, Jones refuses to throw further than 5 yards. Wide receivers get 0 yards after the catch. O-line looks like they're taking bribes. Special teams and a defense that tackles like everyone's a quarterback. That sums it up pretty well. Jones, when there is a 1 or 2 opportunities to throw deep, he doesn't. Outside of that, he doesn't have many because the offensive line can't hold blocks. The wide receivers, like you said, can't create separation. And then Jones just does stupid shit. And you get tonight. So it's bad.
I literally have a headache from this game, man. Literally, this team's going to give me an aneurysm for real. It's not worth my health.
3rd and 6. We'll be able to wind it down to 40 seconds if they don't pick up the first. So we'll have another.
Just give them the first, please.
They almost did.
Please go for it and just get it and just end this thing.
They're trying. Minute 50 to go. They might as well go for it. Why not? Musab says if they decide to become sellers or bring back tons of picks to rebuild, Atlanta could be a nice suitor for DJ. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think anybody's going to be. I mean, the way that he's playing, I don't think anybody's taking that contract right now. Abe says, how do these linemen make an NFL roster? I don't know. They stink. Not a J Texas. Philly 500 said Bad Dog got roid rage and has shriveled balls. Is he live, right? I guess he's live.
Listen, I'd rather be accused of it than not. No one's accusing him of it. And if my balls are shriveled, I could still see them. He couldn't see him he couldn't see his if he had elephantitis of a balls. Okay? I mean, let's call it what it is.
And Uncle Freddie says, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for popping in, man. Blue Monkey says, pay Jabba, no bother. It is what it is. That's the best way to sum up this team every year. It is what it is. Adam says, the roid rage is real bad, dog. Stick to natural. Oh, here we go. 4th and 3.
Said, you'll never be able. Look at him. He's accusing me of it. Look at him.
I can't see the pictures.
I can see him. That guy's definitely on steroids. Without question. Without question.
Shotgun formation here for Drew Lock. Empty backfield from the 28. They're going to go for it. Why not? Drops back, batted. Giants will get the ball. So, I mean, if they could score a touchdown in 20 seconds, recover an onside kick, score another one in 20 seconds, recover another onside kick, and then score another touchdown, Bad Dog, would you go for 2 to try to win it?
What's that? Sorry.
No, I said if the Giants could score here in 20 seconds, recover an onside kick, score in another 20 seconds, recover
Yeah, you
another
got to go
100
for 2.
and
You
score
definitely got to
in
go for
another
2.
20 seconds. Would you go for 2 for the
Definitely
win?
got to go for 2.
I
Yeah,
think I would. I think I would.
I would
That's
too.
probably what Dable's thinking right now. Sonny says, blow this team up. Dable has been worse than Judge. Shane, I'm not going to say that.
It's
but
incredible how bad this is.
there's a handoff to Brightwell. Brightwell will get tackled down at the 32. Minute 06 to go. And here comes the fighting.
Stop fighting. Just get off the field.
It's one thing to lose, but another not to show up. Pretty much. 3 points. And Silly Parody says they will discover time travel before we fix the O-line. Make it make sense. I don't know. If I could make I wish I could make it make sense.
Yep.
All I know is it's still a problem, and if we need to continue to try to address it.
Yep.
Taylor takes the snap, handoff to Brightwell. He'll get 2. It'll be 3rd and 4. So he gets eaten up. Queasy says, not a fan of 500 this. Cool guy, stated facts.
Don't care. Don't care.
And Bill, man, thank you. Thank you so much, man. He says, I'm taking a break from this team. It's no longer worth my loyalty and dedication. A decade of crappy. Well, Bill, I can't blame you, man. I appreciate you always tuning in and the incredible generosity whenever you do, man. You've been a great supporter of my channel, Bad Dogs channel. You're always in the streams. But I can't blame you or anybody else. I mean, this team's, it's not even worth watching them anymore. It's just bad. It's bad. It's sad. It really is. But it's bad.
Listen, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna do my post game.
Get your rant going.
Go to sleep, whatever. This is just I can't do it with this team anymore, man. I tried so hard to be positive going into this year. I really did, and they let me down. And I don't know why. I really don't know why I ever have hope. I really don't. So I don't know. Make my post game video. It's gonna be a long freaking season. It's already been a long season, and we're only at the beginning of October. So I don't know how the hell we're getting through it, but do the best we can, I guess.
Clown music, and paper bags.
Yep, that's it. Toilet paper. Lots of toilet paper.
Bye, Bad Dogs.
All right, guys, be good. Chris, thanks. This is just another humiliating game. We've been outscored 64-3 on Monday Night Football this year, or prime time, whatever.
64-3 at home. 64-3 at home.
64-3 at home. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, be good, guys, and we'll see you next time.
See you soon, Bad Dog.
Later, man.
Goku David says, I know Daniel Jones is a nice guy, but I really wish he would just curse and yell at the O-line because they deserve it. And he should be cursing out himself too. Everybody, he's not blameless. Everybody's to blame. This team stinks. Alice says, every Giants lost. My roommate has been home. I'm starting to think they are absolute bad luck. Starting to think I need a new roommate. Man, hey, if that would work, you should get rid of your roommate. And Andrew says, hey, guys, seriously, thank you. You make dealing with this pain manageable, and what you guys do grinding these streams out ain't easy. It stinks watching this. I don't know. A lot of times when I do these streams and these games are this bad, I say to myself, if I'm not streaming this game, I would probably turn on Netflix or something. So credit to you guys to continue to watch the stream. But I know it's therapy for a lot of you guys when you got to go through these streams, go through these games. You want a platform and people to talk to about the team, and I get it. Blue Collar says, is the 12th man Evan Neal? Yeah, he's the 12th man, and Ben Bredeson's the 13th man, and Josh Azudu's the 14th man, and it's pitiful. Kevin says, being bad is one thing. I could handle just being a bad, untalented team. I can't handle being flat out incompetent. Yeah, I mean, listen, we were going to lose. The most sickening thing about tonight, unlike the Cowboys game, and the Cowboys game was sickening. It was disgusting. This isn't quite as depressing as that because I had lowered my expectations for the season going into this game based off the Cowboys game for the most part. But the thing about this game in comparison to the Cowboys game, Seattle and the referees, quite frankly, with a lot of the calls they were making, and I'm sure the penalties were justified most of the time, but Seattle, it felt like, was doing everything in their power to keep the Giants in the game. Penalty here, penalty there, going for it on 4th and 1 when you're up 11 and the Giants haven't moved the ball all game. And no matter what, they gave us every chance possible. I think we possessed the ball for like 9 more minutes in the first half. We couldn't do anything. Like, they literally were saying, here. We're not knocking you out. We're not knocking you out. Giants did nothing. And then it just got to a point where, of course, in typical Giants fashion, when the Giants are at least threatening. Like at that point, the Giants are actually like, they can make this a 4-point game or a 3-point game if they go for 2. Daniel Jones throws a pick 6. I don't know, man. 98 yards, by the way. Pleasure to be here with this amazing community. Been a rough few years. The sweet ain't no sweet without the bitter, baby. Thanks for the streams. It's been a lot of bitter. Last year was sweet, though. Completely unexpected, at least for me. That was one of the most fun seasons I've ever had as a fan of the Giants, and hopefully we get more seasons like that in the future, but it doesn't appear to be happening this year. Abe says, not defend the DJ, but this internal clock has to be so screwed up. Yeah, I'm not gonna come on here and defend DJ. He was horrible tonight, but yeah, I mean the offensive line continues to be a major problem and the biggest problem on this football team. I mean, it's horrible, but Dan Jones was horrible tonight too. I mean, everybody was horrible outside of Kayvon Thibodeau. He was great tonight. JC said, and I thought Aziz played well, and Dex played well, but pitiful. JC says, crazy we played better against the Niners. Yeah, we kind of did. MI Giants 26 says, we wouldn't build a good team around Caleb Payne. I would hope we would, but yeah, I mean, if we don't fix the line, it ain't going to do much. We might be we'd be better if Caleb turned out to be a great quarterback, but if this line doesn't get better, we're not competing for Super Bowls, which is the goal. Got to fix the line. Andrew says, what was the fallout between... I have no fallout with Philly 500. I don't know. Maybe Bad Dog Philly had some. I have no idea. Will says, 41-17 Eli Manning game against Minnesota, but Thomas and Barkley coming back. We're winning 4 out of the next 5. I love your optimism, man. Let's go. I don't believe any of what I'm saying, but I love this team. Hey, man, I love you for feeling that way, but I wish I could say that. I don't feel that way. But I love your optimism. Hyper says, what hurts more is the teams nobody expected much from. The Cardinals, the Raiders, the Bucs are actually trying hard every game. Yeah, that to me, Hyper, is what's so discouraging is when I see the Houston Texans go out there with C.J. Stroud and he's got all those guys and they're finding ways to compete. Arizona, same thing. Like the Jets with Zach Wilson last night against the Chiefs. They competed. And the Giants just completely lay a complete egg tonight, man. Just a complete egg. It's horrible. Awful. Showtime says, I still can't believe that pick 6. How do you throw that back? Well, Showtime, and I'm sure people are going to break it down on the old 22. I don't need to do an old 22 to watch that. If you're DVRing the game, go back and watch the play. Darren Waller was wide open. Wide open. And why Darren Waller is not your first read in the red zone is beyond me. But Darren Waller is literally wide open on that play. He had him for an easy touchdown. And and Darren Waller was literally 6 feet behind. He was looking right in that direction. Awful. 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 Rogati says, I feel like DJ's about to snap in the locker room. Probably. I think everybody's gonna DJ. I don't want to get into it, but DJ did not look good in terms of his body language when Dable went to him and showed that he was pissed off, like he was trying to talk to him when he was coming off the field. It almost looked like DJ was ignoring Dable. I don't want to read too much into it, but that's at least what I saw. I'm like, oh, God, not good. Bleed Blue says, even Dable is over DJ. Excuses are done. Change now. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to put in Tyrod Taylor? What's that going to do? Natron says, year one of a new, putting Tyrod Taylor behind this offensive line. He's going to get destroyed. You couldn't pay Tyrod Taylor enough money to play behind this offensive line. He'd get killed. Well, you could, but the Giants aren't going to pay him that. Natron says, year one of a new head coach with the Giants. Wow. Year 2 of a new head coach with the Giants. Wow. Yeah, year 1 seems to be the year where we get hope, but year 2, everything gets crushed. Giants fan says, not so sexy Dexy this year. Maybe play him at guard. I thought Dex played fine today. He didn't have a sack, but he was getting decent pressure up the middle. I thought Dex played all right. And it's cool. It says, I'm sorry, Tane, it's atrocious. Hey, I know you're a Jets fan. I got a lot of respect for your team, man. You guys are showing a lot of fight. We're not. Like, you talk about a team that has every right to be like, our season's over, put their head in the sand. It's the Jets, right? Aaron Rodgers goes down. That team literally went toe-to-toe with the Kansas City Chiefs last night. We play Seattle. Seattle travels across the country. We played last Thursday. We had 4 more days to prepare for this game. What do we do for those 4 days? What do we do? Did we sit around and come up with ideas to commit penalties on special teams? Did we sit around and come up with ideas to allow 11 freaking sacks in a ball game. How to turn what should be a 6-yard gain into a 60-yard touchdown. How to we got saved by a butt cheek on one play where Okereke tackled the running back for a loss, and if the tip of his ass didn't touch the ground, he would have ran it in for 70 yards. What do we do for those 4 extra days? The Red Formula says they have to get rid of some players, add some players that can actually play, and get rid of some coordinators. This problem isn't going away. I just feel like it's a never-ending cycle. I literally feel like with the New York Giants, I'm in the twilight zone. I feel like it's like an episode, a non-stop recurring episode of the Twilight Zone. And it's just the same cycle. Time to get rid of this guy. Time to get rid of that guy. And I don't blame fans for feeling that way. They should with the way that the teams look, but it's just a never-ending cycle. Fire him, fire him, fire him, fire him. Let's bring in a new guy. 2 years later, fire him, fire him, fire him, fire him. I just feel like we just keep digging a hole and we just can't get out of it. I literally feel like I'm in space. I'm in the Twilight Zone. I sometimes I question when I watch the Giants, is everybody just looking at me like it's the Truman Show and I'm being filmed at all times? Is it a practical joke with how bad this team has been? What can go wrong will go wrong with this team. It's pathetic. Luke says Philly 500 talking so much shit on Bad Dog now. I don't want to get in the middle of that. I didn't know that they had any kind of beef or anything. I had no idea. I've never had any I've never had any problem with Philly 500. Ricardo says there's a reason Philly 500 isn't in his thumbnails. And Oscar says, Cowboys fan here, sorry to see this happen to you great guys. We'll make you feel better when our boys make Philly 500 cry in several weeks. Yeah, we'll see. That'll be a good game, of course. We won't be able to keep up with you guys. Pete says, not going to lie, I'm legitimately excited right now. We are firmly in position to get Caleb. Looking at the team and the schedule, let's hope Mara's smart enough to stick with Dable. I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like, it's way too early. Who knows, right? Who knows where we're going to end up in the draft? I think that's something where I'll start to think about, that as a possibility maybe around, after the 10th game or so. Then you look at the standings and you say, all right, maybe, at this point, but right now it's so far in the future that who knows what's going to happen as far as the draft goes. I'm not excited. This team's awful. I'll start thinking about the draft later in the year if things don't get better. But right now, I don't know. I'm stupid. And I guess I'm holding out hope that I don't know. Everybody on Miami maybe gets diarrhea and we find a way to get a win. But Agni Kai says Eli Manning was never the problem. Well, I could have told you that. Dan, stand up. New member. Welcome to the squad, man. Ken says Jones is a tough kid, but way over his head. Trade him to the Niners for a backup. Why would the Niners want Daniel Jones? They're paying Brock Purdy nothing. They got Sam Darnold as a backup. Why would they want Daniel Jones? They're not going to take on his contract. Kelvin says blow up the team and start over. Yeah. And Corp says, next week I will witness the Dolphins beat us like we're the Broncos live at the game. We're giving every team a weekly highlight reel. Forget the yellow or red flag. Where's the white flag? Dable should have put up the white flag long before he did. I don't know why the starters were even in there at the 3-minute mark. I mean, we had no hope, but actually, no, they brought Tyrod in the final 3 minutes. But yeah, even when we were down like 11, it felt hopeless. Like that's how stagnant our offense was. Professionally certified hater says I was really upset how we lost because of the refs to the Super Bowl champs, but I couldn't imagine what I would do if we played like this versus the Seahawks. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if I was a Jet fan. I think if you're a Jet fan right now, you look at this year as a year to evaluate Zach Wilson at this point. You're not winning a Super Bowl. And if that's like the primary objective for the Jets right now, which I think realistically it should be. I mean, maybe you sneak into the playoffs, but the AFC is so tough. It was a win. Zach Wilson looked great last night. Brian, you didn't win the game, but Zach Wilson looked really good. Brian Dixon says, I thought Bad Dog at Philly was I have no idea what's going on with that. I don't know if there's more to that. I have no idea. That caught me off guard. I don't know. I don't want to get in the middle of it because Philly's never done anything bad to me. I never had anything wrong, issues with them. Ninja Service says, if we somehow end up being the worst team in the league and get the first pick, what would be the smartest thing to do? Do we take Williams? I don't even want to think about that. But if you're asking me in a hypothetical world, if we had the first pick, it's one of two things. You either take Caleb Williams or you trade out and you get a king's ransom. But, if I've watched Caleb Williams now for 2 years, and I don't think we're going to have the first pick. Anything's possible. I think Caleb Williams is going to be one of the 4 or 5 most talented quarterbacks in the NFL. So if you have a chance to take that guy, yeah, you'd probably take him. But, we'll see what happens at the end of the year. Zoe Life, No Life says Philly 500 on the fitness protection program. Oh, God. That came out of nowhere. That caught me completely off guard, that Philly 500 thing. Arlen Williams says, how did we regress with a better roster? I think, part of it's the schedule. We'll start there. Like, we're playing a tougher schedule. But, Andrew Thomas is hurt. Saquon Barkley's hurt. And I think right now this team doesn't have an identity. Last year, the way that we were able to beat the good teams that we did beat on our schedule, which was the Ravens, and I guess the Packers were pretty good. We beat them early on in the year. The Titans were decent. We beat them early on in the year. The way we were able to beat them was an identity. We were able to run the ball, control the clock, grind out football games. We don't have an identity right now. We can't do anything offensively. We can't play a good version of ugly football, which is what we were able to do last year. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted for, I don't know how, hopefully I wasn't muted that long. I might have been muted for 3 minutes. I switched to the bad mic. So that's bound to happen anytime you come into a stream. But yeah, so basically what I was saying, if you didn't hear me, is last year, this Giants team had an identity. This year they don't. That to me is the thing that really stands out. And of course, we play a harder schedule this year. Thomas is hurt. Barkley is hurt. But the biggest thing to me is last year we were a team that did not beat ourselves. We limited mistakes. We grinded out the clock. And we were able to play ugly, disgusting football in a pretty way, if that makes sense. We didn't turn the ball over. We sustained long drives. We knew that we were not nearly as talented as a lot of the teams we were going up against, and we were able to win that way. This year, this team can't do that. Not only can we not grind out the clock and pick up crucial third downs, we turn the ball over religiously, and we don't create any turnovers on the other side. We haven't created one turnover. Think about that. We have not created one turnover in 4 games. Not one. We turned it over, 3 times tonight. I think 2 led to basically led to touchdowns. One was a direct touchdown. The other one might as well have been a touchdown. We had a blocked field goal that went back for a touchdown. We haven't created one turnover. Not one. But it's the identity. And Adam says, Roy Dog was fit shamed. He's been through a lot. I'm not even. I don't know what happened. I honestly don't even remember the comment. That I know Phillies did something, but I don't even remember. Rich says strip Kafka of play calling, do something. If I thought it would work, I would get behind it. I don't know if it would. Right now. Yeah. Could we call better plays? Yeah, sure, but. Right now, the way the line is blocking, the way Jones is playing, we're not going to be able to do much. It could be better, sure, but Zach Attack says, pleased with the defense DJ has done in New York. Yeah. Marcus says, you think this is DJ's last year? It depends. I'm still leaning no, but let me see the whole year play out. Let me see where we're picking. I'm still leaning no, but that doesn't mean that. Well, he's definitely gonna be a Giant next year. It doesn't mean he'll be the starting quarterback. They could draft a quarterback, but he's definitely gonna be a Giant next year. His contract is way too much money. There's no financial gain in cutting him. So I'm leaning still that yes, he will be the quarterback next year, but that could change. And that could definitely change. I mean, if this team continues to lose, I mean, it's the NFL. Things happen fast. Christian says, Chris, all love, man. I've been here for so long. It's the same thing. It's Jones on the way Dave Gettleman built the team. I really like Dable. Hope he stays. We can't fire Brian Dable. I know a lot of fans are frustrated and they're upset and they're emotional, and I get it. What, we were just going to keep firing coaches every 2 years? We're just going to keep doing it, No, we're not firing Brian Dable. I think it would be a massive mistake. Massive mistake to fire Brian Dable. Massive mistake to fire Joe Schoen. You have to allow these guys to build. You have to. I know that the draft 2 years ago right now does not look good. It looks bad with Kayvon, with Neal. It looks bad. I'm not going to say it doesn't. But what are you going to do? You're just going to keep firing guys every 2 years? How do you build that way? Can't fire Brian Dable. Can't do it. Cole says, can't tell when you're live anymore. No Twitter. I haven't been active on Twitter because, I mean, to be honest with you, Cole, it's depressing. It's depressing to go on Twitter and just see Giants fans fight. I don't want to do it anymore. Just see Giants fans fight basically over why the team sucks. One group thinks it's this, one group thinks it's that, another group thinks it's this, another group thinks it's that. And this group is never going to agree with that. It's like politics. It's like the Republicans and the Democrats. They're never going to agree. So the people that think it's all Daniel Jones are never going to agree with the people that think it's mainly the offensive line. It's whatever. It's just a never-ending cycle of I told you so's, and this team, and this is why they suck, and that's why it's just I don't enjoy it. I'd rather come on, talk about the team, when I want to on my channel, which will be live on Wednesday here. I just was really busy this week. I meant to do the live show on Saturday, but my sister was moving to Brooklyn, so I couldn't do it. So I just took a long week after the Thursday, but I'm still going to continue to do Giants content over here. But I don't enjoy going on Twitter. I just don't. It's just, I don't know. I don't enjoy it. Jonathan says, Seattle fan, good game, bro. The way Jones was hyperventilating on the side, I actually felt bad for him. But keep your head up. Great streams. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel too bad for him. He played bad. He's getting paid $40 million. But, yeah, he didn't have a chance tonight. I mean, for the most part, he definitely made some really bad decisions. And he should get lit up for it. But, I mean, he was sacked 11 times. And he probably could have been sacked another 4. If he was Eli Manning, he would have been sacked 15 times tonight. Because Jones probably was able to make was able to avoid a sack 3 or 4 times that Eli wouldn't have been able to. So it was that bad. It was the pressure was that bad tonight. Not excusing Daniel Jones. He played very bad tonight. David White says, I will insult DJ. He was one of the only players to ignore the fans after the Arizona game. How can't you react to that base after the game? He ignored everyone. I wasn't there. I have no idea. Yeah, I can't speak. I wasn't there. I don't know what he did, what he didn't do. I mean, who knows? I don't know the situation. I never like to judge athletes or celebrities off of one interaction. You don't know what's going through their heads. So I'm not going to speak on that. It's Cole says, did you watch that game? Thoughts on the final drive? The Jets game? I thought Zach Wilson played his ass off. Zach Wilson to me in that one specific game, and I don't watch Jet games nearly as much as I watch Giant games. Zach Wilson in that game looked like a top 10 quarterback. And he's got all the talent. I mean, his arm strength is incredible. He looked like he was processing much faster than times I've watched him play before. But it was one game. We'll see what happens. But he looked really good. Theodore says, Giants, the laughingstock of the NFL, pathetic. No fight, no passion, missed tackles like they don't care. Nothing at all to smile about with this team. The only the positive tonight was Kayvon. Kayvon played, and Aziz played well. I know he didn't get a sack, but he was getting good pressure off the edge. They played pretty well. But outside of that, if we're talking to individuals, I'm sure you could point to a player here, a player there, but it was really bad. It was really bad. God almighty. Special teams was pathetic as usual. Basketball Guru says, will Miami win by 60 points? They might. I mean, they put up 70 on who'd they play? Was it? I can't even remember who they put up 70. Was it Denver? I can't even remember. They put up 70 though on somebody. So if they put up 70 on somebody, if they want to, they could probably put up 70 on us. Especially if we can't get first downs. Abe says common sense would tell you if the quarterback has 2 seconds or less to throw the ball that you could add some extra blockers. But hey, it's the Giants. So here's the thing, Abe, and I agree with you. And that's the thing. The Giants do that sometimes. And I think we did that on the first drive. But here's the thing. When you add extra blockers, then nobody's running routes. So if you leave 2 extra guys in the block, now you have 2 guys running routes instead of 4. And we have crappy receivers to begin with. So, yeah, sometimes you have to do that, but that hurts the offense too. So it's I don't know. It's a mess. I would like to, for once, have an offensive line where we could have 5 guys stay in and I could feel confident. Okay, my quarterback's going to have enough time to make plays. But we're the Giants, so that might never happen. Gustavo says, this is Gustavo. What's up, bro? What the hell? I knew our O-line is bad. I know our O-line is bad. Jones was horrible tonight. Jones was awful tonight. This is Daniel Jones' worst game. Worst game since Brian Dable's been the head coach. He was horrible. Big Blue Sack Attack says 11 days didn't change anything. Only got 3 points. Yeah. Blue Collar says the only chance we get is Dable to rally this team and hire the best O-line coaches and bring in a veteran. I don't even know, man. Is an O-line coach midseason really going to? I hope you're right, man. Yeah, is it going to fix everything? Maybe that'll be the magic touch. I don't think so. I think what you're hoping for out of the remainder of this year as a fan is Evan Neal gets better. Can't get much worse. John Michael Schmitz gets better. That you want to see that. You want to see encouraging signs going into next year with the offensive line that you're like, okay, we have young pieces that are at least improving. They're growing. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I think that's what you're hoping for. You want to see Deonte Banks continue to get better. But I'd be lying to you guys if I told you that there's any hope. Well, there's always hope. But I'd be lying to you guys if I told you that I thought that there was any realistic hope that this team's going to the playoffs or that this team's even probably going to play meaningful football over the last 3 or 4 weeks of the season. We're 1-3. We should be 0-4. We should be 0-4. Our only win, it required the greatest comeback, I think, in like New York Giants history to win that game against Arizona, which was great. It felt great, but we should be 0-4. And now you're playing arguably the 2 best teams in the NFL. Did you watch the Buffalo and Miami game? Have you seen the way Buffalo's played since they lost week 1? They literally look like the best team in the National Football League. We play them, and we play a team that put up 70. So who do you think is going to win? A team that put up 70 or a team that's put up 3 points in 2 home games combined? Probably Miami. Probably Buffalo. So if you're being real, you're 1-5, and then you play Washington, who's looked good, and you play the Jets. Maybe we get a split at the way this team looks. So you're looking at what, 2-6 after 8 games? So I don't know, man. What will it take to turn this team around? I think a prayer. I think if we all pray really hard this week together, if we, maybe we'll get some kind of gathering. We'll go to a church. Maybe we'll go to MetLife. We'll get free medium Pepsis, and we could all gather at MetLife Stadium. And if we all pray together, maybe the Giants will score a touchdown next week. Maybe. Steve, man, thank you very much, man, for the $2 donation, man. I appreciate it, buddy. Oh, and Joe Sullivan says Philly 500 said none of that shit about roids. Yeah, Joe, I don't even want to get in the middle of it. I have no idea where that came. I don't know if there's a backstory to that, so I don't want to comment on it. That's something that maybe they can elaborate on. I honestly I wish I knew more to it. I was as thrown up as everybody else when that happened. Christian says, want to reiterate the damage Gettleman did building the team. Not something easy to come back from. Too many misses in the draft and free agency. Give Shane time. Yeah, I mean, listen, Gettleman did some things pretty well, but overall he was horrible in terms of his construction of the team. Did he hit on a few draft picks? Sure, but I'm giving Shane a lot more time. If I gave Gettleman 4 years, and I was very fair with Dave Gettleman to the point where a lot of people killed me for it, if I gave Dave Gettleman 4 years, you bet your ass I'm giving Joe Shane 4 years. And the way I look at it is, if I'm giving Shane 4 years, I'm giving Dable 4 years. To me, they're together. That was his handpicked coach. That's his guy. He brought him over from Buffalo. So for me, I said it when they hired the guys. I definitely came around to wanting to fire Joe Judge much sooner than I thought I was going to. He just didn't feel like he was ready for the New York job, the market and everything else, and it was a complete disaster. I don't care what happens the rest of the year. You may hear it from other people. You may hear it from other content creators. I will not do that. Dable, I want back. Shane, I want back. And I'm giving them not 3, I'm giving them 4 years to build this team. They inherited a disaster. And last year, the team overachieved, but that doesn't erase what they inherited. They inherited a salary cap nightmare. They inherited a disaster. The team looked a lot better when they took over last year, but that doesn't erase what they inherited. It takes time to come out of that. So I'm giving them at least 2 more years after this year to build the team. That's me. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But you're not going to hear me say fire Shane and fire Dable. No, I'm giving them at least 2 more years to build this team. But we'll see. We'll see what the plan is going to be after this year. We still got a long season to go. KC Legit says, we need a whole different offensive approach. We got to find a way to build a system that sustains from top to bottom, regardless of the players that we have in playing. KC Legit, I think it starts with the line. And I know it's repetitive, and I know it's what I've said since I've had a YouTube channel. And coaching's a huge part of it, and scheme's a huge part of it. There's no doubt about it. You look around the league, you look at what's his name is doing over in Miami. I mean, my God, to turn that offense as quickly as they did. You look at what Shanahan's did with the 49ers, albeit they have a great offensive line. Coaching is a massive part of it. But for me, until our offensive line, and some of that is certainly coaching, right? Continuity, especially on the offensive line, cohesiveness, keeping these guys together. Finding an offensive line coach that you can keep and not just flipping offensive line coaches every year and them having to learn a new blocking scheme and a new blocking technique and a new way to teach me to do this and that. They need to find something and stick with it and let it grow. But for me, that's where it starts. Until this offensive line becomes at least bad, we're going to suck. And I say at least bad because we're not close to bad. This offensive line wishes they were bad. This offensive line, and I said it on Patricia Trainer's channel, makes bad look incredible. You know how every morning I wake up and I look at God and I say, please give me a bad offensive line. I forgot what a bad offensive line feels like. This is the worst offensive line I've ever seen watching Giants football, and that's saying something because the Giants have had the worst offensive line in football over the last 10 years collectively. So until that gets better, we're not going to be able to beat good teams unless we get lucky bounces and everything goes our way one day. But you're not going to be able to compete with good teams. So to me, that's where it starts. I'm not saying don't draft a quarterback if things go really south this year or the year after that, and I'm not saying that. But until that line gets to be at least average, this team's not going to compete for Super Bowls. It's just not. So to me, that's where it starts, and that's just how I feel. Let's see. And I'm not changing my opinion on that. Filano says, if you're the GM and coach, what's your next move? If I'm the GM and the coach, what's my next move? Well, you listen, if you ask me today, well, I don't know where we're going to be picking. I know nothing, right? We're only 4 seasons into a 17-game season. So we're just projecting. Obviously, we're emotional. We're upset. You know, we're all thinking doom and gloom, as we should be, based off the way that this team has looked 4 games in. So I can't honestly answer that question right now because I have to see how the rest of the year plays out. So ask me that question in 2 months, even before the year's over, and I'll give you a more in-depth answer. I don't know where we're going to be. I don't know where we're going to be picking. I don't know. But what I will tell you, Filano, is I am going to continue to draft offensive linemen. I'm not necessarily saying we have to spend every first-round pick on an offensive lineman, but I'm going to continue to draft offensive linemen. And I'm going to continue to draft defensive linemen because until we can consistently get after the quarterback and until we can consistently block for our quarterback, whoever the quarterback is, because after tonight, there's no guarantee it's going to be Daniel Jones much, more than a couple of years at most. But until we can block for the quarterback, until we can get after the opposition on a regular basis without having to have 3 extra blockers to stay in so we have 1 wide receiver running a route, this team ain't going to win shit. So my next move, no matter what happens, I am continuing to address the offensive line heavily. Because right now we have a left tackle and we have nothing else. We've got a left tackle. We got a right tackle who was drafted 7th overall. Looks like crap right now. I hope he gets better. Smith, he's a rookie. Whatever. I still think he'll be solid, hopefully. And our 2 guards are garbage. So we have nothing on the offensive line. We have hope. Outside of Andrew Thomas, we have hope. So that needs to continue to be a focal point. It needs to continue to get better. So in terms of our first round pick, I have no idea where we're picking, right? So I can't really give you an answer on that. There's so many needs on this team, though. I mean, we need help on both lines. Like I said, we could probably use another corner. Adoree's not going to be here next year, more than likely. So we could use another corner. We could use another linebacker. We need help all over, man. And T says, how many points did the D actually allow? Tonight, well, the D played pretty well tonight. I'm not going to kill the outside of, obviously the really bad touchdown by when Drew Lock on the last drive before the half. That was pitiful. The tackling. But yeah, overall the defense played by far their best game. Granted, Seattle helped us out a lot with a lot of stupid penalties, holding penalties, so on and so forth. But the defense actually played a good game tonight. They played well tonight. I'm not going to kill. I saw people in the chat killing the defense tonight. Wink Martindale. I don't think the defense played bad tonight at all. I think it was their best game. And I actually said in my post game last week, even though the defense was really bad last week, the tackling was awful last week, really bad. I started to see at least some glimpses of improvement. And I think we saw more improvement tonight. I'm not putting this game on the defense. This game is exclusively on the offense and the special teams. The special teams was pitiful as well. I think they had like 6 penalties on special teams. Eric Gray muffed a punt. It was the special teams was pitiful. The offense was disgusting. So yeah, I'm not putting this game on the defense. Let's see. And I mean, eventually your defense is going to tire out, right? If the offense can't pick up first downs. Strong to Prosper Fitness says, don't know what it's going to take to fix the. I don't either. I wish I could tell you, Strong to Prosper Fitness. All I could tell you is Strong to Prosper Fitness. Just because it hasn't worked and what we've done does not mean you stop throwing darts at the board. For when I hear people complain, oh, well, you tried to draft the offensive line, it's not working. We don't need to continue to. No, you need to continue to do it until it gets fixed. We're not going to be a good football team. So you need to hope that these guys develop, and you need to continue to prioritize the offensive line in the draft. That until that's fixed, it's going to be hard to compete with the upper echelon teams in the NFL. And H50 says, we need a new O-line coach. Get the players that are still available in free agency that were on the team last year. They are better than the new players. Get the players that are still available in free agency that were on the team last year. They might be. But, you're not letting, you're paying Bobby Okereke, what, $10 million a year? You're not getting rid of him. You're not getting rid of Darren Waller. I think Hyatt needs to get a more expanded role. You want me to take a little positive tonight? I guess. It was good to see Wandell at least featured a little bit tonight, right? You hope that he gets a growing role as the year progresses. It was good to see the way that they tried to feature him in the offense tonight. Maybe he gets, better over the course of the year. Jalen Hyatt's a guy that you need to see more of as the year progresses. You need to find out what these young wide receivers can become. Let's see. But we're not taking any shots down the field because we can't block. And Daniel Jones, when he has like 1 or 2 opportunities throughout the game, doesn't throw it. Luis says they need to fire the He's horrible. He's awful. He should have been fired last year. Probably should have been fired the year before that. He's been bad. He should be fired. Spud says, I don't know if Bobby Johnson and McGahee still have jobs. Yeah, or McGahee, however it's pronounced. Well, Bobby Johnson I get because he came over with them, but they didn't have to keep McGahee. He should be fired. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if they fired Bobby Johnson either. But Jesus says, Bills fan here, enjoy your channel. Hold your head up, Giants fans. Whether the Giants get a new quarterback or not, good luck the rest of the season. Respect. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, listen, man, I'm going to be supporting my team no matter what happens. Obviously, I'm going to hope that things get better, and I don't have all the answers. I mean, I just give my opinion at the end of the day. I still think it was really our only option to keep Daniel Jones last year. That was really, you want to argue that maybe we should have tagged him. That's fair, but that was really our only option where we were picking. My opinion may change at the end of the year based on how the year develops. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But the offensive line is still a major problem, like I said. Let's see. Goku David says, I'm going to the Giants 5K run this week, but I feel so embarrassed to be associated with the team right now. Yeah, you should be. I mean, you're awesome, but everybody should be. Owen, and good luck on your run. Owen says, I know we have more problems than special teams, but why does T-Mac have a job? It has never been an advantage. I think it's just based off reputation, right? I think it's just based off reputation why he still has a job. Not easy taking feelings of the fan base. Chris, stay blessed. Yeah, no, thank you for being here, man. Nelly says, Tana, I'm so over this. What the hell happened to the team? How did we go from winning a playoff game to looking like this? Heads must roll. Heads will roll. I don't think they're going to roll yet. It's still only 4 games in, but heads will roll. There'll be changes at the end of the year. I don't know where they're going to come from, but there will be changes because at the end of the day, the NFL, Nelly, is about preserving your job, keeping your job. And that at the end of the day is Joe Shane's job. That's his number one objective, to keep his job, because guys get replaced as soon as possible. Same thing for Brian Dable. They're going to have to point the finger somewhere. So, if this team continues to do what they're doing, so there will be changes. It's going to happen if this team continues to falter and this year continues to play out the way that it's appearing to be headed towards. There will be firings. There will be changes. That's just the way it works, right? So somebody's going to have to take the blame. So we'll see what happens at the end of the year, or maybe something will happen midseason. There will definitely at least be position coaching changes if this keeps up. There has to be. Met says Johnson and Kafka jabronis put in camel clutch. Yeah. What's going on, Mets? Good to see you, man. Our baseball team's just as bad as our football team. And Natron says Gawinski sucked and got benched week 1. Who gets benched this time? 11 sacks. What a joke. They can't even mimic the nature. I don't even know what the answer is, because no matter who you put out there, we were going to get 11 sacks. We were going to get sacked 11 times. Our offensive line is pathetic. It's awful. I think the only answer is just continue to throw out the young guys and hope they get better over the course of the year. I want Azudu to continue to play. I want Neal to continue. Obviously, Neal, JMS, if he's healthy, continue to play. You got to hope that these young guys develop. I don't want to see Gawinski anymore. I don't, quite frankly, if I don't know. Well, Bredesen may be a part of the future, but anybody that's not a part of the future of this team on the offensive line by week 5 or 6, I probably don't want him out there. I want those McKeithen. Let him play. Let those young guys grow. They have to grow together. They have to play together. So that's my outlook on the offensive line. But I don't think there's a knight in shining armor. Like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, people talking about Justin Pugh like he's going to come here and save the offensive line. Do you think that Justin Pugh could save what we saw tonight? Do you think that some guy that we pick up, some random guy we pick up on waivers is going to save what we saw tonight? Not happening. So I think that you just have to hope that these young guys grow and get better over the course of the year. But the offensive line's a mess. It's an absolute mess. Ayub says Lions, OC, and rookie quarterback only way out of this hole. Lions, OC, and rookie quarterback only way out of this hole. Oh, you mean bringing the Lions, OC? Listen, I got tremendous respect for the Lions. I love the way you want to talk about a team that built the team the right way. It's the Detroit Lions. Their offensive. I watched them the other day. I'm like, this team might win the Super Bowl. Like their offensive line and defensive line is as good as it gets. They're great. Nate says, getting up at 4 a.m. to see this shit show. How can we be worse than last year with the improvements? Hawks can't get pressure before today, and then 11. Don't sell yourself short, Nate. 11. Nate, in the back of my head, it's what I always worried about going into the year. Obviously, I was not projecting the offensive line to be this bad. But, Nate, at the time, in Saquon Barkley's rookie year, was there a better running back in the NFL than Saquon Barkley? Probably not. Maybe one. And in Saquon Barkley's rookie year, was there a better wide receiver than Odell Beckham? Probably not. Maybe one. Maybe two. So we had a top 3 or 4 running back. We had a top 3 or 4 wide receiver. And the offense couldn't do jack shit. And everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people blamed it on Eli Manning. It was the offensive line. That was the main culprit. If you can't block, it doesn't matter if Darren Waller's you had Darren Waller, if you had Paris Campbell, if you had whoever. If you can't hold blocks, those wide receivers can't complete their routes. So in the back of my mind, of course you're excited about the moves, and you have to hope and think that Evan Neal's going to get better. He was a top 7 pick. He was regarded as one of the best tackles to come out in years. You have to think John Michael Schmitz can't be any worse than what we had at center last year with John Feliciano. You have to think that. You have to hope that Andrew Thomas isn't going to get hurt. But in the back of my mind, yeah, if the offensive line doesn't block, we're not going to put up points, and the offense is going to be a mess. So that's the problem. That's one of many problems, but that's a major problem. Everybody's the problem right now. Everybody's the problem right now. Payback says Jones never sees open wide receivers downfield when he does have time. I agree tonight. He didn't have a lot of time tonight, but there might have been 2 or 3 plays. The one play in particular, again, I don't watch the old 22s. I'm not listening to these guys. I don't see the field the way they do when I watch it on TV. Obviously, I could see the film breakdowns after the fact. But the one play that was clearly apparent to me tonight, just watching the game, was the interception, the pick 6. He had Darren Waller wide open. He had Darren Waller wide open right behind him for an easy touchdown. He doesn't have a lot of opportunities to hit deep plays, but when he does, he doesn't hit enough. You're not going to hear me argue that. Let's see. Richard says, I may be delusional, but I felt like this isn't on Danny. I mean, I think the offensive line's, this is what I said earlier, Richard. This is what the discussion has been since I've been on YouTube, because it's the only thing to really discuss is what's the reason why this team stinks. That's what we've talked about for the most part for the last 6 years. So, yeah, Richard, if you were asking me, out of a pie, if you have to break it down by percentage, what was the main culprit for tonight? I would say the offensive line. We let up 11 sacks, and we probably should have let up 15. But that doesn't excuse the way Daniel Jones played. Daniel Jones handed them 14 points. I mean, the fumble, it's a blindside hit. I get it. The interception was pathetic. It doesn't excuse the way Daniel Jones played. But if you're asking me, cut it up into a pie, I would say like 70% is the offensive line. Couldn't block. Couldn't get anything going because of it. But Daniel Jones definitely deserves some blame tonight. He was horrible. You got to be fair. I mean, I try to support. Listen, I'm a Giants fan. I try to get behind the guy. I'm a Giants fan. I'm a Giants fan at the end of the day. I'm not a guy that's going to be like, oh, I was right. I don't care. I was upset when we drafted him. Obviously, you know that if you watch my channel. And I've tried to support him every step of the way. Last year, he did exactly what I said he had to do for me to be like, yeah, I'm going to support this guy. And he did it. So I supported him. But tonight, you got to be fair. Like, he was horrible. He was horrible. Did he have a lot of help? No, he had no help. But, it stinks, the situation that we're in. But he was not great. Has the Giants DA scored more than the Giants? I don't know. I'm probably. I know that you guys have. Well, you had the special teams block for a touchdown. That, I guess that'll count towards defense. You probably had another defensive touchdown in that game. I can't even remember. I've tried to put it out of my mind. I know that Leighton Vander Esch had a pick 6 last game, or maybe it was a fumble recovery, whatever it was. And then I think maybe I don't even know. Probably Giants have scored 3 points at home all year. Probably not, because they scored 31 against Arizona. But outside of that game, the Giants have scored next to nothing. Outside of 2 quarters, because we didn't score in the first half of that game. W11, he says, hate it, but I'm done with DJ. Don't push the ball deep. How about you? I mean, I can't be done with DJ right now. He's our quarterback. I'll assess at the end of the year where we're picking, but I'm not happy with the way DJ's played this year, if that's what you're asking me. How could you be? Kevin Sullivan says, the flip of the tablet said it all. Yeah, and again, I don't want to read too much into this because I know DJ, rightfully so, is going to take a beating for this game. Rightfully so. But there was I didn't say it on the stream, but there was a when they showed, it wasn't even the tablet. There was another point in the game where it might have been before the tablet, after the interception. I don't remember what play it was, but it was a bad play that Jones made. And Dable was trying to talk to him as he was coming to the sideline. And Dable was visibly upset. And it just looked like Daniel Jones he didn't even listen to him. He just put his head down and he just walked to the bench. And it didn't give me good vibes. I didn't like seeing, I know, maybe I'm reading too much into it. It's a negative night. I'm emotional. I'm a fan. I'm upset after tonight. I'm upset with the performance. I just didn't like the vibe that I got from that. Beanie says there is an issue of how our coaching staff develops players. We have bust across the roster because guys aren't improving NFL caliber, not just because Dave Gettleman or Shane drafted talentless players. That's a huge problem. That's why we saw players that were drafted by Gettleman do better last year because they had a better head coach. I think another major problem, Beanie, is, and it's probably not going to get fixed because this team continues to suck, but I think another major problem is, because I'm guilty of it too, as fans, we always look at the head coach and we look at the general manager. We don't think about the position coaches. We don't think about the offensive line coach. We don't think about the wide receiver coach. We don't think about special teams coach needs to be fired. But we don't think about the guys underneath. Even those positions, if you're constantly firing those guys, we talk about the offensive line. How many offensive line coaches have we been through over the last 10 or 11 years? If you keep firing and firing and firing and firing, there is not a more important positional group in terms of continuity than the offensive line. And if you bring in a new coach every year that's talking new things into their ears, how are those guys going to grow together? So that's a big problem for me. And I'm not saying, because the offensive line stinks. I understand why fans want to replace our offensive line coach. We have to find a guy that's a good offensive line coach, and we have to let him stay here and build. Because if we keep firing, how are we ever going to grow? How are we ever going to build? So I just think constant flipping. And I get it. I get it. Judge had to be fired. Shermer was a bad coach. I was against the firing at the time. I was for the Judge firing, but I understood it. Shermer was a bad coach. I don't know, man. I think we gotta build. You can't keep building a house if you knock it down every time something goes wrong. So they gotta. I don't know. I wish I had the answer. I really do. I don't enjoy coming on here and talking about how this team sucks so much every year and trying to come up with a solution in my head. Pirate King says, did you see Witherspoon was incredible, by the way, tonight. Witherspoon tonight, and I liked him a lot as a prospect coming out. I knew he wasn't going to get to us, but I liked him a lot as a prospect coming out. That guy is incredible. Hard hitter, just has a nose for the football. That guy is awesome. And when you watch this game, he didn't have any of the gaudy athletic attributes. Like, he was good at, his 40 time and this and that. He just looked like a gamer when you watched his highlights and his film breakdowns. That guy is awesome. And he was the best player in the field tonight. Did you see Witherspoon saying they knew Jones keeps his eyes on the first read, and that's why the pick happened? Where's the development? I did not see that, but on that play, he certainly did. And there was another play where they almost jumped the pick. I can't recall when the play was, but there was another play where they almost jumped the pick on Jones. And I think they dropped it. Stanley says, hey, Chris, the problem is the Giants are trying to be a passing offense when they clearly are a run team because the O-line are better run blockers in the past. They are better run blockers, but it's just because they're such bad pass blockers. Like, they're not good run blockers. They're much better than they are as pass blockers. But I agree. But here's the thing, Stanley. When you get behind in these games, you can't keep running the ball. When you're down 20-1-3, you got to throw the football. Maybe you could argue we abandoned the run a little too early tonight. Against Dallas, I thought that we panicked too early. We were going to get killed in that game no matter what. But I thought we got away from what we were doing well on that first drive too early. And we threw 3 times on the second drive in a row. So I get your point to a certain extent. But at the end of the day, if you're going to have to throw the ball eventually, you're going to have to create some big plays, and you're going to have to get pressure on the quarterback. There's more to it than just – but I agree, we don't have an identity. Last year we had an identity. And until such time this team can be able to open it up, which right now we clearly can't. We just watched our quarterback get sacked 11 times. We have to play sloppy football to have a chance. But we don't really have a chance right now, especially with Thomas and Barkley out, even if we played that brand of football. Uncle Luke says, come root for Buffalo, New York Bills, Bills Mafia. Daniel Jones could never be as great as Josh Allen. The current Bills team represents what New York is. Congratulations on your Bills. Right now, through 4 weeks, I know they lost week 1. They probably look like the best team in the NFL, especially the last 3 weeks to me. But you couldn't pay me. No disrespect to your Bills. I got tremendous respect for your fan base, one of the most passionate fan bases in the league. I'm going to sink with this ship. And as torturous as it's been as a Giants fan over the last 10 or 11 years, they've given me my only happiness as a fan. I'm a Met fan. They haven't won shit since I've been watching. They've been to a few World Series. They won in 2000. They lost to the Yankees in 5. They won in 2015. They lost to the Royals in 5. They've been to the NLCS. Cliff Floyd went down looking at strike 3. The Knicks haven't done anything. I mean, they made a finals. I started watching in the early 90s, but they haven't won. They made a finals in 99 as the 8 seed, lost in 5. Last year was a fun team, but the Giants are the only team that's delivered me a championship. So as much as it sucks now, I'm still thankful for what they provided me with, but they've been awful and over the last 12 years, since our last Super Bowl, the Giants have been the worst team in the NFL. Name me a worse team. Maybe the Jets. That's about it. KN says, can you pull up next year's salaries cap, please? Sure. Do you want to get depressed? Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. I still have the chat open up from the stream. You want to get depressed? Sure. I'll pull up the Giants salary cap. This is just going to get you more depressed. But this is the Giants salary cap for 2024. Let me pull it up for you. Update. Right now, you're not getting rid of Jones. $47 million dead cap hit. So he's going to be here next year, whether he starts or whether he doesn't. I'm sorry, $69 million dead cap hit. $47 million if you keep him. It's more to cut him than to keep him. Andrew Thomas, same. Obviously, you're keeping Andrew Thomas. You keep Dexter Lawrence. Darren Waller, same thing. You're not cutting him. It's only going to save you like $6 million. Okereke, not cutting him. Not cutting Kayvon, of course. Slayton, good chance you do. Gano, you just extended. Rightfully so. Gawinski, you'll cut. You'll save 6 there. So you'll save 6 from Gawinski. You'll probably save 6 from Slayton. Yeah. Everybody else is cheap because they're on rookie salaries. And then in terms of our overall cap space next year, we have only $43 million. And that's, you got to pay for the draft, so don't expect the Giants to go out on a spending spree next year. They're going to continue to try to build through the draft. Let's see. And Joe Young, stand up, new member. Welcome to the squad. And I thought it was the Jets with the putrid O-line. Sean, the Jets don't have a good offensive line, but the Jets offensive line is not very good, but it makes the Giants offensive line, they look like superstars compared to the Giants offensive line. They look like Pro Bowlers. Nate says, if I am Dave's, I am cussing the shit out of this team tonight. Still love them, but you got to call this out. Bring the energy and get them hungry again. I mean, he's got to do what he's got to do. Dave's in a tough spot now. I mean, he's keeping his job, but he's in a tough spot now because he's gonna feel the heat now from the press because they're 1-3. It's not even the record; it's the way they've looked. Kuda said, "Thank you, Kuda." And Welvet says, "Meant done like not long-term player." Oh, for Jones. I mean, based off the way he's played thus far this year, outside of the Arizona game where he was great in the second half, I mean, football's a week-to-week game. It's why like I laugh at people when they're like, "Oh, you change your opinion. You got to stick with an opinion." No, that's not the way football works. Football is a game where everything's fast-moving, everything's evolving constantly. The case isn't closed on Jones for me, but he's not helping himself in terms of being, because basically the contract that Jones got, if we're being honest, when you really look at the contract, it was like a 2-year franchise tag. It was we believe in you, but you're not a franchise quarterback to us yet. We're not giving you a franchise quarterback contract. We're not giving you a Jalen Hurts contract. We're not giving you a Joe Burrow contract. We're not putting blind faith in you. But you showed us enough last year where we believe with your traits, with our coaching staff, if we could build the team around you, you're capable of being a franchise quarterback. So we're going to pay you over the next 2 years. We're going to analyze you. We're going to see what we could build up around you. And if we feel like you're capable of getting us to the promised land, we'll give you the big prize at the end of the rainbow. Of course, he got a very big prize to begin with, but he has not gotten that, $225 guaranteed $1 million, right? He got $80 million guaranteed. So it was basically like a 2-year commitment, and if things go south and they spiral out of control, the Giants could pivot. Right now, I mean, how could you say anything other than the fact that at least it's starting to slightly turn towards a pivot? But you got obviously a long season ahead of you. You got 13 games. You got 17 games next year, in which I think right now he will probably still be the starter. But if we finish with the first pick, all bets are off. I don't know what to tell you. So let me see how the rest of the year plays out. Let me see where we're picking, and we'll evaluate at the end of the year. But this team has a lot more problems than just Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones right now looks like a problem, though. I'm not going to lie to you. Does not look like a solution right now. Not after tonight. Air says Caleb Williams will feed generations. If we have the first pick, we'll take Caleb Williams. If anybody has the first pick, they'll take Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams, I don't watch a lot of college football. I started watching a lot more college football over the last 2 or 3 years because I actually enjoy college football. I think it's great. But I never really got into it, when I was younger, because there's not a New York team for me to support. I know Syracuse is New York, but they're not really, they're not close to where I live. They're more upstate. But the first time I watched Caleb Williams, I remember I went on my stream the next night when we were talking about the Giants. First game I watched him. I said, that guy's going to be the next great quarterback. He's going to be a top 5 quarterback. So I would be shocked if Caleb Williams is not, no matter who's picking first, I'd be shocked if he's not the first overall pick next year. Shocked. Vincent says, after watching this team for the past 10 years, I think the fault is ultimately on Mara. He has the same criteria for head coaches and hence the same on-field product we have been watching. I have never been a big Mara advocate. Although I think he's better, not saying much, but I think I like the Mets' new owner with Steve Cohen, but before him, he's a much better owner than Wilpon. He's a much better owner than Dolan. Again, not saying much. I don't put it as much on Mara as I used to. I honestly, in my heart, believe Mara is not as involved in the decision-making as some fans think he is, at least at this point. But yes, do I think in the past Mara has overstepped his boundaries? And yes, I think I do. I think it's sometimes he played it too close to the vest. He played it too safe with the guys that he brought in as a general manager, guys that he was familiar with as a head coach. I thought he was too loyal to Jerry Reese. Dave Gettleman obviously was hired at least partially because of his ties to the they didn't think outside the box. So I do think in the past, but in the last couple of years, I honestly don't feel Mara is as involved as some fans may think he still is. Personally, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But hey, I just gotta hope that Shane and Dable could get this team out of this mess, man. That's all you can hope. You got, because they're the guys in charge, and I think they're gonna be in charge for the next couple of years. Woven says, I wish we could chop it up in person. Love the content. Hey, man. I'm sure I'll still go to a Giants game this year. I'll let you guys know when I go. Tickets will be a lot cheaper. That's a good thing. But I'm sure I'll go to a Giants game this year. I've just it just depresses me sometimes to talk about this team, man. I try to believe in this team. I try to buy in, and they just slap me in the face every time. Like last year, you can't win either, because like last year, I tried to go in with a realistic mindset, what I felt was a realistic mindset, and thought the team was going to win 6 or 7 games. And then you get people that kill you for that because they're like, oh, you didn't believe in them. They won 9 games. They made the playoffs. And then this year, I try to believe in them, and then they smack you in the face. You can't win. You can't win with this team. It's just, I don't know. Let's see. Can't wait to watch us get murdered by the Bills. Why am I even going to that game? I hope you have a good time, but I don't expect us to win, if I'm being honest with you. Craig says, we have money and picks. We could fix the line this next draft and offseason. Hard to blame DJ, but he will get praise when we win. Play well, right? Heavy as that. Yeah, Craig, at the end of the day, he's the quarterback. It's the most overrated and underrated position at the same time in sports. It's the most overly criticized and the most overly praised, right? They get way too much credit when they win. They get way too much credit when they way too much blame when they lose. That's just the nature of the beast. That's the nature of the position. Anybody with an objective eye that's not a hater can watch tonight's game and say Daniel Jones played really bad, but the main problem with this team is the offensive line. But that doesn't excuse the way he played tonight. He could have played a lot better. So, yeah, he doesn't have much of a chance, but you don't got to throw a pick 6 on the 2-yard line. Come on. What are you doing? And he made the second pick's whatever. You're down. You're trying to make a play late in the game. You're getting sacked every time you drop back. Whatever. But he made another throw earlier in the game that I thought could have been a pick too, where they jumped around. He did not play well tonight. He did not look off his reads. I can't blame him to a certain extent for a lot of those throws because he knows the pressure is coming quick. The guy was sacked 11 times, and those were quick sacks. Those were not coverage sacks. Those were quick sacks. So I understand in his head, he's got to get the ball out. 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 So I'm trying to be fair in my criticism of tonight's performance, but he played very bad. He played very bad. Let's see. How do you feel about Caleb Williams saying that he only wants to play? I saw that today. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's too much into it, to be honest with you. I think that's a nonsense guy who tweeted that. Everybody in the comments said it was a nonsense tweet. Burrow says, if we have the option of Drake May or O-line, who? I mean, it depends, Burrow. It depends on. At the end of the day, this is my thoughts. I mean, you want to get. I don't even want to talk about this yet because we still got another 13 games to go. But I understand people are concerned with the team. They want to talk about the future of this team. They think that this season is coming apart, and I can't lie to you. You should probably feel that way right now, the way it looks. So I understand people thinking ahead and being like, "What's the answer here? What's the answer there?" Quarterback, of course, the most important position. This is my thoughts. If you're picking early enough in the draft where you don't got to trade a boatload of picks, like we did not last year because we're picking 25th. You'd have to give up heaven and earth. But if you're picking top 4 and you have an opportunity, if you feel insert quarterback's name here is a elite quarterback prospect, you take him. You take him. And then you build the team. You hope that you can continue to build the team around him. That's my thoughts. That's just the truth. But I hope we don't get to that point. I hope that Daniel Jones improves. I hope the team somehow makes the playoffs and we can continue to build the rest of this team, because that to me is ideal for me in the situation the Giants are currently in. Now, if you pick it first, Caleb Williams is incredible. But the situation the Giants are currently in, my thought process has always been, if you're not picking top 3, continue. You have a situation now where you could at least, if Jones does not grow into what we hope he becomes, an elite quarterback, you at least have a 2 or 3 year window to fix this football team through the draft, offensive line, defensive, continue to build up the trenches. And if Jones does not grow, which obviously it appears thus far this year he is not, you replace him, eventually as the team is more developed, rather than having to throw another quarterback into this disaster of a situation. But if you're picking that early, you got it. It's the most important position. And you get him on a rookie contract, you got to do it. If you feel like he's an elite, incredible prospect. That's my thoughts. I don't want to think about it right now. I want the year to play out. But I'm going to tell you what, if this offensive line doesn't get better, Drake May ain't going to do shit on this team. This offensive line's got to get better. Kudabing says X needs to go. He's invisible. Also, I know KT had a good night, but seeing him get solo blocked on constantly by I thought I don't think this is the night to bash Thibodeau. I thought Thibodeau had a really good game. He had 2 sacks. He had another play where he almost had a pick 6, where he read a screenplay incredible. I don't think this is the night to bash Kayvon Thibodeau. Kayvon Thibodeau had a really good game tonight. Aziz had a really good game tonight too. Brad Smith says half 5 in the UK. Why do I bother watching, Chris? Because you're crazy. You're crazy like me. I agree with this, by the way, Lineker. I don't think he's the problem. I don't. I don't. I don't think he's the problem. But we'll talk about it at the end of the year. We'll talk about it at the end of the year. But I agree. Anybody with a brain that watches this team knows that the primary problem in terms of the overall team is we can't block. That's been the same problem for 11 years. Eli Manning did not magically wake up one year and go from an elite quarterback to a horrible quarterback. No, it happened because the offensive line deteriorated and they couldn't block. So that's been the primary problem for 12 years. Everybody knows that. We'll talk about the quarterback at the end of the year in terms of potentially replacing him. I don't even want to think about it right now. I want the year to play out. Gold Sparrow Gaming says Bills took a decade to get a good second year in rebuild. What are you talking about? Offensive line? You ain't letting us sleep. You ain't letting me sleep tonight. Exactly. Eli's a career 500 quarterback because of how horrible. Well, the line was actually the reverse for Eli Manning. The line was really good early on in his career, and then the second half, the line was awful. So he went. Eli Manning did not have a losing season from 2005 until 2012. Didn't have a losing season, but he finished with a 500 record because the second half of his career, the Giants failed him. They couldn't block. That's been the primary problem with this team for 12 years. You had people that blamed Eli Manning on the way out. It wasn't Eli Manning's fault. Maybe when he was old, you should have replaced him. And when he was 38 years old, 39 years old, and you realized that the team should have been in rebuild mode. I get that. But he was never the problem. You had people that took it out on him, but he was never the problem. It was the offensive line. Let's see what we got. Fourth year, Michael. I'm not comparing Daniel Jones to Eli Manning. Eli Manning's the greatest quarterback this franchise has ever had. I'm not comparing them. Yeah, I'm not comparing them. Eli Manning's the top 20 quarterback of all time. I always laugh when people show me stats about Eli Manning and they try to knock Eli Manning. Eli Manning's the top 20 quarterback of all time. Do you realize? Do you know how many Hall of Famers Eli Manning played with his entire career? You know how many Hall of Famers he played with his entire career? One. Michael Strahan, and he played with him for 4 years. You know how many Hall of Famers that Ben Roethlisberger played with? I don't know, a ton. Ben Roethlisberger's entire career had a top 5 offensive line and a top 5 defense. Give that to Eli Manning's entire career. He'd win you a third and fourth Super Bowl. Eli Manning's a great quarterback. Let's see what we got. Have you considered? Yeah, after tonight, I'm certainly considering that. But here's my thing, just wait. At the end of the day, we could replace the quarterback, which we'll talk about at the end of the year. If we're in the position where it makes sense, I'd be open to it. If the line doesn't get better, it's not going to matter. If the goal is to win Super Bowls, if we can't fix this line, it's not going to matter. Richard Wolf says, how do you justify not firing Bobby Johnson? I get your point about constantly rotating coaches, but he has not developed anyone. I'm not going to stand in the way to defend Bobby Johnson to keep his job. I'm just sick of constantly rotating coaches. They better find the right one. But I'm not that the offensive line's been awful. I'm not going to say that he's going to fall on the sword. He's going to be one of the guys that probably takes the blame at the end of the year or I don't know. Maybe it's even mid-season. I don't know. I'm not trying to justify him keeping his job. I think that's been a big problem with this team is that we haven't been able to identify the right coaches, or we've moved off of coaches too quickly, position coaches, head coaches, DCs, and didn't give them a fair shake to really grow. I'm not saying Bobby Johnson is a guy that I identify as a guy that we should keep. I'm not in that building, whatever. But I think if you're constantly flipping coaches, you're not going to be able to build. I'm not. Daniel Jones is a part of the problem. But Adino, did Eli Manning seemed to communicate with the offensive line just fine the first half of his career. Second half of his career, we had the worst offensive line in the NFL. Did Eli Manning just wake up on the wrong side of the bed for 8 years straight? Or did the offensive line matter? The offensive line matters. But of course, Daniel Jones is a part of the problem. Let's see. DJ doesn't have that championship mentality. The Giants O-line is like watching a kindergartner finger paint go up against Rembrandt. Yeah. Dante says, I think without Saquon on the field, there is no leader on the field on offense. DJ is the quarterback. I think when Saquon's not on the field, it changes everything. I think people don't give Saquon enough credit for how important he is to this offense. I understand why they didn't pay him because he's a running back and because of his shelf life. He's 20. And I always say I've always loved Saquon. He's my favorite guy on the team. I love him. I think he's exactly what I want a Giant to be. But I understood why Joe Shane did what he did. He's a guy that's had an injury history, and he's a guy that plays a position that typically falls off, within 2 or 3 years from the age that he is now. So I understood it. I understood why he stood strong on his price and everything. But for people that just say, oh, Saquon's just a running back, that's bullshit. Saquon means a lot to this offense. Saquon is a guy that the defense has to game plan for. Saquon is a guy that opens up opportunities for other players in this offense. So when he's not on the field, yeah, it certainly hurts. He's very important to this Giants offense. Very important to this Giants offense. I think they benched Trey Hawkins tonight. But look where that got them. What are you talking about? Saquon Barkley? Do you think this team would have been any better if we paid Saquon Barkley? You got hurt. Like what would have paying Saquon Barkley done? If you paid we wouldn't be any better. If we paid Saquon, what would that have done? Like what for this year's team, what was your answer? To make this team better, what was your answer? Because if you tell me you wanted to draft a quarterback, you would have to give up like 3 or 4 first-round picks, and he would have played behind a horrible offensive line. And you wanted to pay Saquon. So what was the answer? What was the answer? Paying Saquon would have made this year's team better. He's still on the team. Let's see what we got. Michael M says Eagles almost lost to the Commanders. Not even good. Commanders are good this week. Have I watched any? I have actually watched Australian football a few times. It's I don't know what the hell they're doing. I've watched it late at night a couple of times. I don't know what the hell they're doing. They're crazy. How many picks does Shane have for the O-line? Shane, of course, drafted Evan Neal 7th overall. He drafted Josh Azudu in the 3rd round. He drafted Marcus McKeithen in the 5th round. He drafted John Michael Schmitz in the 2nd round. So he's drafted 4 offensive linemen in 2 drafts. Obviously, McKeithen was a guy that you figured would be a depth guy. Not necessarily a guy that would be projected to be a starter. And Azudu could go either way. Late 3rd round pick. But Evan Neal's obviously a guy that you expect to step in and be an immediate contributor. Same thing with John Michael Schmitz. So he's drafted 4 offensive linemen in 2 years. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not calling you silly, Dinu. I don't think it would matter for this year's team. I don't think it's a locker room thing personally. I just think we're playing better football teams this year, and we've sustained some injuries, and this team is just not. They don't have an identity right now. But hey, you're entitled to your opinion. I understand where you're coming from. Is that 0-4 besides Uzudu shows to be versatile at least? I don't want to call it 0-4. Yeah, I mean, how could you say JMS is part of the 0-4? The guy's only played 4 games. He's a rookie. So there's a lot more evaluating to do before you could call JMS a bust. He could still be really good. McKeithen, if McKeithen even works out to be a depth lineman, I don't consider that a miss. Depth's important on the offensive line when you draft a guy in the 5th round. But the big potential miss, of course, would be Evan Neal. And right now, at least, yeah, it looks like a very bad pick. Hopefully over the rest of the year he gets better, but it does not look good right now. That would be a major miss. To use a 7th overall pick on a tackle and for him to be a disaster would be a major miss. What's going on, Christian Torres, man? Thanks for popping in. We need JMS to develop into a solid set. I still think he will. I mean, maybe that's blind faith, but I still think he'll be a solid center. The Giants' O-line protection is bad as going on a date with the easiest girl in school without being prepared. Yeah. Richard says, is there something we could pinpoint as the cause of the O-line regression? I don't think it's regressed. I just think this is what the O-line's been. You're just seeing what the O-line is without Andrew Thomas. Think about this, Richard. Last year, this is how bad the offensive line was last year. Last year, Andrew Thomas was an all-pro at the most important position on the line. Okay? He was 2nd team all-pro, meaning that he was the 2nd best left tackle in the National Football League. And the Giants still, I think, had the 30th ranked offensive line in football. So you had arguably the best left tackle or the second best left tackle in football on that line at the most important position on a line. And with them on that line, they were still the 30th best offensive line in football. Think about what they are without him. They're worse than 32. There might be college offensive lines better. Let's see. Reality. To be fair, I was not looking at I was not looking at him individually as I'm watching the game. But I can't imagine he played very well. They gave up 11 sacks. Maybe the sacks weren't on him. A lot of the pressure did come from the interior, but there was definitely some from the exterior. It seemed like the majority of them were from Azudu. I'll say that. He couldn't play that good. They gave up 11 sacks today. Let's see. But maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe the old 22 will say otherwise. Let's see. They gave up 11 sacks. He couldn't have played that good. I can't imagine what other teams think of the Giants from afar. We are wearing tinted glasses. I mean, they think about the national media and fans outside of the Giants fan base. This is what they think of us, because every time we play for a national audience, we get destroyed because we usually play good teams, and when we play good teams, we don't match up. So the Giants, I think at this point, it's fair to evaluate at least 4 weeks into the season, are a team that can only not beat good teams, they can't compete with good teams. The Seahawks, to me, are a good team. They're not a great team. And they did everything in this game to give us a chance to be competitive, and they still beat us by 21 points. Yeah. Let's see. And Irish says, I think losing Nick Gates hurt the O-line. He was the next best lineman to Thomas. I really think Gates broke. I liked Gates. I'm not going to kill the Giants for that because we drafted John Michael Schmitz. Had they not drafted John Michael Schmitz, I would have questioned that more. Obviously, you could have used Gates at the guard. My guess is they probably felt like he wasn't the same player after the injury. I don't know how he's done with Washington. I honestly don't. I always thought he was at least a solid lineman. And like you said, a guy that was widely respected in that locker room. I would have liked to have kept Nick Gates. I don't think it would have saved our offensive line. I still think, it's not very good. But yeah, I was upset to see him go. And Gold Sparrow says, what I meant is we have given up on building the team every 3 years. We just have to stick with a vision. We only have 2 years. I agree. That's, to me, they're getting 4 years before I even contemplate if they should fire Dable or Shane. For me, I want them to get 4 years. That's what I want. That doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. Joe says, yes, O-line is bad, but why wouldn't our D-line dominate Seattle's beat-up line? They were missing starters. I thought our D-line played pretty well tonight. I think the game got to a point where Seattle in the second half didn't have to throw the football, right? They had a pretty commanding lead. They started to establish the run. And you think about what we gave up. One was a pick six. The other was basically a fumble for a scoop and score. They scored 24 points. 14 of it was right there. I thought defense played well tonight. I'm not saying they played incredible, but I thought they played well tonight. But you're fair. I guess that's fair when you factor in that they were missing a lot of their starters on the offensive line. They should have played well, but I thought they played well tonight. And Dante Moore says, there was definitely a couple of plays where there was terrible tackling, J-Fed, specifically the touchdown before the half. I didn't feel the tackling was nearly as bad as it was last week overall. The special teams was bad, very bad. Dante says, losing record before trade deadline, McKinney plus Leo plus Shepard plus Saquon plus Adoree gone for picks. You're not gonna be able to trade Leo. His contract is just way too high, and he's playing horrible. Maybe McKinney, maybe. Shepard, you're not. No, he's not worth anything. He's old. He's injury prone. I don't think he'd get anything. The Saquon's the one guy where I think if you're looking to trade players at the deadline, he's the one guy that, yeah, he could make sense to trade. As much as I love him, if you could get, it depends on obviously the draft compensation that's being, given to you for him, and obviously he'd have to come back and show that he's healthy. But if the team is like 1-7 and you're getting good draft compensation, yeah, I think you have to consider it. I wasn't LJ. I don't even know what happened with that. I honestly don't know what happened. I was here when it happened, but no, I'm going to stay out of it though, because I don't know if there's something behind the scenes with Bad Dog and Philly 500. I've never had an issue with Philly 500. I know he has his fun on YouTube, but that's his thing, whatever. So I don't know. I don't know what happened with that. Let's see what we got. And Richard Wolf, thank you very much, man. Last one I owe the money for helping ease my rage. Is the O-line the cause for no, not everything, but I think it's the main cause. I think it's the main cause, but not everything. Hiding while we're not being targeted, the conservative play calling, etc., and can't be fixed this year. I mean, I'd like to think the offense can get better this year, especially when Barkley and Thomas get back. Can't get worse. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's everything. Some of it falls on Jones for sure, and some of it falls on play calling. But I think the major culprit is the offensive line. Let's see. And Manny says Bad Dog immediately apologized for it in his vid. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to be in the middle of that. I have no idea. I don't know what happened. Maybe Bad Dog was just in a bad mood. I don't know. LJ says you guys will be fine. Don't worry. Dallas stinks. That's all that matters. We won't be fine. At least I don't feel that way right now. Not this year, but hopefully one day. Hopefully one day we learn how to build properly, like Dallas, like the Eagles. We got Thomas to take one back, and we will look decent again on offense, which will probably give the defense some confidence. Yeah, Maestro. I mean, I hope it gets better. I think it will. I am definitely of the mindset at this point where I've tempered my expectations. I don't think the offense is going to be near what I thought it was capable of being this year, for a variety of reasons. Part of it's the schedule we play. A big part of it's the offensive line, and it did not grow to the point where I thought it could this year. And Daniel Jones is a part of it. I think it's a variety. It's a combination of and the see. I can't even put it on the weapons. Like I still think Paris Campbell could be a pretty good wide receiver. I still think Darren Waller could be a good weapon. We can't block, and I think that's kind of limiting what we can do offensively, and the fact that Barkley's out and everything else. But yeah, I've definitely tempered my expectations. I think the offense will get better, but like I said, what does better mean? Right now, they're operating like they're a Joe Judge offense. Sebastian says, yeah, I'm done for the season. I'm rooting for the Lions. I like Hutchinson. Been suffering for too long. I just want to enjoy football for one damn season. I'll come back to the Giants next year. Hey, I'm not going to bash anybody for doing what they want to do. Me, I can't do that. Come playoff time, different story. I'll pick a team, that I'd like to see win, but I'm a one-team guy. I can't do that. But I can't blame people. I can't blame people. This team stinks. Ryu says, Chris, by the time we get Saquon back healthy, it's too late. I hope the Giants can figure out. It just sucks we're in this situation. 1-3, it hurts losing. Yeah. I don't know, guys. We the worst team in the league. These games are not even. I agree, Rashad. If we're not the worst, we're among the worst. Which at that point you're picking straws, right? Bottom line is, Rashad, if we're not even close to the upper echelon teams in the NFL, and if you're not, who cares? If you're good enough to beat really bad teams, what does that really do for you? So, to me, that was the measure of potential growth for the Giants this year. Was that I constantly said how we played from within the division, because those were the better teams on our schedule. And obviously the teams we are most concerned with being that we play them 6 times during the year. And we lost 40-0. So at the end of the day, if we're the worst team or if we're the 7th worst team, who really cares? We're not in the top half of the league. We're not even close to the top half of the league right now. Let's see. My buddy has season tickets, coaches club, flies in from Canada every home game. I feel, wow, man. Why did we ever let? I don't think that. I mean, a lot of people like Wayne. I mean, I liked Wayne Gallman. Wayne Gallman was good, but what I laughed at was when people started to say that Wayne Gallman was better than Saquon. But I'm not saying you were one of those people, Eric. I mean, I would have liked Wayne Gallman as a backup running back. And he played well that year. But I don't think that would matter much. There's a lot bigger problems on this team right now than the second running back. But I liked Wayne Gallman. I wasn't happy when we let him go. Rashad says it's like record-setting blowouts, 40-0 down, 20-0 blowout. Yeah, it's crazy, Rashad. I'm not trying to take away the blame from Daniel Jones, because he deserves blame. He's a quarterback, and the team has put up 3 points in 2 home games this year. But when you watch this offensive line play against, it literally looks like a high school offense. It could be going up against, when we play the upper echelon teams. It was the same thing we saw in the playoff game last year against the Eagles. Yeah, against the Vikings, we moved the ball, but when you play the Eagles, we can't block. Of course, Mitch, I'm gonna go down there to ship. I'm gonna watch the Giants. Stanley says, hey, Chris, I think the Giants should have kept John Feliciano. He's okay, but I don't think he would have meant much, personally. I'm still up because I can't. I want to hang out with you guys for a bit to. I know a lot of you guys want to talk about the loss. Get your thoughts out. Hear me get my thoughts out. Tonight was tough, but I think. I mean, I guess I'm still holding out hope, even though it's not obviously realistic hope. It's more fandom hope at this point, that a miracle could happen and the switch flips and we find a way to steal one of these next 2 games. But I'm definitely starting to trend more towards hoping for development this year, which sucks. I hate going through seasons like that, right? We've had way too many of them. But I think my mindset is at least starting to shift that way, where I'm hoping for development. And it's not about making the playoffs anymore. It's about seeing these younger players get better. The Evan Neals, the Deontay Banks, the Jalen Hyatts. Yeah, tonight was a must-win game for me in terms of extending our potential playoff hopes. And obviously, things change. If we beat Miami next week, of course, my opinion is going to change on that. But realistically speaking, we had to win tonight. So it sucks, but, just got to hope the team gets better. Seekers, hope you guys can sleep good tonight. I know be good, Zany. Let Jones take some chances if things don't start changing. See, William, I go into the games saying that too. Let Jones take chances. Because at the end of the day, go down swinging. But I could honestly say, and all I can give you guys is what I feel after I watch these games. I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm a fan who loves talking about his team. In my heart of hearts, I go into these games saying exactly what you're saying. Go down swinging. Let Jones air out the ball. See what happens. I'm watching tonight's game. He didn't have a chance to air the ball out. He didn't have a chance. Maybe there was 2 or 3 plays. Maybe. that he could have taken a shot. Maybe. And that's without me seeing the coverage. He's got to get the ball out fast because by the time he finishes his 3-step drop, there's 3 guys on his back. So we all want to see him air it out. We all want to see him take shots. But it's hard to take shots when you don't have time for them to get down the field. 2 tight ends in the game for extra protection. Here's the thing with that, Flight Dirty. Yes, but then there's less guys running routes. So there's less chances to take shots. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to really open up the offense, you gotta have 4 or 5 guys running routes. But if you don't have the offensive line to be able to hold up when you do that, it's a disaster, man. It's a freaking disaster. He did. I said it on the stream. He missed an open Waller. He played horrible tonight. But in terms of taking shots, taking 50-yard shots, I don't see the opportunities to take shots. And Tom says, after 50-plus seasons as a Giants fan, I look at seasons like this, throw them away, and watch the other games. I can't blame you, Tom. I can't blame you. And Afghanistan says they always manage to play pathetic on almost a historical level. Giants and Kings happen to root for both. Yeah, it just seems like I don't even think it's prime time. Like people say we suck on prime time. I don't think we suck on prime time, but I don't think we suck any more on prime time than we do at 1 o'clock. It just so happens when we play on prime time, we play great teams or good teams every time, which is usually what you're going to play when you play on prime time. So it's more embarrassing. But do I think we would have gotten killed against the Seahawks, whether we played at 1 o'clock or prime time? Plays for Dan. Well, I think that's what they did today, Eric. I think they did have plays for Jones to get the ball out quick. And there was actually a couple of good plays. There was, I forgot what it was. I think it was a throw to, I want to say it was Breida. I mean, the one good improv play to Breida, which was a good, 30-yard gain on the left-hand side, but that wasn't like a design play. That was something more so that Jones was able to do off the cuff. I think there was another design play to Breida. I think it was Breida, where it was a crossing pattern where it was schemed up really well, where they got the ball out quick and Waller was a lead blocker. There was a couple of plays where they called to be able to get some separation and get the ball out fast. But for the most part, if it was the Garrett offense, it was because it's hard to get creative when you are literally getting guys in the backfield within a second every time you drop back. But it was slants, curls, stick routes. And you got to blame the GM for the offensive lineman he brought in. Yeah, I mean, if Evan Neal fails, which at least he's trending towards being a disappointment, yeah, of course, that's going to fall on Joe Shane. JMS, it's way too early to say anything negative about, but we'll see. Just because Burrow made a Super Bowl with the subpar line doesn't mean you have to strive for one. No, you're not. You can't. You can't win consistently in the NFL with a bad to very bad offensive line. You need at least a average offensive line. But guys, I'm new. I don't know what to do, Lindsay says. What are you new to? What are you new to, Lindsay? What are you new to? Are you new to the channel or are you new to the Giants? If you're new to the Giants, if you just started watching the Giants and you just started rooting for the Giants, if I'm going to be honest with you, Lindsay, and I would never do this because it's embedded in me. I love this team to death. I would tell you to run for the hills. If today you just decided to become a Giants fan, I would tell you you're crazy. If you're new to the channel, I appreciate you for watching. We basically what we do on this channel is what we do on every channel. For the last 6 years, we sit around and we discuss why the team sucks. And then we debate about it and conversate about it for 3 hours. And we just talk about, we throw ideas at one another. This guy thinks the team sucks because of this. I think the team sucks because of that. And then we argue for an hour, and then we come to a common agreement. Let's see what we got. I was saying the O-line was like Joe Dirt on the first day. Yeah. Let's see. I got work tomorrow. What's up, William, man? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Hawk fan here. Best of luck to the New York Giants the rest of the season. You guys are my favorite NFC East team. I appreciate it, Young. Congratulations on the win today. You guys are a good football team. You got a great head coach with Pete Carroll. Yeah, congratulations, man. Same. I can't change. Not to me. Some of the best memories of my life when they beat the Pats. Oh yeah, no, I'll never change. Time to fire the offensive line coach and special teams coach tomorrow. I'm a Commanders fan, so right there with you. Yeah, it's been tough for you guys too. Obviously I hate you guys. Well, I don't even want to use the team. I don't even think I hate Washington. I just don't like you guys because you're rivals. But in a way, I'm kind of happy for you guys. I think you guys are finally starting to get a little bit of direction. I got to give Sam Howell credit. I don't know what he's gonna be. He's still only 4 games into his career. Sam Howell looked good. Sam Howell looked really good against the Eagles. I watched that game. Maybe you got something with him. I don't know. We'll see. But I don't want to use the term happy because I don't like Washington, but I feel happy for the fans. You guys have gone through a lot. Not a J-Tag says, where do we go from here? Let's say we win 5 games. Where are we picking? Where are we picking in the draft? Who's available? I don't know. I know everybody wants me to say quarterback. Everybody wants me to say quarterback. I may say quarterback. I don't know. I don't know where we're going to be at the end of the year. I don't know where we're going to be picking. I don't know how I'm going to feel about the prospects in the draft. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm going to tell you this. The only way you're getting Caleb Williams is if you have the first pick, because any team that would trade out of the first pick is out of their mind. You take Caleb Williams. If you're the Bears, you take Caleb Williams. I don't care about Justin Fields. You take Caleb. So that's the only way we're getting him. So if that's what you're dreaming about, hope we get the first pick, because if we don't, I don't think anybody's trading out of that pick. Let's see. Lindsay says, I feel so sorry for Giants fans. I am an anti-fan to the Bucks and Chiefs. I love to root against those guys. I kind of like the Lions and the Niners. I hate the Chiefs the most and hate Baker Mayfield. I can get on board with Baker Mayfield. I'm not the biggest fan of him. I'm not the biggest fan of him. With this schedule, we might get the first pick. Let me look at our schedule, Rashad. Let's look at our schedule. I'll give you an honest assessment of our remaining schedule real quick. Let's look at our schedule. Let's pull it up. Hold on. I'm pulling it up. All right, this is our remaining schedule. I'm going to be as honest as I could be. Miami lost. Buffalo lost. Washington lost. Jets lost. Raiders lost. Dallas lost. Washington lost. New England lost. Green Bay lost. New Orleans lost. Philadelphia lost. Rams lost. Philadelphia lost. So I've got us at 1-16. That's how I feel tonight after an emotional night. But no, in all seriousness, looking at our schedule, and I can't project how this team's going to evolve over the course of the year, and teams go through spurts in the NFL. Teams go on runs. So would I be shocked if the Giants suddenly look like a pretty good team midway through the season and run off 3 out of 4? I would not. But looking at the schedule, let's say we split against Washington. I don't think we're beating Miami or Buffalo. I'll give us a split between the Jets and the Raiders. We'll win one of those. That's 3. We're not beating Dallas. We'll beat New England, I think, or at least one. Let's be conservative and say at least one of New England or Green Bay. That's 4. I got to set 5 or 6 wins right now tonight. The way I feel about this team, I got us at 5 or 6 wins. That's where I got us. That's not first pick worthy, but it's probably top 6 or 7. That's what I got us at. That sucks, but that's the way I feel right now. Let's see. And LJ says, Eagles fan here, watch the game. It didn't look like a blowout. Saw some mental mistakes that my team has made too. Keep the faith. For me, LJ, what was depressing about this game was, you're right. It was not a blowout. The final score did not indicate, because the Giants were within 2 yards or 3 yards of making it a 3-point game or a 4-point game. But to me, the most depressing part about this game as a viewer, LJ, one, we get assaulted up front. Assaulted. But for me tonight, watching this game, and I don't watch Seattle play every week, I left this game feeling like Seattle played like a C to a C minus game. Like they weren't even close to playing their best game tonight. And we still lost 21-3. This was not the Seattle performance. They had a ton of holding penalties. They looked sloppy at times on offense. They missed some throws. Geno Smith missed 2 or 3 drives. And we still lost 21-3. So that, to me, is the most depressing thing to take out of this game. Seattle didn't even have a good performance, in my opinion. They were giving us opportunities to stay in that game. Rich Wolf says, on to the next week. Maybe we steal one of these tough games. Get some sleep, brother. You deserve it. At least we won 2 Super Bowls. There you go, Richard. Yeah, I'm going to get some sleep in a minute or two. And Lumbaga says, below average offense would have won this game. Maybe. Would have been more competitive. Let's see. Being generous about what? The Seahawks? Maybe they played a D game? They didn't play their best game. They didn't play close to their best game tonight. Oh, you're talking about the record? I started at 9. I was at 9. My conservative side was 9. My fan side was 10. I had us at 9 or 10. But that was based off the assumption that some things were going to break our way. They haven't. Yeah, I'm at 5 or 6 right now. That's how I feel. Tana, positives from tonight. Wandell. Kayvon. I think he was the biggest positive for me tonight. And Payback says, will they flex Giants? They should. I mean, here's honestly what I think they did with the Giants. I said it during the stream tonight, Payback. I don't know if you were in there, but I think what they did with the Giants schedule this year was they saw an opportunity for the first time in a long time to capitalize on the New York market on primetime, because the Giants, of course, came off a good year. They made the second round of the playoffs, but you saw what they did. They were smart. The NFL looked at the Giants at least as a potential team that could really disappoint this year. So they said, all right, let's capitalize on that big market. Let's give them a lot of primetime games. Let's load them up, but we're going to give them all their primetime games at the beginning of the year. Because if we do it at the end of the year, they may completely fall off the map. So they gave them the Cowboys week 1. They gave them this game tonight, week 4. They gave them week 3, I think, was primetime against the 49ers. We got another one week 6 against Buffalo. So 4 of our first 6 games were primetime. That's why they did what they did. That's why they made the schedule the way that they did. Not a J-Tag says, main concern is the staff lack of development. It's fair. The overall staff, that's fair. I mean, the funny thing is, though, last year we saw tons of development. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, man. Yeah, Green Bay. And then they play, of course, on Christmas Day. Yeah, they did, McCann. I'm not using that as an excuse, though, because we haven't even been competitive in these games. But we definitely got hit with a really tough schedule in terms of the way that it laid out. You know, prime time. 3 out of the first 4 weeks, prime time with 2 games in 4 days on the West Coast. They didn't do us any favors. Swin says, why did last year go much better than this year? I mean, we were healthier. That's a part of it. Like our key players, Barkley and Thomas, are not playing right now. 2, we did not play nearly as hard of a schedule. We did play Dallas, of course, last year, who we played, but we didn't play the 49ers. We didn't play anybody close to the 49ers. And we're playing a lot of other hard teams. Yeah, I think that's the biggest reason. I think it's the schedule, and I think we have some key players that are hurt. I don't, that's my opinion at least. JTAC says, I feel like Dable was forced into Kafka and Wink. I don't think he was forced into Kafka. Maybe Wink. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he was forced into those guys. Wink was a very credible defensive coordinator. I don't think he was forced into those guys. Kafka was very sought after. A lot of people wanted Kafka. So I think the Eagles, if I recall, wanted Kafka. Not the year that the Giants got him, but a year or two before that. He was a hot commodity. So I don't think they were forced into them. I think that they were guys that they wanted to hire. Yeah, that's right. We wanted Graham at first, and then Graham left because we fired Judge, and he probably felt like he had a better opportunity with the Raiders. Jixer says, Patricia Trainer said the thing that irked her the most is that the Seahawks weren't good. That's what I just said. Yeah. Anthony, so that's funny that Patricia said the same thing. That's what irks me the most tonight. That's my main takeaway from a negative standpoint is I left this game feeling like the 49ers game, I actually didn't have that bad of, I mean, obviously you always have a bad feeling when you lose, in a pretty convincing fashion, but that was just whatever to me because it was like, okay, we probably played about as good as you could have honestly hoped for without Andrew Thomas and Saquon Barkley on short rest against that 49ers team. And I felt like the 49ers gave at least a B+ performance. Like I thought they played near the top of their game. They played really well in that game. The game tonight, that's what irks me the most is we got like a C- performance from Seattle, and they still beat us by 18 or 21 or whatever it was. Let's see. If we get, you guys are getting a rude awakening. I don't think it's a rude awakening, Roldy. I think you went into the season. I mean, I think it was completely justified to go into the season at least somewhat optimistic, being cautiously optimistic and realizing that the season could end with 7 or 8 wins because of a more challenging schedule. If the team falls flat on their face, they fall flat on their face. That's part of being a fan. I'm never going to be scared to go into a season coming off a year where we won a playoff game to be somewhat optimistic going into the year, to believe that we have a really good coaching staff. I mean, the guy won coach of the year last year. It's not a rude awakening for me. It is what it is. The team's not playing well. The team's not good. But it is what it is. Payback says the Jets were outmatched last night, but they fought. I agree. Robert Saleh is doing a hell of a job with the Jets, if I'm being complete. I know nothing about him as a coach. I know he was a great defensive coordinator with the 49ers. But that team is still fighting. That team beat the Buffalo Bills. They had a narrow loss to the Patriots. They had a narrow loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. That team's still fighting. They lost Aaron Rodgers. Like that. How could you not feel like your season's over after that? The team's still fighting. So I agree. I'm a Knicks fan, Eric. I'm a huge Knicks fan. I'm excited about the Knicks this year. I think they're going to be good. Bird says, let's just build a line, whatever it takes. Let's go. Chris, blink twice if you need help. Can I blink 3 times? I need a lot of help. I'm still talking about this Giants team. I need a lot of help. LGZ says, I hope DJ has a great career with some other team, but it's time to move on. I don't think it's time to move on yet. But yeah, there could definitely come a time in the not too distant future where it is time to move on. You can't get attached to players. It's about the team. Let's see. Rank the Giants' problems from biggest to smallest. Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been asked this throughout the stream, but and again, it's opinion. Obviously, there's going to be some people that want me to say quarterback is the biggest problem. I honestly don't in my heart believe it's the biggest problem. Tonight it was a big problem. Offensive line is far and away the biggest problem for me. And then after that, I mean, pick your. I mean, dealer's choice. It could be a lot. You could say quarterback. You could say wide receiver. You could say cornerback. That's still, even though they haven't really stood out this year because teams haven't had to throw the ball on us because they've gotten out to such big leads. But I think by far and away the biggest problem is the offensive line. I think that's the biggest problem. Let's see. You think the biggest problem is the GM? All right, Rashad. Let's go over the GM. Let's go over the GM. Year one, I could see why you're upset right now. The way that the draft is looking. Understandable. Evan Neal looks like a bad pick. Kayvon could still go either way. I think he's definitely shown glimpses of maybe not being, Nick Bosa, but he's shown glimpses of he could be a very good edge rusher. So that still could go either way. Neal, we'll see. But yeah, that draft is very questionable right now. Wandell's been hurt. Azudu, who knows, right? So it's very questionable right now. So that's very fair. This year, it's too early to judge the draft. So I don't know. I feel like I got to give Shane at least 4 years before I could really truly judge the job he did. That's just me. I got to give him at least 2 more years. But his 2022 draft right now looks highly questionable. Can't say otherwise right now. Yeah, I agree with that, Roldy. And I mean, right now, yeah. Roldy, I went into the Jones extension thinking 2 things. And I still think it was the right decision. Because we didn't really have another option where we were picking. We had so many holes on this team, you weren't going to give up heaven on earth to get a quarterback to put him in this situation and give up 3 or 4 first-round picks. So I still think it was the right decision to sign Jones because there was no other real option. But I went into the Jones extension thinking he's either A, going to become an upper echelon quarterback, and then you're going to give him what is a real franchise contract, or B, he's going to be a stopgap. And obviously, through 4 weeks, he's trending more towards being the stopgap than the franchise quarterback. And you hope that this year's draft evolves, and you hope and I still think Jones will be the quarterback next year, but we'll see. You hope that the crop of draft class next year evolves. And then if you have to make a change at the quarterback, you could put that guy into a situation where he could be successful. That's ideal for me. Now, of course, as I said earlier in the stream, if we're picking first overall, you're taking a quarterback. You got to, right? But we'll talk about it at the end of the year. Dennis says, Shane's draft picks have not developed, have been a problem. Gettle failed, but signed big end players. How didn't we bring in a corner or lineman? Gettleman failed. Gettleman drafted okay. He drafted pretty well, I think, overall, if you're being fair. But he did horrible at everything else. He didn't have a vision. And Dennis says, he waited too long to sign Jones and Barkley and should have traded Tony in the 2022 draft. Questionable 22 draft and terrible Gawinski and Tyrod signing. I think the Tony trade was fine. The Barkley thing, I think the Barkley thing played out great. And I love Barkley, but you got Barkley back for no commitment past this year. The Jones thing, this is what I think Shane's plan was. It didn't work out perfectly, and no plans ever do. But I think Shane's plan was at the beginning of the offseason pertaining to Jones and Barkley, which is why he went to Barkley first, was to sign Barkley to a deal that Barkley obviously did not think was good enough, but he was hoping to get him done to what he felt like was a responsible multi-year extension. That way, he could have used the franchise tag as leverage on Daniel Jones, which would have inevitably, more than likely, lowered Daniel Jones's asking price. That's what I think his plan was. But once Barkley did not accept the deal, then Jones and his representation knew, well, you can only tag one of us. And it's going to cost you a lot more to tag the quarterback than to tag the running back. It just makes more sense to tag a running back for $10 million as opposed to $33 million or whatever it was against the cap for a quarterback. So that gave Jones more leverage. But I think Shane's plan was to gain leverage in the Jones negotiations by being able to extend Saquon Barkley in season. Barkley didn't play ball. That's what happened, in my opinion. Then we tagged Barkley and we signed Jones to what essentially amounts to 2 franchise tags. That's what happened. Let's see what we got. I initially wanted Slater. If you weren't going to I agree. I wanted Slater. Once a Giant, always a Giant. But unfortunately, tonight they looked like the New York Football Tinies. Yeah, they did. Let's see. I mean, Lumbegus, when you let's be. I mean, again, Gettleman as overall as a GM was like a D minus if we're being nice. Like he was bad. He had his roster management was bad. His selection of coaches was bad. His plan was bad. Let's look at his drafts. So Andrew Thomas, great pick. I don't care where the pick was. You get an elite franchise tackle at 4th overall, great pick. McKinney, pretty good pick for a 2nd round pick. I won't say it's great, but pretty good pick. Ojulari, good pick when he could stay on the field. Good pick. BJ Hill, everybody forgets about that because we had to trade him because Dave Gettleman couldn't build an offensive line. But 3rd round, that's a very good pick. He's turned out to be a very good defensive tackle in the NFL. Darius Slayton, 5th round. That's a great pick to get even a wide receiver 3 or 4 on a good receiving core, which is what Slayton probably is. To get him in the 5th round, that's a great pick. Julian Love, good pick in the 4th round. I think Gettleman was a decent drafter. I'm not gonna say he was a great drafter. I think he was a decent drafter, pretty good drafter. Everything else, horrific. Which is why he was a great scout and he was a horrible GM. Dennis says, hearing we didn't even pick up the phone for Diop, try to trade for Shaq Mason on the top. We let young O-linemen who had continuity, Gates and Williams. Hearing we didn't even pick up the phone for Diop. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what Diop's doing this year. Is he even doing anything? I have no idea. I would have liked to keep Gates. Let's see. Spud says, I like Shane. I think he's been good and done all the right moves. I just think he's been really unlucky. I'm gonna give him some time, give him a few more years before I come down on Shane. But I understand the frustration. Everybody deserves hate tonight, top to bottom. Shane is rebuilt upon arrival. I don't get why you could. Oh no! Listen, Eric. Overall, Gettleman was a horrible general manager. His free agencies were probably the worst in the history of the NFL. The Galladay contract and the Nate Solder contract are among the worst contracts in the last 5 or 6 years. If we get Caleb Williams, do we let him sit behind DJ for a year or two? I've seen you ask this a bunch, so I'll answer it because our O-line sucks. Why not give him a year to learn? Yeah, I mean, I think that would maybe not for a full year, but that would that would be the plan if we went that route. If the Giants were so bad that we had the first pick, that would be what we would do. You would probably start Jones for I don't know 4 to 6 weeks, and then you'd make the transition because you're not gonna sit the number one overall pick all year unless the Giants are good, which would be ideal because then, like you said, Caleb could sit like Mahomes did for a full year. So there, I could foresee a scenario next year where if the Giants play a much softer schedule and things bounce their way, they could be competitive and make the playoffs. So if that were to happen, you sit him for a year, like the Chiefs did with Mahomes, like the 49ers did. Obviously, it didn't work out for them with their draft pick with Trey Lance, but you sit him for a year and you let him grow. Let's see. Bear, what's going on, man? I don't understand how we get this bad at tackling and our O-line gets worse. Is there beef in the locker room or something? Seems like they're not trying. Well, I think a major problem on the offensive line is worse is Andrew Thomas isn't playing. Like that has to be factored in, right? You take an all-pro left tackle out of an offensive line that was really bad to begin with when he was in there. I mean, this is what you're left with. So I don't think it has anything to do with the locker room. The poor tackling, I didn't see it as much tonight. The 49ers game, yeah, it was pitiful. But the offensive, I just think the offensive line is really bad. Let's see. Dennis says, sad and giving you my money, nearing 10K subs on Dinger City. Check out his channel, man. We're a small channel from Long Island, and I think y'all would love us. A shout out would be huge. Check them out. Dinger City, check them out, man. I don't know about Shooter Sanders. I mean, I know he's popular because everybody loves Colorado right now with Deion Sanders. And I don't want to come down on the kid too much because Colorado's offensive line might be worse than the Giants. It's really bad. But I don't know. Mets bad, Giants bad. Maybe the Knicks will. I don't think the Knicks will be bad this year. Listen, I don't know. I don't want to jinx anything, but I'd be surprised if the Knicks were bad this year. I'm not saying they're going to win a championship, but I think the Knicks will be good this year. Let's see. Jay Fleming, what does that mean? So just because the guy's used to a bad, you don't think Daniel Jones was used to a bad offensive line with Duke? I don't think just because you're used to playing with a bad offensive line in college, it's going to make him necessarily a good quarterback in the pros. It's just, you still got to be, you still got to build a good line regardless of who the quarterback is. Let's see. People need to start realizing Marvin Harrison would do more for us than Drake May would. I would love Marvin Harrison. Christopher Moose, to me, and listen, at the end of the day, Christopher Moose, and I would love Marvin Harrison. If we get Marvin Harrison, I'll be really excited because I think he's an incredible prospect. I didn't even think about that because I don't even want to think about the draft right now. But I'll tell you what, if the Giants are picking top 5, he'll be on my thoughts. I'm gonna tell you what, Marvin Harrison, that dude, he's gonna be a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL the day he starts. That guy is incredible. He's the whole package. He's tall. He's got incredible route running ability. And the one thing that really stands out to me when I watch him play is his IQ. Like a lot of times you'll see him like in terms of his ability to be able to get he could feel the sideline. Like he'll make incredible catches on the sideline where he has great body control. He's the total package. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be an elite wide receiver. But I agree. The offensive line has got to be without the offensive line improving, he ain't going to do it. It'll help, but it's not going to do much. Good game, Michael, man. Thanks for popping in, man. Congratulations on the win tonight. On to Miami. That's all you can do, nations. Jacob says, Tana, Harrison, best receiver to come out. I'm going to tell you what, man. I think Harrison, he's up there. He's up there with I mean, there's been a lot of great wide receivers that have come out in recent years. Jamar Chase was very highly regarded, of course. Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith. That year, there was, CeeDee Lamb was highly regarded. But he's up there, man. Yeah, I think he's one of the top 3 or 4 receivers to come out of college probably in the last 10 years in terms of a prospect. He's up there. Kayvon played great tonight, man. But guys, I'm going to close this out. I got work tomorrow. I can't believe how long I stayed on, but I just had fun talking with you guys. I haven't been doing a lot of content lately. I will be active this week. I know you guys are going to talk about. I'm not going to get into the draft yet. I know everybody wants to talk about that now because we're 1-3, and I get it. I'm not doing that yet. I'm not doing mock drafts. I'm not doing that. I'll do it when I feel like it's appropriate. But yeah, we'll talk about the week to come and where this team's headed. But love you guys. Sorry you guys went through this tough start. Obviously, before the year started, we were all hoping for the opposite. We were hoping for 3-1. If everything broke right, you beat the Cowboys on opening night. You beat the Seattle Seahawks with all the variables going into the game. Didn't play out that way. We're 1-3. Should be 1-4 if we're being honest. Should be 1-4. But 0-4, I should say. But all you can do is hope they get better. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Hope they get better. But guys, be good. And you guys have a great rest of your week. Have a good night, guys.